Hey, peace and love, peace and love. This is Brother Garfield, man, and we're gonna definitely have some fun today. And we got Petar Volkotovich, and we have hey, peace and love, and we have of course we have all the people from and Primus and Croix. He's supposed to also be on, and we're gonna have some fun. All right. Um, Google Scholars at Fire Upon Room. As a matter of fact, let me get the link in the chat. So it's gonna be Petar and Primus St. Croix versus the everybody else. I'm hoping that I get my brother what's his name? Thunder to come and moderate because I gotta go pick up my son and I don't want to end the show. But we have to end at 6 o'clock anyway. So we're only gonna have 2 hours. And I want to say peace and love to the family. Let's have some fun. Get the information in here and let's do what we got to do. It's against all of y'all fake or real rastas, whatever y'all are. And we're going to do what we're going to do. All right. Share the show. And let me start share the show out a little bit. Get some people up in here. Hold on. Let me get this. Cedric, I'm just listening to the madness. Nah, Cedric, you gotta jump on, yo. You gotta jump on. We live. Hey, before people start jumping on, right? The link is in the chat. Let me pin the link. So nobody said they can't have it. All right. So I was having a discussion today on Clubhouse, right? So this guy claimed he was beating me up on the second Esdras, right? I want y'all to pay attention to this real carefully. This is very important. This is very important. All right. So shout out to Peter. Peter's in the building already, man. He ready for y'all. All right. So look at this, family. I want y'all to pay attention to this real carefully, right? Look at this. This is very important. I want to say to y'all, I use the Jewish encyclopedia a lot. When I mean a lot, I use it a lot. There's no games when it comes to the Jewish encyclopedia. All right. Hold on a second here. Let me get this right here. All right. Now look at this right here. It says Arzareth, right? This is from the Jewish encyclopedia. Look at what happened, family. I want y'all to help me out to understand this. And I'm not telling anybody, oh, I sound hollow. I'm not even using a mic. I'm just using the computer mic. Look at this right here. It says the name of the land beyond the great river, far away from the habitation of man, in which the 10 tribes of Israel will dwell, observing the laws of Moses until the time of the restoration, according to 4th Esdras 13 verses 45. Full stop. Right? Now look at this. Columbus identified America with this land. Now this is saying that Columbus identified America with Arzareth. So it tells us to go to this guy's book, Kayserling's Christopher Columbus. So what I did was, Garfield already, I found the book. But when I found the book, it says that the interpretation was saying that of prophecies of Isaiah is while he did it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is what One West people who saying that America is Arzareth is using as a source. And when you go to the source, I don't know how the Jewish encyclopedia made such a gross mistake, but this is horrible because the Jewish encyclopedia is top dog. I use it all the time. But anyway, let me stop sharing. Let me get out of here. Get this off the screen. Got my man Peter in the building. Is Primus coming on? For some reason, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. There you go. My man, my man, my man. How are you, sir? You're looking clean and dapper. And you look like you're ready, man. You got your Dracula cape on. So you Peter is ready to give you all this work right now, man.
I've had a wonderful time these past 2 years on the Dagger Squad. That's what they tell me.
That's right. That's right.
I sent Primus the link, so.
Oh, you sent him the link? All right, cool. Let me see if anybody's trying to come in. Hold on, let me see what we got.
He said he might be working at the marina today, but he said as soon as he's done picking up his son, he might have time. He'll come on. I also wanted Omar to come on so you guys could hear the information, not just from me, but you know.
Right. Yeah, give the link to Omar and give it to everybody. All right. Who else is trying to come on, man? Who else is trying to come on? And I think they're scared, man. They don't want to get embarrassed. You see, what happened is a lot of these Rastas have a lot of religiosity about how they look at stuff. They don't look at stuff from a standpoint of logics or scientific methods or nothing. They just want to say, hey, let's do this. Oh, yeah, next week, we could go over your article next week. If you want to do that, Petar. Next week, we could do your article and go over it.
Yeah, if you want, I'm ready to do that whenever you're prepared. I mean, it's going to take a while, though, because there's, you guys said source up, and, there's 175 footnotes. We don't have to go through all of them, but, it's that article without the footnotes is a 45-minute read on its own. So whenever you're ready for that.
All right.
And you inspired me to write that article because it was on one of your lives where you read Dr. Johannes Woldemariam's refutation to Haile Selassie's reign, and you didn't let me respond, so I said, let me just type this up, so there's no more questions about it,
Oh, okay. I think we fall into a trap though, where sometimes we talk about Haile Selassie like he's perfect though. Are we saying he's perfect?
Well, the Order of Primus St. Croix, we are definitely saying he is perfect, and all the negative things that are said about him, if you just investigate them just a little bit, if you just peer a little bit further, deeper than the surface than most people from the Horn of Africa, if you go just a little bit further under the surface, you realize that everything negative said about him is actually a lie. So it's quite interesting.
All right. Nobody else trying to come on. Why nobody coming on the show? Y'all scared of Petar, man? Let me share the show on my timeline, man. Let me share the show.
So Garfield, a few weeks ago, the Ethiopian ambassador, he came over my house. He's got a new book out, actually. It's called The Wisdom of Marcus Garvey in Quest for the Bronze, right? He got this new book. And he came over with somebody from Ethiopia. And I went to go show this person from Ethiopia, I went to go show them your YouTube channel because, they were asking me about, where can I watch you? Where's your content about Ethiopia? They heard that I was a scholar, everything like that, right? So I show them your channel. I go on their phone. It was a brand new phone the person had just purchased here in the US. They're from Ethiopia. And I'm telling you, Garfield, your channel is completely shadow banned. You cannot find your channel unless you're already subscribed. It was the weirdest thing ever. I had to send her a link to one of your previous shows, but then she couldn't even see your channel from that link. She could only see that one video, and she couldn't subscribe or do anything.
Wow. So I'm shadow banned. Look at that.
Yeah. So I was like, dude, I gotta tell Garfield that his channel, you can't even see your channel. It's crazy. just from a YouTube search, you know. We tried different things. We tried the browser. We tried the app.
Last stream. All right, I'm gonna call you back in a few. All right, give me a few minutes. All right. Yeah, that's crazy though.
I know. I was like, dude, what is going on? So I mean, if you're shadow banned, I mean, just imagine how many other people are shadow banned, you know?
Yep.
So terrible. But I don't know if you remember on the last show, Brother Reggie had mentioned that there were Egyptian kings who also had both titles, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know of any Egyptian kings that had both titles. There's only two rulers in the BC era that I know of who had both titles, and they were both Assyrian kings from Assyria. But that was, I guess his name was Tiglath-Pileser the First and Ninurta the First. Only those two guys.
In Egypt, Assar was known as Kings of Kings and Lords of Lords. Around 1350 BC, the Papyrus of Ani, and then around 1300 BC with the Nat Papyri. It's also referred Kings of Kings and Lords of Lords. But I mean, there's people before them that says that. You got people all over the world that said that.
What you said this gentleman was he attested in the record?
Yeah, Assar is a deity. That's who they call Kings of Kings, Lords of Lords. Not an actual king. Not an actual king.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's mythological. I'm talking about there's only two other people who are not mythological. They're actually attested in the record, and it's Tiglath and Tukulti, those two that I mentioned. So those guys are actually
Nebuchadnezzar, Darius the First in Persia. They got people before that. Before that, that's not Kings of Kings and Lords of Lords. Because remember, it's there. It's there. What's up, Stupies?
Big up. Respect, Peter. Darky, you can't carry me out in public, you know. I know to behave myself in public. You can't carry me out in public.
I'm about to call your wife and report you. I'm about to report you.
All right. Can I ask Peter a 3-part question?
You can talk all day long because I don't even want to talk today. So go ahead.
Peter, good afternoon, Peter. Respect to you. I hope you can understand my accent. Question. Is Primus St. Croix, does he have any relationship with Ethiopia? And does the Ethiopia that he has relationship with, is it the one that exists now? Right? And if it's the Ethiopia that exists now, can you show me that Ethiopia that exists now in the Bible?
So I'm going to say that Primus St. Croix, the person, does not have any, I'm assuming you're asking if he has any biological connections to modern day Ethiopia. I'm going to say no. He's from the island of St. Lucia, which is a British Commonwealth island in the West Indies.
Sorry, spiritual, biological, any connection? Because he claims to be Rasta. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, spiritually, I would say he absolutely does have a connection there, because he fulfilled the prophecy of the scriptures that state that his heavenly father, Emperor Haile Selassie I, will send him 70 years after the coronation in 1930 to protest idolatry and loosen the 7 seals of the scriptures and explain the parables of the Bible. So he has a connection. He has a biblical connection to Ethiopia, absolutely. Being the prophet of God, we know Haile Selassie is God. So if he's the prophet of God, then he has that connection spiritually through the scriptures, through prophecy.
To the Haile Selassie, Ethiopia?
To the emperor, yeah. So the emperor always spoke about Christ prophetically. There is a writing technique in the scriptures that is translated out of the original Greek and Hebrew texts. It is called the prophetic perfect tense. And this is how His Majesty always spoke about Christ. He spoke about Christ in the prophetic perfect tense, meaning that when he spoke about Christ, he spoke about him in the past tense, right? Haile Selassie, when he mentioned Christ, he would speak about him in the past tense, not to say that Christ is historically a historical figure from antiquity, but he was speaking about him prophetically in the sense that Primus St. Croix will come and fulfill the prophecy.
So how is Primus St. Croix Rasta? And his only affiliation with Ethiopia is spiritually.
How is he Rasta and his?
I'm not talking a Rastafarian, you know. Primus St. Croix is Rasta. If you understand what I'm saying. You have Rastafarian and you have Rasta. He is Rasta. How is he Rasta? How is he the known and do not have any connection to Ethiopia?
I mean, I don't really recognize the difference between Rasta and Rastafarian, but, you know, I believe when Primus was growing up, he was baptized in the Catholic Church, which is how, you know, his real name is Felix.
Yeah, right? No, but Rasta is the fountain from which all waters flow. Rasta is the source of Rastafarian. Primus St. Croix claimed to be the source, claimed to be Rasta, right? And he has no affiliation with Ethiopia. Where his spring come from, where his source come from. Who's supposed to be the source of something? We're supposed to come from somewhere. And you're not from that place.
So, I mean, I guess my question is, are you suggesting that Rastafarians can only come from Ethiopia?
No. Rastafarian can come from anywhere, but Rasta have to come from the source. The source have to come from the source. He has to come from Ethiopia. Haile Selassie the first, or whatever I want to be, that short little man, was Rasta from Ethiopia. You have spring water, you have buckle water. Haile Selassie was the spring water, but Primus St. Croix appears to be buckle water. Because it says spring water.
So you're saying that he's not genetically Ethiopian, is what you're saying?
Yeah, he's not from the source. Well, he's not from the source.
He's not genetically from Ethiopia, you know, and
yeah. So how is he going to fulfill the prophecy if he's not from the source?
Well, if you examine what he did in the year 2000 in Brooklyn, New York, you'll see that his works line up perfectly with the scriptures. You know, he was protesting idolatry. He smashed the Catholic statues with a sledgehammer. He was arrested. You know, he was tried, he was persecuted for his beliefs, he was crucified by the media. I mean, these things happened, you know, and these things happened at a specific time, 70 years after the coronation of 1930. That's the prophecy of Daniel, you know. And you really once you put the scriptures into focus, with Haile Selassie fulfilling the Bible, taking on the titles King of Kings and Lord of Lords in 1930. Born in Ethiopia, rules for about 40 years as sovereign. You know, over and over again in the scriptures, God is personified as a literal political sovereign born in Ethiopia. So the Bible states that Haile Selassie will be born in Ethiopia. It does not state where Christ will be born.
It's Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey, according to many Rastas, is a prophet, right? Him along with Leonard Howell. And when they asked to look for where's the black man God, where's the black man king? Nobody said the other St. Lucia or St.
Suppies, your audio cut off there. I think you asked me about the earlier Rastafarians, where Marcus Garvey is considered a prophet, Leonard Howell is considered.
It's going to come from an island 10,000 miles away.
Okay, your audio's back. Say that again.
All right. Haile Selassie.
Yeah.
Right? When Marcus Garvey and Leonard Howell was asking, where's the black man God, where's the black man king? Right? They pointed towards Africa. Right? And the crowning of Emperor Haile Selassie was a significant part of their prophecy. No St. Lucia, no St. Vincent, no St. Martin, no Goat Island, no Cayman Island was mentioned by any of those men. So my question to you is, how Primus St. Croix, a man who born in St. Lucia now, appears to be the Christ? What is his genetic? Because if you even follow the Bible, Christ had some genetic tracing back to some people. Christ's line fall through some people. Where is the lineage of Primus St. Croix to Emperor Haile Selassie? Where is his genetic connection? Jesus Christ in the Bible had a genetic connection to David, to King David.
Right.
Right? So King Haile Selassie now, where is Primus St. Croix genetic connection to King Haile Selassie?
Right. Well, we understand that David was not a literal historical figure in the scriptures, but there's also a double standard here, because I never see anyone questioning Leonard Howell's genetic lineage. No one's ever questioning Marcus Garvey's genetic lineage. It's always about Primus St. Croix. He's not Ethiopian. He's not genetically attached to the royal family of Ethiopia or the Solomonic throne, but in reality, that is actually irrelevant, because Christ's purpose is not to actually be in a genetic bloodline. His purpose is actually to interpret the Bible correctly. The person who gives us the correct interpretation of the Bible is the Christ, according to the Bible.
No, I beg to differ, because the Bible emphasizes lineage. The Bible emphasizes lineage when it comes to certain people.
Okay, but if
that's important to the Bible. And Howell and Marcus never claim to be the Christ. A prophet can come out of anywhere.
Charles Edwards claimed to be the Christ. Prince Emmanuel, Charles Edwards the seventh. He claimed to be the Christ.
You mean Prince Emmanuel of Papa Hill?
Yeah, he said he was the Black Christ. He self-proclaimed himself as the Black Christ. I don't hear anyone asking about anything.
Prince Emmanuel. Let's ask Capleton if a Prince Emmanuel is Moorish. Let's go find that out.
Yeah,
because that's good to me.
And it's in that one book. Black Supremacy. One of those books he wrote. He says he's the Black Christ, and they're also the same people that accept Prince Emmanuel as the Black Christ. They're saying that Marcus Garvey is also, in the Trinity of prophet, priest, and king, right?
No, but Marcus never claimed it. At no time Marcus would claim that.
Well, see, Marcus Garvey, and I talk about this in my article. Marcus Garvey actually criticized Emperor Haile Selassie.
Nothing wrong with that. What if people criticize? Job criticized God in the Bible. But this is what I'm saying to you. I want to see the connection between, because Ethiopia is a spring, is a source. And Primus St. Croix has no connection to Ethiopia, physically. No physical connection, no genetic connection. Right? So, because normally how prophecy goes, prophecy comes through a lineage. Prophecy tell you say, who the lineage come through. In all prophecy, what I read, and a Messiah, it comes through a lineage. It comes through a bloodline. What is Primus St. Croix bloodline?
But I mean, anyone from the West Indies, like, what is their connection to Ethiopia? You look at Leonard Howell, look at Marcus Garvey, look at Prince Emmanuel, Charles VII. I mean, look at who's the guy from 12 Tribes of Israel? God, Prophet God. I mean, all these guys are considered prophets in the Rastafarian community, yet none of them have a connection genetically to Ethiopia. But when we say Primus St. Croix is the one and only true prophet, now it's an issue. Now genetics is all of a sudden genetics is now a problem. Why?
No, because you're saying one and only, and you're saying that he's the Christ. Once you claim the Christ, it's a different tangent you go on. Once you're saying that I am the Christ, it's a complete different tangent. A messenger can be anybody. A messenger can be the lady at the well. Anybody can get a message to carry. That is what a prophet is, a messenger of God. Right? a messenger in Islam could be a illiterate goat herder.
But
So sometimes messengers don't have to be established people.
Stu
But
Peace,
when you're saying that he is the one, he is near from the matrix. No man, have to come through some bloodline.
but Stu Peace, it's a false premise because people are looking for his genetic ancestry to be linked to King David, King Solomon, the Solomonic throne. Yet we know that King Solomon isn't even attested in the record. There's no evidence, there's no archaeological evidence of King Solomon even existing. So if the guy didn't even exist, I mean, how can you be genetically linked to a mythological figure? It doesn't add up. So this idea that the Bible is somehow explaining genetic lineage is just completely false. The Bible is a spiritual book. It describes who God and who the prophet are. It gives you the identity of God, and it explains
Peace, Peter.
Christ.
Peace,
Yeah,
Peter. How you doing?
but
I need a plumb point of clarification there, if you can do me the favor. This gentleman from St. Lucia, you claim that he is coming to clarify and explain and put the Bible in its proper context. That's his mission. And you deduce this information from the Bible itself. So you're actually saying at this point in time, nobody has the correct interpretation of the Bible. You are not sure of what you are saying is correct, but you still can deduce that the Bible is giving you accurate information about the nature of this gentleman in St. Lucia. Do you understand where my problem is with when you say that?
I do. I understand where you're coming from. You're saying that I'm not certain of what I'm saying, but what I'm telling you is that if you would take the time to read the literature, Mr. Ortega, if you read the literature, there's a book called 70 Years Accomplished. The author is Omar Toby Jah. I was trying to have him come on the show as well. Okay, this actually details Primus St. Croix's works, right? Because we know Haile Selassie is God the Father through his...
No, stop right there. Your claim of knowledge is a claim of knowledge. It has not been substantiated. And by your own reasoning, you cannot conclude that because your interpretation of the Bible or whatever is in there is flawed until you get the correct and exact information. So your claims, which you conclude as fact, is false, and you can't substantiate any of these claims you're making. Referring me to a book or some literature still does not provide me with any sort of evidence. Spider-Man, if you want to know about Spider-Man, read comic books. However, that does not make anything that I read in those comic books factual. So either you have a fundamental misunderstanding of how information actually works, how a claim is made and how it is substantiated, the difference between imagination and reality. So all this fancy talk, Peter, is beautiful, but you need to go back to the basics. You make claims and you make these claims as if you can prove they are factual, and you can't. By your own logic, let alone mine. By your own logic, everything you say makes no sense until it is established and confirmed by this individual. Yet you use the book to confirm that this is the actual individual. How do you know? And furthermore, all these things you are saying are simply claims, made up imagination, your idea. You cannot substantiate anything you're saying. You realize that, right?
So we can substantiate what we're saying because what we're saying is based on historical facts. It is an absolute historical fact that Haile Selassie was...
Yes, 50 years ago, it's a historical fact that Spider-Man was written by Stan Lee in a book. I can read that. It's a historical fact. Makes Spider-Man real, Peter? You seem to miss the point. You seem to miss the very, very most simple, basic point. Like you can refer to me to history, and yes, I can read it. However, what you're asking me to read is a claim which you cannot substantiate. Do you get the difference? It's very subtle, but very substantial. And you've been doing that over and over and over. I've listened to you make claim and claim and claim and claim and claim, which you cannot prove.
I would argue that the Bible is the claim and that Haile Selassie is the evidence.
No, like, then you're fundamentally wrong.
That's not fundamentally
You're fundamentally wrong. The Bible makes reference to a comforter. The Bible in itself is the source of the claim. You look at what is out there, you refer it back to the claim, and you establish that that's circular reasoning. The Bible says this matches up, therefore the Bible is true, or because it is in the Bible makes it true. Like, how you realize that makes no sense?
It doesn't make any sense.
You're taking a fictional book. You're taking a fictional book with historical elements. You're taking a fictional book with historical elements, places, maybe one or two persons, with narratives that are not true and made up, imaginary, created around them, and assuming they're real. You have a fundamental flaw in the way you reason.
It's not a fundamental flaw. The point is this: if the book is filled with predictions, you're claiming that the book is pure fiction. Okay, I would contest that point. And I would say that the predictions in the Bible have been fulfilled. The predictions are the prophecies. These prophecies have been fulfilled.
No, you can't make that claim. Based on your own words, you cannot make that claim until this St. Lucia dude comes on the picture and explains you what the Bible actually means. Everything you're assuming is false. You have no idea. You cannot read the Bible correctly based on your own narrative, not mine. So everything you tell me about the Bible is in question until this dude from St. Lucia establishes it as fact. How do we know this dude from St. Lucia can establish it as fact? Based on your claim that you read in the Bible, which you, by your own logic, can't understand and can't hold to be true unless it is explained to you. You see the circle we're in here?
When have I ever said that I don't understand what I'm talking about? I've never said that before.
You cannot. What is the job of this dude from St. Lucia? To explain to people like the exact and correct interpretation of the Bible. That was your word. So until then, you have no correct and exact interpretation of the Bible. So you cannot claim any prophecy of the Bible. So everything you say is made up.
Until the
based
year 2000?
On your own words, based on your own words, you cannot know anything that you're reading. Even trying to establish this dude as the prophet is based on what you read in your ignorance in the Bible.
No one understood the scriptures until Primus St. Croix unlocked the parables, right? Until Primus St. Croix unlocked the parables of the scriptures and explained the allegories.
Stop right there. How did you know that Primus was the one who was going to unlock those parables?
We did not know that Primus was the one who was going to unlock the parables. This is how the events unfolded in Brooklyn, New York in the year 2000. While these events were going on, no one knew. I was 13 years old. I never heard of the guy until 2013, maybe. I didn't even know who Primus St. Croix was until 2013. No one at the time who was with Primus St. Croix while he was preaching the gospel that Emperor Haile Selassie I is the father of Christ. No one knew at that time that he was the Messiah. It was only after the fact, after they had put all the pieces together and said, look, there is an actual timestamp here of a guy protesting idolatry, as according to the book of Deuteronomy. He's 33 years old in three months. He's 33 years and 3 months old at the time of this happening. He's arrested, persecuted, tried, crucified by the media. All of these things happened 70 years after his coronation.
What does crucified by the media equate to? Being crucified on a cross?
That's exactly what it equates to, because the Bible is not a literal history book. I don't know where you guys found Mr. Ortega.
I done. The man equate Brad Press to being crucified. I done.
Hey, hold on, guys. One mic, Stupies. Hold on 1 second. I need a favor from everybody in the audience. I'm gonna put a link in the chat, right? It's for the All-State Sugar Bowl announcement with Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, their nephew, Arch Manning, is in this. What happened is there's 4 people being voted for the futures quarterback, and a friend of mine from Clubhouse, Manny, his son is a quarterback that's in it. His name is Jetta Armstrong. If you have Twitter, I would like everybody to vote for Jetta Armstrong. He's on the top. If you have Twitter, I'm gonna put it in the chat. I'm asking everybody that watches this show and see the link at right now to click on it and vote for Jetta Armstrong, Jetta Armstrong. He's a black man, young black boy, he's 5'11", and right now he's winning the votes. He's at I think he's at 48%. So there's 1 day left. I'm asking everybody to go vote for Jetta Armstrong right now. All right, just click on that link. If that link don't work, I'm gonna put another link where you gotta have Twitter to vote. All right, please go and vote. A young black man winning the Manning Awards. He's beating out Peyton Manning and Eli Manning's nephew. All right, so check it out. Go vote. I appreciate it. All right, now back to Stupies and Cedric. Stop laughing.
Let me say something, Cedric. Before I say something, let me say something. Remember, Cedric, the press is primarily newspaper. Newspaper is made out of trees, right? So when you print something bad about somebody on trees, you're actually crucifying them. You're hanging them to a tree. Like but it's paper side, not lumber tree. So that's how Primus was crucified. That's the only way I can see it. Because the man's still alive in St. Lucia.
You know, why Stupi sound so muffled? Hold on there. Hey, Thunder, I'm gonna make you the moderator, right? So you hold on there. I'm gonna make you the host. So you can what you call it, do your thing. All right. I gotta go pick up Amir. So I'm leaving my house at like 50. Yeah, I'll leave my house right now. I'm gonna leave right now. But I'm gonna keep listening.
Peace, Thunder. I must say this to peace. To stay within the realm of the Marvel comics like we're doing right now. What you did just now was a fantastic 4 stretcher move. You stretch all the way out on that one. Because the man equate bad press to somebody being crucified as his means of equating the two. Mind you, we are still talking about the Bible. On the one side, Jesus of Nazareth wasn't real. But what happened to this dude, he equated to what happened in the Bible, and as if this dude was particularly special. I mean, it is all over the place. This makes no sense. I mean, by his own logic again. He makes these claims over and over. Selassie is this, the God reincarnated. Okay, we need to first establish God by himself. We need to establish that there is a God before God could strike down from everything he is in this universe to become a man named Selassie, who has no power, who is not relevant, who was controlled by the Italians in World War II. I mean, we could go on and on and on and on and on. A simple mortal man who died. This dude equates to God. Like how that equation is made, how he substantiate it, and he spills it out so smooth and nice and continue going, and nobody pulls the handbrakes up. Stop. I don't believe you. That's a claim. Quantify it. Prove to me Selassie is God. First, you would have to prove to me God exists. Like, these discussions, they're entertaining, they're fun, just to see how people process information, how the circular reason themselves into a hole, but nothing about it is relevant. Like,
Let me
this
just
is pure comedy.
Okay, Cedric. Hold on. Before you go, Petar. Cedric, I think you just went on about a 5-minute tirade. I think it's only fair that Petar should be allowed to elaborate on his claims uninterrupted. Do you agree, Cedric?
I agree. I mean, what my whole tirade was, substantiate these claims. Selassie is God. How? Prove it. Before we go on to the next point. I mean, we can't keep making these claims and just running with it.
All right, but are you going to interrupt him when he starts?
No.
All right, cool.
I'm gonna
Thank you.
mute
Go
my
ahead,
mic.
Petar.
Thundo, what's up, man? Hey, so let me just
How you doing, brother?
Good, man. Let me just lay some basic groundwork. I mean, I understand. So Cedric might have only seen maybe 2 shows. He's this is all new to him, and it's kind of absurd, right? Because he's only getting pieces and parts, right? He's not getting the full picture. I've been on Dagger Squad for a few years now, I think. Anyways, let me just lay some groundwork and some foundational principles here so that the audience can understand. If you come on the panel and you make a good point, a refutation to our doctrine, right? Let's say you make a great point that I haven't thought about yet. Okay, I will let you know, right? Because I study this for a living. So if you do make a good point, I'll be the first one to tell you a great point. I'm going to look into it, or the conversation can go from there. But to be honest with you, Cedric has not made any good points so far. He's just getting the tail end of what I'm saying these last 2 shows, it seems like, because I've never even seen him on the panel before in my life, before last show. So no disrespect to Cedric, okay? Cedric, I understand where you're coming from. This is all new. It doesn't even make sense to you. Well, how is some guy from St. Lucia the Christ? It doesn't make sense, right? You don't even understand how God exists in the first place. So how can the Bible be true if it's fictional from your perspective? I understand completely. Okay, but the fact of the matter is, if you make a good point, I will let you know. See, here, I'll give you an example. Garfield made the point that Ethiopia is not Ethiopia. He made that point a few years ago on Facebook Live. And I asked him, I said, well, to what extent is Ethiopia not Ethiopia? He said, he gave me some references. Look up Peter Unseth, read this. And then he wrote a book about it, right? And it turns out that Garfield was correct. Ethiopia, ancient Ethiopia, has no correlation with the Bible, because it was a mistranslation of Cush. So Garfield's stance was, how in the world can you even base the prophecy of the scriptures on modern day Ethiopia if the book isn't even, if it was mistranslated? If the book is mistranslated, then how can you even interpret it that way? But again, the Bible is not literal history, right? It is a spiritual book. So that mistranslation is actually the correct translation, because Haile Selassie was born in modern day Ethiopia, not because men mistranslated the book however many hundreds of years ago, right? So it's completely different than what you're used to, Cedric. This isn't a book of origins, right? We're not claiming that God exists based on the Bible. We're saying that Haile Selassie is God, and he fulfilled the prophecy of the scriptures because he is omniscient, right? He was able to manifest on earth in modern day Ethiopia, fulfill the prophecy of the scriptures, attaining both titles, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, rule for about 40 years, which the scriptures also say, right? He sat on the Solomonic throne and claimed descent from the Solomonic dynasty, which is again another biblical narrative. There's a lot of symbolism here with Rastafarianism. Okay, his character, his works, his work. Haile Selassie never said, to be clear, Cedric, Haile Selassie never verbatim said, "I am God, worship me now." That's not what happened. His works demonstrated that he is the Almighty. His works demonstrated that he is the one that the book is describing. And it's the same thing with Primus St. Croix. Primus St. Croix never stood in front of an audience and said, "I am the Christ, listen to me now." That's not what happened, okay? It was people who were following his teachings in New York at the time. Guys like Omar and Kenton Helm and Dexter Okay, these guys were the original people. There was about 12 of them, ironically, just like the 12 disciples, right? They went around preaching the gospel that Haile Selassie is the father of Christ. When you plug that formula, you take that theological formula that Primus St. Croix created, and you plug that in the scriptures, it unlocks, not only does it unlock every single parable of the Bible, but there's no contradiction within the scriptures once you do that. Even more significantly, there are no contradictions in any Abrahamic religious text once you plug that formula in. So what Primus St. Croix did was he gave us a theological formula to where now we can interpret the scriptures correctly. But we can only do that if we accept the identity of God and his prophet first, foundationally first. If we accept the identity of God and his prophet, all of the scriptures make sense, and there are no contradictions. That is significant. If you overlook that point by just saying, we'll prove that he's God, well, look at the fact that the Bible doesn't contradict with this interpretation. Look at that. That's significant. That is very significant. How many people can say they have an interpretation of the Bible that doesn't contradict? No one on earth can say that. We can. Okay, that's number one. Number two, these people literally existed. We're not talking about a hocus pocus invisible God, a supernatural nebulous in the sky that no one's ever heard of and works in mysterious ways, quote unquote. We are talking about a person who lived on earth in our time. And I yield.
So, if I may address the logical fallacies again, you started
Hey,
off.
say it. I'm gonna let you finish, and then Stu Peas, if you want to say something, go ahead, bro. After say it, go ahead.
Okay, you started off by saying Selassie didn't refer to himself as God, but we come back to the point that you are assuming that what the Bible is saying is actually fact. So you're applying circular reasoning. The Bible says this. Oh, he's doing that. The Bible is true. Prophecy. What prophecy? Out of the Bible. And what you're doing with this formula is called post hoc rationalization. You can find anything, and I can create any story to fit the evidence. What I see, I can create any story to fit the evidence. Doesn't make that explanation factual. You are still assuming this entity, God, isn't outside of time and space, but he is manifested in a human. So now either you have a very unique idea of God being a mortal man that can't and hasn't and wasn't at the impetus of existence, as is the concept of the three monotheistic or Abrahamic traditions. Your God seems to not match up with that if you are quantifying your God as a human being, excluding the supernatural aspects of said religion. So again, you need to make up your mind, define what your concept of a God is, and then still provide me with some way to quantify your claim is actually a fact, and not by using post hoc rationalization, because we can come up with a perfect explanation for everything we see in the Bible. Doesn't make our explanation true, real, or factual. So we didn't move from my initial point. And your assumption that I am not aware or conscious of this conversation is, you're trying to poison the well as to make my questioning less credible. But known beyond to, what you don't know is how much I do actually know. And I'm not questioning your actual knowledge. I'm just questioning what you are saying. But the premise that I need to establish a frame of reference and apply a confirmation bias, I need to believe and then go find. That isn't the way that reality works. You start with nothing and you go where the information leads you. You do not have a preconceived notion that you're now trying to find the answers for. So again, your system of coming to these conclusions is flawed. Your methodology is flawed and your reasoning is off.
Allegedly, but I'm gonna pass it over to Stu Peas because that's what Thunder said.
All right. Peter, you just said earlier that at 13 years old, you came into the knowledge of Primus and Croix after the incident that happened in New York. Were you Rasta before that? Was anybody for you Rasta before that? I just want to establish where your foundation came from.
No, so so in the year 2000, I was born in 1989. So what is that? I was like 11 years old at the time these events happened, right?
Right.
And then I started researching Rastafarianism maybe late teens, right? Late teens, I started investigating Rastafarianism, and then I came to the doctrine. I became aware of the doctrine of the Order of Primus St. Croix, maybe 2013, 2014. Okay, so I didn't even know who Primus St. Croix was until maybe 8 years ago, 9 years ago. Okay, so I was not one of the original pillars, which is why I wanted to have Omar on the show. You know, he was there with Primus in New York at the time. I wanted to have him come on and actually talk to you guys, but because he's the one, he authored the book called 70 Years Accomplished, right, which was pretty much my introduction to the faith, besides his YouTube videos. But the doctrine was introduced to me maybe 2013 or 2014.
So is Primus the way? Is he the light to salvation for people? You say he's the Christ.
Yes.
Is he the Savior?
Well, he's the Savior in the sense that he tells us who God is. Yeah. So he's not the Savior in the sense that he's going to magically heal the blind and cure the sick. These are metaphors, right? He's going to cure your incorrect theology if you pay attention to what he's saying. So that's our position. He explains who God is, and we explain who he is. So that's how it works.
So he's not God. He's just Jesus Christ.
Correct. Yeah. Primus St. Croix is a fallible human. He is not infallible. You know, he has dreadlocks. He smokes cannabis, to my knowledge. He's not a perfect man, right? He's if you question him on Ethiopian history, for example, you know, he's bound to have some inaccurate ideas.
So, but you said that he's the Christ. So, question: in the Bible, the original Christ, the first coming, the Primus is the second coming of the Christ, right? He's the return.
Well, there was no actual Christ 2,000 years ago, but when we talk about Christ's return, we're talking about Christ coming for the first time. So you could say that Primus is Christ's return metaphorically, but in actuality, there's only one Christ, and he's the only one. So humanity's first understanding of Christ as the guy 2,000 years ago who walks on water and turns water into wine, you know, was false. So the second coming of Christ, we could say metaphorically, is Primus St. Croix, but really he's the first and only instance of the Messiah on earth. I didn't catch it, Stoopies, your audio. Thunder, can you ask?
But I just came.
Okay, there you go. Go ahead, Stu P. Say everything again, Stu P. We couldn't hear you, man.
Okay, sorry about that. You use the Bible as a reference point. Yet still the Bible told you that Christ came, that his life, his death, and his resurrection was significant to salvation. But you are now telling me that the Bible had all of this wrong, that Christ never in truth actually come, that the person that the Bible speaks about isn't or wasn't Christ, and it was just stories. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying that the book is a prediction, right? These are prophecies. It is telling you what will happen, not what had happened. It's not literally telling you Moses parted the Red Sea and people walked across. That is a parable, and it is referencing Primus St. Croix, because there's only
So Peter, when your namesake in the Bible, Peter, talk about Christ. Is he talking about him in the past tense, the present, or the future? I'm talking about Peter in the Bible. Did he talk about Christ in his past tense, the present, or the future?
the author of the book of Peter
Yeah.
is referencing future events at the time of the writing. Future events. He's not referencing historical accounts. He was referencing future events.
Thunder, I pass a baton to you. I've run my
Can I ask a question based on that? So, Peter, when does the events that the Bible foretold, when do they start? So when is Noah's flood coming? When is the first man and woman going to be created?
Let's see, but that's
So
not what he's talking about.
The Bible tells a historical story. That's you cannot separate that from the Bible. Now, at which point do you decide that the Bible isn't telling us what happened? Because based on your reasoning, I must assume that the flood either just recently happened or is going to happen still. When do the events that this book is predicting, because the book is now a book of prediction, when do these predictions start?
Well, who told you that the flood is a literal event that will occur? That was, who told you that? It was the Roman Catholic Church.
So stop. The same people that said, how do you then deduce or conclude what is prophecy, what is mythological, what hasn't happened, what has happened? How do you come to these conclusions? What is your evidence to establish the Bible? Again, we're back in the Bible. You're using the Bible as a reference point. Every time you do that, you're entering into circular reasoning, but you choose to decide what is a prediction, what is fictional, what actually is to happen, what didn't happen. How do you deduce this information? And if you tell me based on the St. Croix character, he is applying post hoc rationalization where his explanation retroactively explains the events, and we can all do that.
Yeah, everyone can do that, right? Why don't you? Okay, that's the question. Why hasn't anyone done the post hoc rationalization successfully? I'm telling you,
because that's flawed reasoning.
No, it's not flawed. If it's irrefutable,
reasoning.
If you're post hoc
rationalization is an
please don't talk
actual
over, man.
fallacy.
He's trying to answer you, man. Let him answer, bro.
If your post hoc rationalization is irrefutable and logical, then what is the issue? The issue is you are trying to categorize now. Now you are trying to categorize what the doctrine is. Okay, but what you need to be asking yourself is it true? Rather than trying to categorize what the doctrine is, you need to be asking whether it's logical and whether it's true. Of course, there's circular reasoning in the doctrine, because the book even tells you that this is eternal life. And by it telling you that, it means that it's an irrefutable doctrine. Of course, there's circular reasoning there. Circular reasoning is that Haile Selassie told us to read and study the Bible. The Bible tells us that Haile Selassie is God in the flesh. Okay? Primus St. Croix tells us that Emperor Haile Selassie is his heavenly father. Of course, that's circular reasoning, because this is eternal. It's an eternal doctrine. It's eternal life according to the scriptures. By you saying that it's circular reasoning, that doesn't debunk the doctrine. That just is showing you the parable of eternal life. That's all that you are explaining by saying that it's circular reasoning. The doctrine is circular reasoning. However, the logic behind the evidence of God is not circular. Okay, we're talking about objective evidence in biology. We're talking about objective references and evidence in cosmology. We are making a case for God from a logical and scientific perspective, and there's different methodologies in science. Okay, There's classification in science that uses a different methodology. We learn the scientific method in school, but there's more than one scientific method, okay? There's classification, there's simulation, right? All of these different fields of science that you can think of have their own methodology, right? So by you saying it's circular reasoning, of course it's circular. We don't hide the fact that the doctrine is circular. It has to be, because the Bible tells you that it's eternal. It's eternal life. It's irrefutable. You cannot dispute the fact that Haile Selassie had both titles, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. That's irrefutable. You can't dispute the fact that Primus and Croix was arrested in the year 2000. It's all over the newspapers. You can read it in the newspapers. Okay, that's irrefutable.
And somebody taking a title that exists all throughout time, and somebody being arrested is the evidence you bring to the table to attest to God being an actual figure, like God being real, or the Bible being factual. Where in the Bible does the name Haile Selassie is the name of Haile Selassie I mentioned? And if the individual is not mentioned by name, then you are reaching to that conclusion based on your own merits. And everything you're saying, yes, again here, you're making claims and establishing these claims as if they are fact. I don't believe you. Prove to me what you're saying.
Right.
How would you go about it? And applying circular reasoning would not provide me with the evidence required. It is circular, thereby having no evidence. So you're just making claims, and you're using a book that has the claims to verify the claims. It's illogical and irrational, and it's not within the methodology of naturalism. This is not how we come to true knowledge. It is flawed reasoning. That's the whole point. So you can say it over and over. You still haven't provided me with anything to substantiate what you're saying.
Well, I'll give you one. I'll give you one method you can use, and we're talking about probability here. Mathematically speaking, what are the chances that Haile Selassie fulfills the prophecy of the scriptures, and then his prophet comes at an exact time and date, which we have actual timestamps of, to confirm that it's him? So our doctrine is explaining the identity of God. Okay, we are saying that Haile Selassie, we are saying the identity of the Creator is Haile Selassie. That's what we're using in our doctrine that you claim is circular, right? Our doctrine explains the identity of the Creator. It's not actually explaining it. I mean, we can talk about that. We can talk about scientific evidence of God because you don't even accept the premise. You don't even accept the premise that, I mean, I asked you last show, do you believe in God? But my question was not, do you believe in God? My question was, do you accept the fact that a catalyst is required in order to start the universe? In order for the universe to form and start, do you accept the fact that a catalyst is required? A catalyst that transcends space, time, matter, and energy. Okay, that was my question when I asked you, do you believe in God last show? All right.
Yeah, but those are two separate questions that hasn't got anything to do with each other. And that's the confusion in your questioning. It's illogical and irrational to presuppose a God, whichever aspects or whichever characteristics you want to give this God. You're presupposing a God. And when you presuppose a God, you're presupposing an agency. This means a conscious effort to do something. And that is not what I agree with. So simply, no, there's no evidence for that. Is there evidence for an impetus or a pulse or a reason or a cause for the expansion of the singularity? That is being explored with the different theories. You have the string theory, you have the multi-universe theory, and the mathematics and the physics they are applying are all mathematics and physics that we do have within the known universe. So we haven't established it yet. There are theories, but none of these theories fit or use the concept of an agency that is giving or has a purpose or an intent. So you cannot use those two interchangeably and assume that I don't understand that there's an impetus or a start to our local galaxy, our universe.
But Mr. Ortega,
That would be trying to confuse the audience, but you won't confuse me with that.
no, I'm not trying to confuse you. All I'm saying is that your objections to theism are outdated, right? You're saying there's no evidence of that. Well, we have evidence. We have scientific
There
evidence.
is no evidence. There is no evidence for an agent, conscious active agent, making or having influence on space-time, aka reality.
There is, though.
That is a hypothesis for which there is no evidence.
It is the best
Simple.
hypothesis.
You cannot use the
today.
premise of science because science does not engage in quantifying nor identifying or using the supernatural as an explanation. So, like, who's outdated? You're bringing debunked arguments to the table and talking about outdated. Please stop.
You mentioned the multiverse. You mentioned different theories, right? All of those have been already thoroughly debunked by theists. Okay,
Theists.
Yes.
By theists. So you have theists have presented the calculations and the physics to debunk the theories that are being explored. They are theories. They are hypotheses. No one has established one or the other as a factual thing. There are areas in which people are leaning more to than the other. For example, more and more physicists are leaning towards string theory. However, we keep saying these are hypotheses. None has been established. So you now telling me that you have theists has published work in science journals, in physics journals, in mathematics journals, which debunk the hypotheses that are based on mathematics we have today, but we do not have the instrument, the testing necessary to establish that.
Mr. Ortega,
So you're going to sit here and actually lie to the people.
Thorough reputations. I'm not lying. I've read the literature.
Bring the work. And you bring the articles, and we'll go through them. From which journals and from which scientific paper that theist has proven string theory by means of science to be false.
Thorough reputation. I'm not talking about just theories. I'm talking about thorough reputations to these principles. And you mentioned mathematics. He said, Mr. Ortega said that how have these theists proven mathematically that these hypotheses are correct? You know, mathematics is actually a construct of our minds. Okay, math has no creative power. We use math to describe what we see and what we experience in the physical realm. So math is a construct of our minds. So even in quantum cosmology, guys like Alexander Vilenkin, who hypothesized that before the inception of the universe, there was only math. Okay, math, and he even asks in the last part of his book, last chapter of his book, he even posits the question, I mean, an open-ended question, like if we're saying that math was the beginning, was before the beginning is kind of an oxymoron because the beginning is the beginning of time. But he was pretty much saying before the beginning, if it was only math, are we now saying that math is a construct of the mind and that a mind is necessary to create the universe? So even quantum cosmology has theistic implications. Every theory you've mentioned has its own theistic implications. You cannot escape monotheism scientifically when it comes to cosmological evidence for a creator. You cannot escape theism when it comes to biological evidence. We're talking about abiogenesis again. We're talking about the origins of life research. You cannot get away from theism if you read the most current literature, Mr. Ortega. If you read the most current literature, and we can discuss this if you want. I can source up. That's what they say on Dagger Squad. Source up. Bring your sources. Bring your scientific sources. We can go through it one by one. I got time. Okay. But if you read the most recent literature, you would know that theism still today offers the best plausible explanation, scientifically speaking, of our reality.
You hear how you're confusing.
Cedric, please don't cut him off, man. Let him finish, and then you're gonna go next, bro.
I let him go. I was done.
You
Theism
done? Okay.
establishes scientific fact, but they don't do no actual work. So you take the work that is done in the science and you apply your post hoc rationalization without any evidence to substantiate your
All right,
theism.
Cedric, you
It is
said no
always
evidence,
a
right?
theism.
So he said he has some articles or he has some stuff, and he also has time. Do you have
That's
time
it.
today, brother?
I got time all day, every day.
All
I'm
right.
waiting.
So Petar, if you want to entertain Cedric, I would say if you want to source up, go ahead and do that. But Cedric, let's please let who we have, Truist. We got the Truist that joined on. Petar, if you would, man, please get those sources because he's asked for them at least twice.
Yeah,
So
no problem.
if you want to do that, that's fine. And
I just wanna-
then y'all gonna have the floor all by yourself. You and Cedric, y'all just grind it out, bro. But
I just want to say real
go
quick.
ahead.
I
Yeah, go ahead.
just want to make the point real quick before you go to Truist. Truist, we're about to go to you. The post hoc rationalization. Okay, we are using that to demonstrate God's identity. Okay, post hoc rationalization. He keeps mentioning that. That is what we're using to show the identity of God and the identity of His prophet. That's it. We're not using post hoc rationalization for I don't know what else he's talking about, but we're using post hoc rationalization for the identity of God. Just so we're clear. But go ahead, Truist.
Oh, peace to the panel. I just wanted to chime in on a few things I heard in regards to creation and the universe. So first, I heard a statement along the lines of the universe needing a catalyst. And I just wanted to say, when we're talking about catalysts, we're implying there was something that was prior to something else that was set off to another event or something of the sort. So when you say there's a catalyst for the universe, it's an oxymoron, and you kind of caught yourself when you said it in regards to something else, that you can't have a catalyst prior to space and time. If there is no space and time yet, if there's no existence yet, you can't have a catalyst because there's nothing that would exist prior to space and time unless you can prove and verify it. Secondly, that same concept would apply to mathematics as well, because mathematics is the study of space, quantity, as well as the physical observable world. How do you have mathematics existing prior to existence? I would be interested in seeing how that would apply from just a logical standpoint. How do you have space and anything quantifiable in the form of mathematics prior to an observable universe or existence period?
Well, that theory is in quantum cosmology, and what they're saying is that the wave function of all the probabilities of possible outcomes prior to the Big Bang are essentially mathematical equations. But again, to get the desired result, to even have the universe start, mathematicians have to go in and put parameters into these equations, again invoking a mind into the equation, right? So it's almost like we can't get away from my point about mathematics and quantum cosmology was that you cannot get away from the necessity of a mind. Okay, a mind is required. A mind is immaterial. A mind transcends space, matter, time, and energy. Right? That's what I was saying.
So how would you go about verifying that? How would you go about verifying something being prior to time? Like, just take a second to think about that statement from a logical standpoint. Prior to time. There shouldn't be anything prior to time, because you wouldn't have a concept of prior without time. So how does that work from a logical standpoint?
Well, I mean, it is a deep question, right? That anyone can ponder for a while, but in actuality, we're talking about an eternal spirit, an eternal mind that exists prior to space, matter, time, and energy, right? And if you say that there's nothing prior to time, that's our observable universe, right? We observe space, matter, time, and energy. But if there is something that transcends that, that is eternal, right? We look for evidence in that in the biological record. We look for these evidences in the Big Bang Theory, for instance, where you see evidence of the red shift, I believe is what it's called in science, right? That there was a beginning. So there must have been a cause to make the Big Bang occur, even according to science itself. And the example I use is Isaac Newton, right? An object at rest stays at rest unless acted upon by an external force. So you're going to tell me that all matter and time and energy was infinitesimally small, it compacted, and then just blew up all of a sudden on its own? I mean, the best theory we have is theism. It explains the beginning of space, matter, time, and energy. It explains further down the timeline, it explains biological information, the novelty of biological information, different points of time. We're talking about the origin of life now. We're talking about the Cambrian explosion, different points in time where life is now existing. Theism offers that explanation. It offers a causality, the best cause and effect explanation we have at the beginning of the universe, and we also have an explanation now, because in the theist theory, we have the entity again acting on the creation after the fact. You can't get that in other theories.
Sorry.
So sorry, I just wanted to say one last thing, and then I'll give you guys the complete floor.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. So when you say that the mind or whatever entity you refer to being eternal, whatever you would deem to be eternal could very well be the universe itself. Because when you keep speaking on the Big Bang and you're talking about theories, the Big Bang itself is a theory. It's not a complete fact. Science doesn't state it as a fact. Many scientists subscribe to the theory, and there is evidence, strong evidence, supporting the theory.
Correct.
But even the Big Bang itself is still a theory at this point, because there are large communities of scientists that hold the stance that the universe has no beginning. So when you say that the mind or whatever entity you feel is eternal, there are scientists that believe the universe itself is eternal. And that's why when I say, how do you have time before time? It's very well possible that this universe has just been here forever and is just infinitely expanding forever.
But again, the objection to this, the objection to his proposition here is that there are no infinities in our natural world. There are no true infinities in reality. And the example I'll give is the ball in the room, right? If you have a room full of balls, an infinite number of balls, and you add one ball, how many balls do you have? So I mean, it doesn't mathematically, an infinite in our physical reality mathematically doesn't even equate. So the idea that, again, this is just one objection, right? This is just one objection that I've heard to the universe being infinite, is that there's no true infinities in the physical realm, in the universe. But I'm familiar with this theory about the universe being infinite. I'm not sure if you subscribe to that, but there's definitely flaws in that theory.
Go ahead, say it. Say it.
Maybe they're thinking it over. I don't know, man. Maybe I stumped them on that one. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know my mic was muted. I'm saying I'm noticing two things happening here. You're begging the question. how is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? And then you're applying the God of the gaps. So right in the area where science says we're not sure, we have models, we have theories, but we can't test them, so we can't prove them, we can't establish them. You're applying God, and God doesn't offer an explanation. God did it isn't an explanation for anything, right? You're just applying, you're just asserting a God where science doesn't have an explanation or doesn't have the complete story. And then you're assuming that this God is an explanation. It's not. God did it isn't an explanation. And then you're going down the debunked creationist trail of making all these claims that the Bible, and we can go and go through all of those, but of course it's a boring exercise because they're already debunked. We know all the arguments. From the time I can illustrate the fallacy that you're applying, that means you should know that it has already been debunked. So what we're seeing here is a classic, a theist attempt to insert God in the areas where there is gaps in our knowledge. As for abiogenesis, that story is pretty much complete. We know now that that life may have originated multiple times, and it is quite simple on different formats of clay to create multiple polypeptides and lipids, which eventually can evolve and have been shown to evolve into singular cell organisms. And again, because we can't replicate the exact conditions that there was before, doesn't mean that we can't create models that show how life could have originated. So the question of abiogenesis is becoming clearer and clearer as we go along. And again, there is no necessity to insert agency. So your insertion of agency is what the problem is, because in our observable universe, when you mention things like redshift and all of these are things that exist within the observable universe. You're talking about an entity that exists outside of time and space, outside of our local universe, for which we have no means to quantify, measure, or attest to. So you're making a claim that you cannot demonstrate.
Let me ask Mr. Ortega a question. What is the last intelligent design theory book or piece of literature that you've ever read, Mr. Ortega? What is the last book that you've read on the subject?
Why would I read intelligent design?
So
I operate within the realm of methodological naturalism, and in that aspect, we do not use, assert, nor attest to supernatural entities or forces. So any type of literature that is going to make those claims without scientific evidence to support it is a waste of time.
So how do you know that literature makes that claim if you've never read it? See, this is the argument. The God of the gaps argument is an outdated objection. We are arguing that a mind is necessary for the information found in biological, molecular biology, for instance, not from ignorance, not from saying, well, methodological naturalism couldn't have done it, so obviously God did it. No. We are making the positive inference that information, specified complex information, always comes from a mind, okay? Positively asserting that. So the fact that a mind is required for information, every time information leads to a mind, every time we find information, not Shannon information, I'm talking about specified complex information. Every time we find specified complex information, such as a digital code, the source is always a mind. So the positive inference is that a mind is required for the information in the biological, in molecular biology. Not that it couldn't have been methodological naturalism, therefore God done it. That would be God of the gaps. We're making a positive inference to the evidence that we already have.
Yes, no, you're post hoc doing post hoc rationalization again. You're doing the exact.
I want you to finish up, and then we're Yeah, we got it. You gonna finish up, and then Sabio just joined. So when you finish,
Okay. Yeah.
we're gonna let Sabio come on.
Yeah. What you're doing again is exactly what seems to be your methodology is post-hoc rationalization, and you're asserting things. So you watch the biological processes that are chemical reactions. They will react this way anytime you put them together. It's not a conscious process, and you're assuming that the way that the DNA function is the same way as a computer function. Again, this is what we explain to fifth graders. And if you're stuck on a fifth grade explanation and you try to apply theism to it, you're going to reach to these flawed conclusions. Biochemical processes are we can quantify them as information, but they are just chemical processes that develop over time. They form a molecule that has a function, and it continues to replicate this molecule. It is not done because of a conscious agent. You're quantifying information in the wrong sense when you apply computer science to biology. That's a classic theist mistake, and again, debunked.
It's not debunked. Let me just respond real quick, Thunder. Okay, an early information theorist who applied information theory to molecular biology. His name was Henry Quaisler, I believe. He said the origin of information is habitually associated with conscious activity. Okay, and we know from our uniform and repeated experience, right, that information comes from a mind. So it's not a God of the gaps. So if you keep bringing up God of the gaps, I'm going to keep telling you that it's not a God of the gaps, because our uniform and repeated experience demonstrates that information always comes from a mind. Specified complex information always comes from a mind, right? So it's a positive affirmation. Not a God of the gaps. We're not making leaps where we're saying it couldn't have been this, so it must be God. We're saying a mind is necessary. Okay, we don't have to jump to God. I'm jumping to God because I work for a church. I'm telling you it's God because the mind of God. I'm giving you the identity of God, which is why I'm saying God. But if you don't want to say the word God, that's fine. We can use the word mind for now if you want, if you're more comfortable, right? And also Charles Darwin's mentor, Charles Lyell, he said that we should look for the most likely cause for the effects that we see around us, right? If we see ashes covering I don't know, a country or something, we're not going to assume that it was an earthquake. It's better to say that the cause was a volcano, right? It's that type of reasoning. There is logic to it. It's called abductive reasoning. Abductive reasoning. ABDUCTIVE. Abductive reasoning. So that's just my rebuttal to that.
Go ahead, Sabio.
What up, y'all? It's been a great show, great conversation. I just want to say to Peter and to everybody on the panel, if y'all pay attention, he is a walking fallacy. He uses the argumentum ad absurdum and the argument from popularity a lot. If you don't know what the argument of popularity is, it's because it's popular to believe in this. I'm going to go ahead and believe in it. And the argument from absurdity is, if it's too absurd or I don't know how to explain it, then I'm just going to go ahead and argue against it. And this is the way I'm going to argue against it. And I'm going to make it fit the things that I have put into my mind to believe. We have to stop allowing these types of people to come around us, people who are actually doing research in these things and studying these things, and fronting, and challenging us and telling us that because we don't believe in the mind, then there's something wrong with us. You haven't proven this mind. You keep changing the word from mind to God. You can't prove the mind. You can't prove the God. You can keep speculating about it. It's esoteric speaking and talking points. And we need to go ahead and let people like this go. It's nothing but white supremacy dressed up.
Sabio, do you have any rebuttal to what he said earlier?
About all that science stuff?
Yeah, everything, anything he said.
Everything I basically was saying was a rebuttal to everything that he said. If you paid attention, it was a rebuttal to everything that he said.
What's
Because
popular? What's popular about what I'm saying, though, Sabio? Is it popular to say that
because,
Primus and Croix is the Christ? Is that popular?
no. What's popular to say is that there's a God. There's a God controlling us. There's a God that made all these things happen. There's a God that's popular. That's the argument from popularity. You see, you don't understand. If you understood what, so listen, you asked me what's popular. So the majority of the world believes in some God, a Christian God, a Muslim God, a Buddhist God. They believe in some God.
A false God.
It doesn't matter what you say. They believe in a God. You have people who believe in a mind like you. So what I'm saying is these words are words to appeal to popularity, to make you sound like you're talking about something, and it's nothing but filler.
Okay, Sabio, is it popular at this time? At least, let's just go like with this show. Is it popular for him to say that there is a God, or is it more popular now on this show to say, to have your opinion that there is no God?
Well, you know, this show is about challenging the concepts of God. So if you want to come and talk about a God, that's cool. But we here, we deal in scientific scientific theory, scientific methods, historical methods, and things like that. You know, we just don't come and speculate about ideas that we haven't researched. So if you want to talk about a God, you have to bring something to the table to show us this God or this mind that you're talking about, other than just your words.
I agree.
You know, if you would understand the complexity and the intricacies of how DNA actually works, the amount of mistakes that is made when the DNA is replicated. That's why we have things like cancers. That's why you see the rapid mutation in RNA type viruses. You see that there is an evolutionary process that is taking place. It is building on what existed. And sometimes you can actually, not sometimes, you usually see the inefficiency in the process that is used to make any specific protein. A specific protein might need 14 different molecules, and there would be hundreds and hundreds of molecules in the selection process, whereby creating an opportunity for mistakes to occur in DNA. Now, if you would take the time to actually study a little bit about this subject, if you want to assert a God, then you would need to realize that if a God was necessary, there would be no gradual evolutionary steps that we can actually pinpoint when this mutation took place. It was beneficial for this reason. That's why it continued to exist within the larger population. We have all these evidence, all the evidence that points to a completely natural process. Then what we get from a theist is an assertion of a God. We get that they look at the information and they don't do any actual work. There is no laboratories. Then they apply their reasoning and they shoehorn their God into the actual evidence, dumbing down the conversation to the basic headlines that they see on CNN, which is DNA is information. Yes, it is. But what kind of information? H2O is information. It is an identifier, the chemical identifier of water. I can say dihydroxygen monoxide as well. That is also water. It is simply a classification. But if you stay there and don't go into it, and then come into these conversations, assert your God, and based on your ignorance, so you beg the question, assume that we can't answer it, and then assert your God as if God is an explanation, and claim with all glory that theists have an explanation. What's your explanation? God did it. How do we further the conversation with that?
Well, we further the conversation by stopping you at your point about mutations. When have mutations ever been shown to cause novel and positive transformations in DNA. Mutation is always a negative. It's devolving. It's not evolving. And if you have some literature, you said we have naturalistic processes. Just give me the literature. I'll read it. Listen, Cedric, we're not afraid of information. I'm over here reading the literature. And after I've read the literature, I'm telling you that theism is the best plausible explanation because I've read the literature, not because I like how it feels and it makes me feel good. And I think God controls everything. We don't even think that. All we're saying is that the best plausible explanation scientifically is theism. And then the last objection to the, usually the last objection is, well, show me evidence of God. Well, we have Haile Selassie as the evidence. So now that we give them the evidence, now that we give, Cedric, let me make the point.
Circular reasoning like a motherfucker.
Thunder, do me a favor. Look up the bar. Look up the bar.
Let me just make the point. Let me just make the point, because the point is this, because an atheist will scream until he's blue in the face, like, show me the evidence of God, show me the evidence that Jesus existed and this and that. But when we show you a picture, when we show you a portrait of Haile Selassie, it's no longer about the evidence of God. It's now, well, there's scientific, there's the multiverse theory, there's other theories that have already been debunked, mind you, by the literature that I'm about to cite. Let me just cite some literature for Cedric and I'll let him finish. All right. I need you to read the following book, Cedric. All right, I need you to read Signature in the Cell, DNA and the Evidence for Intelligent Design. Then I need you to read Theistic Evolution, a Scientific, Philosophical, and Theological Critique. Then I need you to read Return of the God Hypothesis, 3 scientific discoveries that reveal the mind behind the universe. Then I want you to read Darwin's Doubt, the explosive origin of animal life and the case for intelligent design. And then lastly, I want you to read Signature of Controversy, responses to the critics of Signature in the Cell. So there are even scientists who have written refutations to these books, and they've responded. Intelligent design theorists have responded, have written books as their response. And if you haven't read any of that literature, you cannot come on this panel and challenge me on intelligent design theory.
Petar, this is what I want you to do. Hold on, before you go, Sabio, you going next. I got you. Could you please repeat those 5 books? Just and repeat them slowly, please, so we all could kind of write them down or kind of look them up on Amazon as we go. And then, Sabio, you next.
Yeah.
So I want you to just do me a favor. Look up the evolution.
Hold on, Stan. Let him give you the books. Stan, let him give you the books, man. He finna give you 5 sources right now. Hold on, go ahead.
Read the books and come back, Cedric. The first one is Signature in the Cell, DNA and the Evidence for Intelligent Design. The second
Who was that by?
That is by Stephen Meyer. I believe all of these, not all of them, almost like 4 out of the 5 are Stephen Meyer.
All right.
And he's a theist. He's a theist.
He is a theist. He is a theist.
Okay. What's next?
The next book is Theistic Evolution, a Scientific, Philosophical, and Theological Critique. There's like 100 different authors in that. It's all scientific journal entries. They put it together into one book. Okay. There's so many authors in that one. All right. The next one. Return of the God Hypothesis, 3 scientific discoveries that reveal the mind behind the universe. That just came out in 2021. All right, that handles a lot of objections from God of the Gaps to the multiverse, to viruses. That has a lot of recent research about cosmology, even quantum cosmological refutations in that book. All right, then there's another book.
Okay.
The next one is called Darwin's Doubt, the explosive origin of animal life and the case for intelligent design. Fascinating book, and it also explains fundamental arguments about intelligent design. It even mentions the fact that even if we don't know how a mind exactly using what mechanism impressed information on biological material, that doesn't necessarily mean that there is not a mind that did it, and that does not necessarily mean that intelligent design is required to do that, to explain that mechanism in order for it to be a valid scientific theory, because there's also something called the mind-body problem. We don't even know how a human mind influences matter in our material realm right now. You have a mind, you have thoughts. How does that affect your material body to manipulate objects in the material realm? It's called the mind-body problem. It's an enigma. Science has no clue how this happens. So the fact that we don't know how that happens also is relevant to the fact that we don't understand how the mind actually impressed genetic information into biological material. And the next book is called Signature of Controversy, Responses to the Critics of Signature in the Cell. And Cedric keeps making the point that, he says, what is it? Specified complex information, Shannon information. He said H2O, that's Shannon information, but specified complex information could be language that we read on a page. He said, what's the difference? Well, there's some people that even argue that they reject the premise of specified complex information. And there's even a book about this. And it's actually the responses to the critics of Signature in the Cell. That's the last book that I'm going to give. Most of those are by Stephen Meyer. Casey Luskin might be an author in one of them. I'm not sure. I can't remember, but those are the books that I'm referring to. And the one has 1,000. It's like 1,000 pages of just scientific journal entries and articles. And I have more. But that would be the basics. That would be the fundamentals of you reading that and then coming back and having an objection where I could be like, wow, that actually, you know what I mean? Like I said, if you had a valid objection, I would tell you, Cedric. I would say, damn, I never thought about that before. Let me write that down. But as I've seen, it's just God of the gaps, mutations. We have a naturalistic theory, but we don't understand how any of it works. And you said that, what was the last thing you said? Abiogenesis is nearly a completed theory, even though it's not. And it's not even close. I yield.
All right, Sabio, go ahead.
So first thing I wanted to say was when you named those books, how do you think I knew about those books? Is because I've been exposed to Stephen Meyer and his nonsense. So he is a creationist.
I was talking to Cedric.
I understand. But the way I knew who Stephen Myers was because I've been exposed to him and his nonsense. He is a creationist that writes and makes some irrational claims like you're making. So if you want to read it with take everything he writes with a grain of salt. Don't take any, because it's all speculation. Well, everything he writes is speculation. I've seen him on YouTube in debates with people getting demolished.
He's a scientific philosopher. And
he's a pseudo.
Yeah, but you're trying to categorize.
He's a preacher. He's a preacher, Pete. He's a preacher, Peter, that believes in the Bible. Everything that he says is fallacious and wrong. He believes you had a day without a sun.
Yeah, but what's the debate that he lost? I want to look that up. Which one is that one?
Go check him out. Battling Matt Dillahunty. Stephen Meyer versus Matt Dillahunty. You might be able to check that one out. He got crushed. It was so funny.
It's ridiculous that you're gonna refer me to these characters that have been debunked, been discredited. We know their information. We know how their
literature came out last year.
And you like, he can rewrite these books over and over. His premise, where he's coming from, is completely flawed. And again, you are taking his opinion, what he thinks, what he looks at the research and says, well, science says this, but I think this. It's post hoc rationalization. We can come up with any explanation. Does he have any actual science? Where is he published, in which journal? So I can read the data.
I don't remember the name of the journals. He's been published in scientific journals. I don't remember the names of them. Okay, but like what I'm saying though is, Cedric, it's not. It doesn't look good. You're arguing against it, but you've never read the literature. It's almost like I mean I know for a fact you've never read the books.
To read. There is no literature to read. It's his opinion, his hypothesis, his theories. There is no facts there. There is no science. He does not make a prediction and has a test to prove God. What they all do is take the actual work from scientists, disagree with the scientific conclusion, and come up with their own make-believe story, using a lot of pretty words which would fool someone like you, obviously, but it doesn't work in the real world.
But you've never read the literature, so how would you know? See, this is my issue. Like if I tell you read 70 Years Accomplished, read our doctrine, and then come back.
Why would I read your made-up story? Like there is a level of discernment.
Why would you have an opinion then on the story?
That's ignorance. That's ignorance, right?
Did you read the 27th edition of Superman? Volume 1.
Why
Would
do
you
I need
read
to
it?
read that?
Okay. Superman's real. If you didn't read that article, if you didn't read that episode, you wouldn't understand that Superman is real, Thunder. That's my claim.
I mean, I hear you.
That's my claim.
I hear you.
Okay, good. So continue making that irrelevant point. like I need to read his opinion to be convinced of his opinion when
You
I
need
apply
to read his reasoning,
methodological
Cedric.
naturalism.
Cedric,
Right.
you need
How-
to
how
read
does
his
it work?
logic and reasoning. You need to understand the reasoning
He
behind
doesn't
the
apply
theory. Because if you
logic
don't understand the
and
reasoning,
reasoning. He doesn't apply logic and reasoning.
he doesn't
Right,
have
he
logic and
apply-
reason, but you refuse to read it. Come on
Yeah.
now. Silly. You guys are being silly.
No, you wouldn't know because you ain't read it.
Source up. Y'all tell me source up all the time. I got 175 sources on my article ready to go. Where are these
No,
sources?
when you
Where's the
debunk
source?
Superman is real, when you can debunk Superman is real, Thunder, I'm gonna read it. I said you didn't read the 27th edition, so you don't know that Superman is real. It says it right there. You didn't read it. You can't argue with me, Thunder. Superman is real. End
Yo,
of
is there
discussion.
Ninja Turtles in the source?
Yeah.
But
If
listen,
you didn't read the book, you can't argue with me. They're down there. They drank
They're
that
down
purple
there.
stuff and mutated.
And mutated. You can't argue with me.
Hey, Monica
Don't argue
Lamb
with
is
me.
running. She's running behind, so we're gonna continue.
but
Stan, let me ask you this.
Thunder,
Stan,
real
let me ask you
quick.
this. Yeah,
Real
go
quick,
ahead.
Real Thunder, they're basing their opinions on intelligent design theory, most likely off of Wikipedia, right? And Wikipedia is just a bunch of guys, like the editors, they're just a bunch of like 50 guys living in their mom's basement, you know what I mean, with Cheetos all over their face. And these guys are the ones that won't allow the arbitration to fall through. Like they won't allow actual discussions about intelligent design. Wikipedia is completely biased. It's just like a liberal bias. And I've even tried to post I've even tried to edit the Rastafarian page on Wikipedia, and they wouldn't allow me because it's considered a featured article. And if I add content, it would remove that status of it being a featured article. So they're not even interested in real information on Wikipedia. Like you can't trust Wikipedia as a source for
we don't.
intelligent design.
No one here uses Wikipedia as a source. We know how to go to the bottom and get the sources off of Wikipedia.
But
Only a
if
person
you
like
can't
you.
get past Wiki, though.
Hold up. Only a person like you who thinks he's teaching somebody something would make a claim like that.
No,
You're
Black
up here,
Lions Supreme.
hold up, bro. You're up here grandstanding, using circular arguments about something that you can't prove, but you want us to take your claim that Haile Selassie is that, and this nigga Primus St. Croix is Jesus. And Primus St. Croix came up here and told you he wasn't. Would you stop fronting? It's getting pathetic at this point, bro. You sitting up here preaching, you're talking to people who are 20 times ahead of you. We understand that you adopted a religion. You didn't like the original religion, so you made your own religion with this dude, Primus St. Croix, and you running with it. Cool. Stop trying to push it on other people, bruh. We don't believe you.
Black Lion Supreme said, "Where is intelligent design taught in any of the classrooms?" But if you go to if you understand why it's not taught in the classrooms, it has to do with this controversial court case in Dover. And
it's not taught in the classroom because it's bullshit.
It's against the Constitution. The Constitution separates churches. The Constitution separates church and state. So that right there disallows for that type of thought to be taught in the classroom, sir.
It's actually about scientific theory, though, so I don't understand what church and state has to do with anything. But go ahead.
America is not a Christian nation.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you finish, Sabio. We got Google Scholar just joined. So Sabio, you finish up, and then Google Scholar, you next. Go ahead, Sabio.
All I was saying is that you see what he just said about this whole court case. And intelligent design not being taught in classrooms. But see, they was trying to get it taught in classrooms, and I posted a video about a couple weeks ago about the founding myth that America is a Christian nation. That's the myth. America is not a Christian nation. We have to stop letting people come up here and push that idea on us because it's false. America is not a Christian nation, never was.
I'm not arguing that it's a Christian nation. I'm arguing that intelligent design theory is a valid scientific theory.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
But you haven't
No, it
read the
isn't.
literature. Sadio, you haven't read the literature. So how can you say that you have not?
I have.
What's the last,
sir.
what's the last book you read? What's the last intelligent design theory book you read?
It was about 6 years ago, and I can't even remember the name of the title. I think it was Resurrection of God, something like that, by what's his name? He's the Resurrection of God or something like that. I can't remember the author's name. It's a big old thick book, huge book, not even worth the read.
Okay, all right, Resurrection.
Hey, go ahead, Google Scholar. You go ahead, bro.
Okay, peace. How's everybody doing? So, today I'm not here to talk about religion. I want to talk about the science because I hear Peter laying it down. Y'all hearing me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hear Peter laying it down about intelligent design. I gotta say, Peter, I think your argument about intelligent design is a bit intellectually not honest, if I'm being honest, is what I'm trying to say. Because what you're trying to say is that intelligent design is science. And I think you understand that it is not considered science, right? You mentioned the Dover trial, right?
It is not considered science by those who have not read the literature.
No. Let's not go there first. Let's start with the Dover trial, right?
Yes.
You understand that the Dover trial, it was ruled that it is not science by a court who the judge was a Christian and the main witness against intelligent design was a Christian preacher by the name of Miller.
Why you doing that, Google Scholar?
He's the leader. He was the leader of the Human Genome Project. He's an evangelical Christian. He's a preacher, and he was the main witness against intelligent design. So it was discredited there. Since then, Stephen Meyer and the Institute for Creation Research, because that's what they are, creationists.
The Discovery Institute. It's called the Discovery Institute.
The Discovery Institute. They are creationists, but they mask their identity by trying to look scientific. They have published many publications in regards to intelligent design, which has all been debunked by the scientific community. But I didn't hear you mention that once. So that's why I say it's disingenuous. Now, if we want to go to the current literature, you talk about Stephen Meyer. I haven't read all his books, but I've read The Signature in the Cell.
Okay.
That has been thoroughly debunked and classified as pseudoscience by the experts, right?
But
now, you're going to talk about the recent book that...
Cite the source that says it was debunked, because there was even a book written about the refutations. It's called Signature of Controversy. They responded.
All right, let's not do this. Let's not talk about books, right? Unless it's a peer-reviewed book. Let's do this. Let's talk about scientific articles, because I'm ready to source a scientific articles that show that in the intelligent design is pseudoscience. Are you willing to do the same, to cite a reputable scientific article that shows that intelligent design is considered science?
I have a lot of peer-reviewed papers that I can show you. I don't know about that specific topic, but I have to check.
Is it from a reputable source, like one of the reputable journals, not one of the creationist journal or one of the pay-to-publish journals?
Yeah, I'd have to check, but there's a lot of peer-reviewed journals where intelligent design is actually referenced. So yeah, I have that.
All right, you do that, and I'll get you one from. I'm gonna get you from something like Nature or the Lancet or something like that.
That's acceptable too. I'll take Nature. I'll take any of those.
Yeah, but you have to come with something from something reputable, because we all know, and I believe you know too. You may believe it, but I believe you know that it is considered pseudoscience. So
by Wikipedia, it's considered pseudoscience
by the scientific community.
That dude said by Wikipedia.
So
This
there's
dude's
a
joke.
book. There's a book that I want Black Lion Supreme to read. It's called Traipsing into Evolution, Intelligent Design, and the Kitzmiller versus Dover Decision. That actually goes into the court case, which explains why it wasn't a fair trial at all. I mean,
Wow.
the fact that the judge was Christian or whatever Sabio brought up, I mean, that's not even that's not even one of the arguments. Like the arguments are completely different.
Yeah, but why the judge as a Christian and the main witness as a Christian doesn't, who are both scientists, by the way, didn't see it like you're seeing it, who's not a scientist?
Well, again, I'd have to brush up on that book because it's pretty old. I can't remember what year it was published. Let's see what year it was published. It was published in 2006. So I haven't read it in a while, but if I brushed up on it, I could explain this to you. But hang on, I have Primus on the phone. Give me 1 second here. Let me see what he's gonna say.
Okay. I'm not here to challenge you on the religion. So Primus,
You got Jesus on the phone?
Yeah.
He got the Christ on the phone? Uh-oh.
yeah, that's their anger. I'm not challenging you. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but when you spread misinformation about science, we got to draw the line there.
He got Christ on the phone.
So yeah, intelligent design. It's two main proponents of intelligent design. It's like you said, the Discovery Institute and the Institute for Creation Research, and they what they did, because they've been chased out of science with their pseudo nonsense. They went and created their own journals, because one thing about them, they got money. So because they got money, they made their own journals, and they're able to pay a few scientists to publish in them. But these are not reputable journals. So he will have papers that he will show you and tell you it's peer reviewed, but not just because it says peer review. You gotta check the journal where it's coming from.
Right. I don't think they
Okay.
care about checking where the journals come from. I think they just care about if it supports their stance, or they can find a way to support their stance so they can wiggle their ways into a conversation where they can sound intelligent or smart.
And just as a heads up, anytime you got somebody telling you about science and they quote Stephen Meyer or Dwayne Gish,
It's a problem.
it's a problem.
That's why I said what I said when he mentioned Stephen Meyer. I've been exposed to Stephen Meyer for a while now. If you ever went to church and you was around white people in church, you got exposed to Stephen Meyer. That's how I got exposed to him.
No, because the thing is, he has the qualification. It's not like he doesn't have the qualification, but you can use that alone, because nowadays, in today's world, you can find a PhD to support anything you want to do.
Hey,
You
sorry
can
to
find
cut you
one or
off.
two.
Sorry to cut you off real quick, Thunda. I guess Primus is trying to join the show. He's clicking the Zoom link, but he can't. I think you have to let him in.
Yeah, tell him do it one more time. Just say it one more time.
Okay, yeah. So Primus, just try it one more time. If it doesn't work, call me back.
Mr. Morpheus, what up?
Hold on, Sabio. So
Okay.
I'll try to introduce everybody. So we got Morpheus joining. You all give him enough time. Now I'm heads up. Petar, you already know what Morpheus is even worse than Sabio. So just kind of work with him. And good luck, man. Go ahead, Morpheus. Let me see. Is he on mute? Yeah, mute. Yeah, you on mute, Morpheus.
He may be busy because sometimes he's in the studio.
Thunder, what you mean he was just as bad as me?
Yeah, the antagonist,
You
man.
thought I did catch that? You thought I did catch that? Nah, bro. The thing is, we just realists, man. We deal with the real and all that.
All right, so Steven. Yeah, go ahead.
All that other stuff he be on is like, come on, man. You got to talk real. If you can't prove it, don't talk about it.
You got to read the literature, Sabio.
Yeah,
I'm not challenging you on the Jesus part, because Jesus is Savior territory, or the others.
Go ahead, Morpheus.
Morpheus on mute.
So Stephen Meyer he's an advocate of the pseudoscience of intelligent design.
What's the source on that?
Got him.
I'm on Wikipedia.
You're on Wikipedia. That's what I thought.
Right.
Go somewhere else. Googling somewhere else.
Come on now.
Go somewhere else.
I just.
That's
wish
why I
you
don't
guys-
use Wikipedia.
But here's the thing, Sabio. I wish you guys read the literature so you had stronger objections.
I agree.
Oh, I've read some of
that.
his literature.
I've read the
some of his
signature.
literature.
I've read the signature in the cell. I've also read the refutation of it.
Oh, you read
That's why
Signature of Controversy?
I don't remember like
What's the name?
the book.
Signature of Controversy?
No.
No, I haven't read that one. I've read
That's the refutation. Oh, you read a refutation of Signature in the Cells.
yes.
What's that called? I'll read that. What's that?
I don't know the name right now. I could get it to you.
Yeah, get it to me.
Morpheus got his hand up. You got to unmute Morpheus.
I gotta unmute him. Let me see.
No, you gotta unmute.
Yeah, he unmute.
Yeah, just put the book title in the comments under this live, like in YouTube. Go not in the live chat, but just put it if you find that.
In the
book
back.
title,
Yeah,
put
I
it in
have
the
to go to
comments.
my
I'll read the
computer.
book.
Give me like 5 minutes. I have to go to my computer.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
Morpheus, go ahead. I asked you to unmute, bro. So I don't know what else to do. But
Maybe
where's
you got-
Primus St. Croix? Where's Primus? Has he? I'm sitting here looking at the screen. So
Yeah. Primus is just getting dressed, but he said because he just got back.
he getting dressed. All right.
Yeah, but Morpheus says in the chat, he says that the host is not allowing participants to unmute themselves. So I don't know.
Tell them to go out and come back in.
Oh, go out and come back in? I don't know.
Let me see. I'm asking him to unmute. I just asked him to unmute. So I don't know what else to do. Ask to unmute. I'm gonna do it again. Go out and come back in. Yeah, he went out.
Oh,
Okay.
Here's Primus calling. Let me see what he has to say.
Just tell him to hit the link. I'm right here.
So Peter, I'll wait till he get off the phone.
Petar.
So, but Thunder, do you understand
Yo.
what we mean when we be talking about the real and all this esoteric shit has to stop?
Listen, man. Okay, here go Morpheus again. Hold on 1 second. I got you. Hold on. Okay, Morpheus, you're in the. Okay, he's joining. Okay, Morpheus is in the building. Okay. All
Okay.
right, there you go.
All right. Cool. Hey, peace.
Oh, hold
Big
on.
dog,
Let me
what
answer.
up?
Let me answer on Sabio, and then you're gonna go Morpheus. So, Sabio, do I understand? Yes, I understand. But what I want you all to do, just like what he say. I would rather you beat up his sources and beat up his information compared to ad hominems, right? So that's what I was saying. Like, do you have a retort? Do you have anything? And I understand where you at. But anything that has God or anything in it, y'all, it's a no-go for everybody, right? So I get that. And that's why I'm
No,
not
we can
even
talk
mad.
about God,
I don't get mad
but
about
but
it.
if you talked about reality, go ahead. Let's talk about reality. You can't force your
Right.
God into reality like he's trying to do.
I do
That's
agree with
it
that.
right there. That's it.
All right. All right. With no further ado, shout out to Mr. Morpheus. You got it, man.
Yeah, peace to everybody on the panel in the chat. And how you doing? How's everybody? Excuse me.
We good, Morpheus, man. Go ahead.
Listen. As far as let me add this. We're referring to intelligent design. I would like for the brother to answer this question based on the definition of the term we're using. The term we're using, intelligence, right? By definition, intelligence says, and I'm reading here from Merriam-Webster and also reading from Encyclopedia, it says, the definition is the ability to learn or understand or to deal with neutron situations, the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills. So my question to that, based on definition, is where is this entity acquiring it from? Where is it learning it from? Because intelligence means to learn. So where is it learning it from? It can't be the source and be learning it or acquiring it from somewhere else.
Well, that's a great ass question.
I guess the objection would be
Because you're saying, excuse me, you're saying it's the source.
Everybody let Morpheus finish, man.
Right. So if that whatever you want to call it, entity, God, whatever name you want to choose, is the source, but you're using the term intelligent design. I'm just want to get clarity from your understanding. Where is it acquiring it and learning it from? Again, if it's the source, the floor is yours.
Well, the only response I would give is that the mind that we're talking about, the creator, the God entity that we're speaking of, that transcends space, matter, time, and energy, is omniscient. But if he's saying that his definition of intelligence is that it's an acquired knowledge or something along those lines, then I would posit that intelligent design is a misnomer. So that they've named that theory poorly. I mean, if anything, it should be called something else, right?
Right, I would have to agree with you. Because I was just saying, based on if we're using that working definition or we're using that working terminology, I'm saying I agree with you. It would be a misnomer because according to the definition, it means to learn.
Okay, so according to that definition and us all knowing what intelligence actually means, that's why when you asked the question, I seen you ask it in the chat, and I was like, "Oh, I wonder if Morpheus is gonna hit the link." I was about to ask it, but then I was like, "Nope, I'm gonna let Morpheus ask." But since are you willing to change your stance on intelligent design, Peter? Knowing that this entity, this omniscient God that you talked about, you can't prove. It's just something that you can speculate about.
Well, I would say the case and the reasoning behind it is solid, right? You're saying we can't prove it. I'm saying, I have proof of the creator in the flesh, and it's kind of like a disconnect there because you guys reject the premise. You reject the premise that a creator is necessary. So that when I come now and say, hey, here's evidence of God on earth, right? Then it's almost like, well, we haven't even established that God exists yet. But let me ask you this, Samuel. If we did establish that God exists, right? If we did establish that God was needed, was a necessity, okay? Would you accept the evidence of Emperor Haile Selassie and Primus St. Croix? Would you accept that as evidence over, say, a mythological interpretation of the scriptures, which says that Jesus 2,000 years ago performed miracles, danced on water, et cetera, et cetera?
First off, why would it have to be Primus St. Croix and Haile Selassie? Why couldn't it be two people that I choose to put up as the gods?
I'm not saying it can't. I'm just asking a question. Do you think if you accept the premise of a mind behind the universe, if you accept that premise, would this constitute credible evidence scientifically of an intelligent designer or creator in your mind?
No, it would not.
And why is that? That's my question. Why would me showing you a picture of a person not be credible evidence when we have people saying that Jesus existed 2,000 years ago and that he's God, etc.?
Okay, because like I just asked, or like I just said, I can pick any person. I could pick Zeus. I can pick Nkulu Kulu. I could pick Olu Dumare. I could pick any god, and I could say this is the person. I could put an image next to it and say I could put me and say this is the creator of the universe. And all I have to do is create enough literature and get a big enough following, and hey, there it is there. I created me a cult. I have to have evidence of this thing outside of me. I know I exist. Now show me this mind, this God, this entity outside of me that you claim exists. We know we here. I don't
is
know
Jesus
about
coming on?
Can I ask you a question, Peter?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may, let me ask you a question, right? Okay. And this is not I got your moment. I'm just trying to get you to a point where I want to understand your thinking.
Hey, Morbius, don't rush, man. You the one got the floor. This all on you, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, let's do it step by step. All right, A, you believe that a God exists, yes?
Well, again, I'm gonna carefully dance around that because Mr. Ortega said that it's not about belief. So I accept the fact that a mind is required to explain our current reality. A mind that it transcends space, matter, time, and energy. Yes.
Okay, so that would be a yes, right then, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Do you also believe that this mind, God, or whatever you want to call it, want us to know that he exists? Yes?
Yes, I would say yes, because he did reveal himself on earth, and then he sent forth this prophet to explain his identity. So I would say yes.
Okay, so one, you believe that he exists. Two, you believe that he wants us to know he exists. Okay, cool. Next one. So then if you believe those two, do you also believe that if he wanted to, he could make it so there is no doubt whatsoever that he exists? He could do that, right?
Yes, I agree.
But he chooses not to, correct?
Well, he chose to do it a certain way, you know, and there, we could
No,
speculate.
you didn't hear the question. I said, if he wanted to, he could reveal himself in such a way that there is no doubt, and I'm emphasizing no doubt whatsoever. He can reveal himself, make himself known to the point that there is no doubt whatsoever that he exists. He could do that, right?
Perhaps.
Oh, so you're saying that perhaps he can't?
Well, presumably, I mean, you know, let's say whatever would constitute as an undeniable experience for you might not constitute an undeniable experience for someone else. Maybe there's someone that sees what you see and is like, well, I don't, you know, that
But Peter, I just say, but Peter, I'm not saying for some and for some not. No, I'm saying for everyone. Listen to my question. I'm saying if he wanted to, he could reveal himself in such a way to every single human being that lives. He could reveal himself in such a way that there would be no doubt. And I'm emphasizing there is no doubt whatsoever that he exists. He could do that, right?
Presumably, yes, he could do that, yes.
No. So if presumably that means there's the possibility that he can't.
No, I'm saying that is a logical line of reasoning that you have, that he could absolutely snap his fingers and make everyone an undoubting believer. Yes, he has the ability to do this. Absolutely.
I had a phone call. I'm sorry. So listen.
Hey, let me say this. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Good evening. This is Brother Garfield. I'm rudely interrupting the show. Petar, did you just say that at the snap of a finger, all the people could believe? Maybe I just came in. Did I hear that right?
Yeah, his question is, does God have the ability to do that?
Oh, go ahead, Morpheus. Let me mute my mic, man. Pardon me.
No, I was just about to go because he did say that. I was just about to. Okay, so I'm walking it slow now. It's a slow burn. So we got A, you believe he exists. B, you believe he wants us to know he exists. C, you also believe that if he wanted to, you said presumably he could snap his finger and he could, without a doubt, reveal himself to everyone so that they know he exists. So you believe he could do that too, right?
Yes.
Okay, but he chooses not to.
Correct.
So he chooses to play this hide and seek, right? This little hide and seek game, right? Okay.
Well, I wouldn't say hide and seek. I would say he's doing it in a manner that is natural. You know.
So otherwise, so we have to find him, as the scriptures say. We have to seek him out.
Correct. You have to. It's character building.
But that's why I said it's hide and seek, because I have to seek him out. I have to search for him. I have to find him. But we go back to 3. He could, as you said, presumably, he could reveal himself in a way that there is no doubt. But he chooses not to do this. He chooses to play this hide and seek game of seek me out, find me, look for me. I'm a mystery. So this is the step that he takes, correct?
Well, it's character building, but yeah, you could say he's going about it in a way that is not instantaneous for everyone on Earth to recognize immediately. He definitely did it in a poetic way, right? He revealed himself at his coronation, 1930, and then set forth his prophet 70 years later to explain it to the people. So there's definitely poetry involved. Yes, I would say yes.
I'm sorry, say that again. You said for 70 years later, he did what? Say that again about the 70 years later. I want to make sure I hear you right.
So Haile Selassie was crowned as Emperor of Ethiopia in 1930. And then 70 years later, Primus St. Croix came and proclaimed to the world that Haile Selassie is the God and Father of Christ. So this dichotomy, this situation was, it's according to the Bible, right? But God chose to follow the prophecy of the scriptures in this manner in order to reveal himself. He didn't just snap his fingers and make everyone an instant believer by showing lights in the sky or whatever would make you guys undoubted believers, right?
Okay, so you're convinced of that, correct?
I mean, convinced. I mean, I would say that we have to remain agnostic in this church. We have to remain agnostic, and we have to verify what we believe makes logical and coherent sense. And we're questioning ourselves constantly, right? But a lot of the refutations that we get are not the objections that we get. We can refute them, which is why I wrote the article that I was supposed to present, right?
Okay. So as human beings,
Yeah,
living on planet Earth in reality, how do we determine if a claim is true or not? Let's just go there for a second. How do we determine if because that's a claim. In all these books, Bibles, scriptures, whatever, they make claim. They're not the evidence, they're the claims. So I'm asking, how do we determine if a claim is true or not?
well, I mean, I would say Haile Selassie instructed
No,
us.
forget Haile Selassie. I'm just in general, any
Yeah.
claim. How do we determine if a claim is true?
Well, I mean, there's different ways, right? There's different methodologies we can use. I mean, even common sense. I would allow common sense to be an adequate answer to that question. You know, scientific methodologies. I would argue along these lines. Something along these lines would be: is it true? Is it verifiable? Are there sources? Are there reliable sources? Are there is there corroborating evidence? Right. This is a big point. This is a big part of our doctrine. Is cross-referencing, right? If one book says Haile Selassie was an evil dictator who ate children's brains, right? Do we go off that one book, or do we try to corroborate the information with the historical record, right? I would say corroborating evidence, science, and common sense. Okay, I give you those are the three I'd give you off the top of my head.
Okay, all right. So you said according to a book, right? Watch this now.
Well, a source. It doesn't have to be a book.
Let's say a book. Well, Bible is a book, right? Okay. So we have a book. The information that gets in that book, right?
But the Bible's not a history book, though. That's a bad example because the Bible's not a history book.
I didn't mention anything about history.
Okay.
I'm just saying because you said about a book. So I'm zeroing in on a book, any book, whatever book it is, right? So where we have a book, information that gets into that book comes from a person, an author, a writer, correct? You agree, right?
A human, yes.
It comes from a human being. Okay, cool. So the information that eventually makes its way into becoming into a book. In other words, let's say today I write a book. Let's say I write a book today, and the book that I'm writing, I'm going to say in my book that the universe was created by Hummabugger Suggabugger, right? That's in my book,
Okay.
right? Now, it's in a book. We got it published. We put it out. So with the information I just put in that book, does that make it true because it's in a book? No, right?
True.
Right. So I'm asking, how do we determine if that claim is true? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
Well,
So
I would
because-
say by reasoning, right? We can reason. We have the ability to reason and think about these things. God has given us the ability to think. Does it make sense? You know what I mean?
Peter, if I say Now, I'm gonna make a claim. I'm in the gym right now. Peter, I can bench press 600 pounds. That's my claim, right?
Okay.
So I put the claim forward. How do you determine if what I said is true or not? Evidence, right?
Yeah, physically seeing you do that.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So then I have to present evidence of my claim, right?
Right.
Okay, so let's use that same methodology. I'm asking this information that you're referring to in the book or whatever it may be, what is the evidence to support the claim? That's what I'm asking. What is the evidence?
To support which claim?
Whatever claim, whatever claim.
What is the evidence to support the claim of the prophecy of the scriptures?
What claim? I'm saying, if you're claiming what you're claiming about your church or the Holy Slot, those are claims that you're saying. I'm asking about where's the evidence to support the claims. I'm not being difficult. I'm going straight to it. Like, what is the evidence?
I mean, there's video evidence. We see video. There's video footage of Haile Selassie being crowned Emperor of Ethiopia with the titles King of Kings and Lord of Lords. That's on video. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to show you.
That's not evidence.
What is it then? If I have a video of you benching 600 pounds, that's evidence.
Listen, bro. Listen. The Queen of Elizabeth has a crown on her head. A crown was placed on her head, right? Right? So you're telling me a ritual of putting a crown on someone's head is the evidence that they're God or the son of God? What? Huh? Is that what you're telling me?
Morpheus.
That's exactly what I'm
That's
telling
exactly what he's telling you.
That's exactly what I'm telling
I was finna answer it for you, but yep, that's exactly what he's telling you.
Oh,
Yep.
So okay, now I'm following you. Okay, now I'm following.
I've been knew what it was. That's why I've been telling people he's pushing white supremacy.
How is that white supremacy?
No.
Sergio,
Okay,
come
so
on, man. Don't ruin the show, bro. Ain't no right.
I'm just curious.
He pushing black stuff, man. Come on, bro.
no, I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand.
I understand what y'all saying, but I'll explain it to y'all because everything.
Excuse me if I'm a little late, right? That's what I'm trying to get to understanding. So there was a ceremony and a ritual that took place in what year was that, Peter?
1930, November the 2nd, 1930.
Okay. So that ceremony of him being crowned, and who crowned him?
So this was the procession was initiated by the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church, but also in the scriptures, if you look at I believe it's Ezekiel 28 verse 30 something, 33 verse 28. Can't remember the exact verse, but it says, "Thus I will magnify myself and sanctify myself." So God will crown himself. It says that in the Bible.
Peter, so Ezekiel was first, right? So we have that information in the book of Ezekiel that was thousands of years before he existed, Haile Selassie, correct?
Right, and it says, "Thus I will magnify myself and sanctify myself, and I will be known in the eyes of many nations, and they shall know that I am the Lord." So we can even go with the interpretation that Haile Selassie crowned himself if we want to.
No, but Peter, what I'm trying to say, if we have a book, right, or we have a text or a writing, right, that comes way before the person, right, way before the person.
Right.
And the book said that this person is going to do A, B, C, D, E, whatever it may be, right?
Yes.
Isn't it easy for someone to follow a blueprint that was already written? It was already written.
You would think that it would be easy, but how is it only that one person all of history was able to do it?
Listen, I have a blueprint, Peter. I have a blueprint. That's like book 2 and book 1. It's easy for book 2 to write when you have book 1 as a source, right? So watch this now. So
No one understood the book in that manner. No one understood the book to read the blueprints to be like, if I'm crowned with these titles, then I'm God on earth. No one even understood that's what the book was saying.
So someone, you saying, interpreted a writing from 1,000 years ago, and they got the interpretation right. correct?
God was omniscient, knew what the book said, fulfilled the prophecies in modern day Ethiopia, and now we are saying that he is God. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right, Peter. All right. Sabio. I
So
gotta back out this one for right now because I
okay.
can't.
So
Okay.
so that was a nice job of slaughtering him. So let me explain to y'all
That's
why
not
I
a
say
slaughter.
this.
That's what it is.
So let me explain to y'all why I say it's white supremacy, because one of the things that he said that stood out was the man when the God is somebody who is wearing a crown. And this is what Roman and ancient Greek ideology. So whoever wears the crown is God, emperor, king. This is what he's pushing. He's just switching it up and trying to make it seem like he's pushing a blackface, but this is white supremacy dressed up in blackface. We gotta stop and pay attention. We are historians and researchers and scholars. We are not just believers in this. We attack this from all angles. So if you understand that, Brother La said it exactly in the chat, and when he said it, this is exactly what went through my mind when he made that statement about the king wearing the crown, the God wearing the crown. This is white supremacy at its finest.
So Rastafarianism is white supremacy now? Make it
Yes,
make sense.
because the Bible. Yeah, I'm telling you again, because the Bible is white supremacy. It was written to give certain people a standard of life that put them above everyone else on the planet, from the Arabs to the Jews to anyone else who follow under their banner. So if you're a Christian and you push that idea, no matter what you switch it up as, Rastafarianism, Hebrew Israelism, Moorish science, 5% Nate, it's all white supremacy dressed up in blackface.
So you saying that the Bible was made by white? What are you?
And what is he
How
saying?
is the Bible? How is the Bible?
This is, you
tying
see,
the Bible to white people?
How is the Bible inherently white supremacist?
So listen.
Go ahead.
There was Garfield showed it a couple weeks ago. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but there's an idea coming out of the Levant and the Middle East. Listen.
You don't cut that shit out.
Lion, if you shut up and mute yourself. So let me talk.
Let him finish.
So coming out of the Arab Empire in the 2nd century, they pushed the idea that Africans were less than humans. In the 7th century, it was pushed further by the Arabs. And this idea continues to spread throughout that region. I have documents on this. I put it together, a presentation on racism and antiquity.
You know I'll smack the shit out of you, boy.
All right, what they got to do with white people?
So what this has to do with white people is during the transatlantic and the trans-Saharan slave trade.
Fabio, hold on a second. Zion W, who's that? Is that St. Croix, Mr. St. Croix? Is that Primus?
No, that's Zion Warchild.
That's Zion
Warchild.
So what's the problem, Zion? What's popping?
He's a Rasta,
like
so he don't like hear that. Wait, I think he converted to Hebrew now.
So Zion W, you've been on my show before, bro. We got to be respectable when we're on the panel, man. We just got to agree to disagree and be men. If you're not able to hear stuff that you don't like, I mean, most of y'all on the panel don't even like Petar. Well, y'all deal with Petar.
No, because
Ain't
that's
nobody
false.
cussing him
Okay,
out.
so the whole idea of a God King actually started in Kush. The Cushitic
So
people.
why are you
The
talking like
Cushitic
Why
this?
he
people.
talking?
Hold
Why
on,
he
hold on,
over
hold on, hold
talking?
on. Why are you talking
Okay,
like
yeah.
this? Though?
So wait. No,
Hold on, Cedric,
hold on.
Cedric, hold on. Everybody stop.
Hold on.
Zion. So what is your problem though? You sound like you mad.
No. It's not that. It's the absolute absurdity of what and I rock
So
with
why
Asabi.
you sound so emotional though, yo? What's popping, bro? We brothers, right? So what is the anger for though? I don't get it. I'm trying to figure out why you so mad though.
Yeah, like
I don't get it though. We all here building, yo. We not gonna ain't nobody here agree. I don't agree with none of y'all. The point of the matter is the issue is, I mean, I should say I don't agree with everything everybody on the panel believes or says. But at the end of the day, though, we are brothers, right? We're supposed to be humans addressing other human beings in a respectable manner. What is the problem, though? If it's absurd, I don't think Petar is talking, but as bizarre it might sound to some, he ain't being disrespectful to nobody.
Not to nobody.
So what is it that listen, hold on, family. I've been listening to Hebrew Israelites since 2012. They're the reason why I came on Facebook to deal with them. And I've been dealing with them for 10 years. So absurdity is no big deal at this point. So Zion W, if you can't communicate in a manner that's respectable, bro, I don't think this panel is for you, bro. Sometimes we just gotta give it a pass. I'm not trying to kick you out of nothing. Matter of fact, I'm not even the host. That's Thunder job. But I'm just saying, if you can't communicate on a respectable level, this panel today is not for you, bro. It's not that type of party today. All right. So if you got something to say, go ahead and say it. But we gotta talk like we come on, man. Like we got some sense here.
No, Sabio was talking about white supremacy. Go ahead, Sabio.
So for me to finish up, to bring it home before I was rudely interrupted, around the 13th, 14th, 15th centuries, there was some changes in the empires where all these religions was taking place. And what happened was some new people coming from a different part of the world had got cut out of trade. They had controlled these trade routes. And now the trade routes were being controlled by a new group of people. And they had to find their ways into this trade. So what they did was they picked up some ideas from an empire where they was already privy to with slavery, because they had been doing what? Exchanging and living amongst these people before this empire fell. And they adopted these ideas and they brought them over to America during the transatlantic slave trade. And the ideas that was formulated in antiquity towards African people from the continent of Africa, from the Bilad el Sudan, or Ethiopia, as the Greeks would call it. And we have already had the discussion that those would be what you would call racial signifiers or racial determinants. Then these ideas continue and expanded, and that's why white supremacy is formulated with the Bible, because the Hermetic hypothesis starts it out and it continues on throughout. So this is the reason why, as Garfield continues to say, and I picked this up from listening and following and studying and doing research into empires that people don't want to research and because they think it's stupid.
Can I ask a question, please?
Join me.
Can I make an objection, please?
No, hold on 1 second.
Respectfully?
No, Stu Peas was first, Zion, and then you're gonna be next after Stu Peas.
Cool.
Okay. Finish your bill. My apologies, David. I didn't mean to cut you. Finish your bill.
So when I was asking people to help me research this, these arguments could be, my arguments could be tighter, our arguments could be tighter, and our information could be tighter, and we could be further along, so we wouldn't be having these clashes because the information don't align. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay. All right. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I had to step away. I had a meeting, but I'm back. Petar, you have been nothing but a gentleman. Respect. But I just need to sidetrack. I need to say something. The Portuguese were slaving long before they went to Africa. The Portuguese were always slavers. Like how the Jews are money lenders, the Portuguese are slavers. So them not having them not can go in because of the Ottomans. Didn't cause the transatlantic slave trade. They would have been slavers ever since, with or without that. But that's a different argument. So have we come to the conclusion that Primus and Croix is Jesus? Are we all in agreement? That's what I need to do. Peter, have you managed to convince them?
Stupid and trouble.
Okay, go ahead, Zion.
These non-believing heretics, all of them heretics, from Thunder go down, all heretics. Just burn at the stake.
I'm a heretic. I'm a proud heretic.
Zion, go ahead, man.
All right. So what I wanted to make an objection on was he brought up the Hermetic hypothesis.
Before you go, yeah, we hear you. Before you go, everybody, y'all relax. Let this man do his thing. Just be respectful, bro, and nobody gonna cut you out. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So one of the things I wanted to, when I said make an objection, first and foremost, and I apologize because my sound was messed up on the Zoom, and so I was only hearing what was coming off of the YouTube, which was on a lag. Okay.
So, brother, please continue. Go ahead.
All right. So the Hermetic hypothesis started in the 17th century by certain scholars, one of them being Gabriel Seligman. So you can't place the Hermetic hypothesis on the entire Bible. That would be absurd in itself, because the Hermetic hypothesis came later on, closer to the 18th century, 1700s. Gabriel Seligman, look him up. That's absurd to even try to say that the Bible is based upon that's absurd. The Hermetic hypothesis was based upon biblical text. Hold on, I have to speak, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
All right.
Now, so the Hermetic hypothesis came even later.
Hold on, Zion. What's up?
I thought you was gonna let me ride. Because I had 2 points that I wanted to make.
Give me 10 seconds. Now, Garfield, is this something you familiar with? This what he just said?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Go ahead, Zion. That's it. Go ahead.
All right. So the main thing I wanted to object about was his claim that the crown and the king, all of that imagery somehow is totally tied to Eurocentrism and white supremacy. That's absurd. The God-king ideology began before there was white people on the planet. Okay, so I'm not attacking Petar because I probably actually agree with Petar on a lot of this subject. Well, if you go back to the ancient Kush, the first god kings came from ancient Kush, even prior to the first dynastic periods of Egypt. Pharaohs were considered god kings because this was a tradition that actually came from the Nile Valley. This is not Eurocentrism. There was no white supremacy when the first god kings ruled on this planet. That's an absurdity and a fallacy of equivocation argument. Okay? So that's what I want to keep it right there. Savio, you don't have to come up your mic yet. I apologize for cutting you off. I was hearing things on lag time. But the reality is if you go back to ancient Kush and then even back to the first dynastic eras of Kemet, you'll see that the pharaoh was deified. And then you had priest kings of the Semitic cultures, which is still a part of the Nile Valley traditions. This all has to do with biogeography and transmigration, the migration of culture that passed from the Nile Valley into the Sinai Peninsula and into the Middle East, prior to anything called white supremacy or even the Hermetic hypothesis. It's an absurdity and it's a falsehood. And I lay my plane.
All right. Cool. Can I respond?
You please give me like a 2-minute response, and then we're gonna move on to.
I might not even be that long.
Hold on a second. Gotcha. Hold on. Let me see who's gonna be next.
Hey, Sabio, you ain't got to respond to that, bro.
All right,
It's
all right,
no
cool.
big deal. It's no big deal.
DQ Hampton. You the one next after Sabio. If Sabio don't
Hey,
want
DQ, I just want to know if you smoking, bro. That's all I care about. I don't care about nothing you got to say. That's my dude right there.
DQ Hampton, go ahead, bro.
DQ ain't got to say a word. He already won the conversation, man.
Hey, I'm just sitting back listening. I ain't got nothing to say,
Ain't got
baby.
nothing to
Whenever
say but smoking.
Thunder the host, I sit back and listen, baby.
All right. Shout out to you, bro. And now we got Google Scholar. He's next, and then after Google Scholar, we're gonna get Issa.
Yeah, no, I'm just waiting on Jesus like my mom on them. And
all right. Next is Issa. Issa the Black Telic. Go ahead.
Thunder. Excuse me, Thunder.
Yeah, go ahead.
Stoopy posed a question, but I think we didn't get an answer to Stoopy's question.
Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
No, not me. I think Petar needs to answer that question.
What's the question? Okay, Stoopy, can you repeat the question? Stoopy. Said, do you know what the question was?
I think if there's evidence, or have he convinced us that Selassie is actually God, like if that mission has been completed.
All right, Petar, can you unmute, Petar? Are you there? Petar, going once. Okay, Issa, go ahead, man.
Yes, brother. What? I came in. I missed everything. I've literally been there 2 minutes and just heard a response from what's his brother name? Where's he gone? I don't know whoever the brother was. Talking about God King. So what was he responding to? What was he responding to?
He was responding to Sabio. Sabio made the assertion that the Bible is white supremacy, and he used Rome crowning whoever as God to Ethiopia crowning King Selassie as God on earth. And so what he did was marry those two, and Zion gave a rebuttal.
Okay.
I think I'm accurate.
Okay, yeah, well, that was a good rebuttal at the end of the day. So his point is that the Bible is a white supremacist book. And that
is Sabio's assertion, yes.
Okay, and then he's also going with the idea. I think the brother who responded when he's trying to say that that the Hermetic theory only came in the 7th century, and I'm assuming he's talking about AD. Is that correct?
You know it.
Go ahead, Zion.
17th century, not the 7th century.
He talking to me.
Hold on.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Zion.
What? Let me finish. Sabio, let me finish.
I thought he was being respectful here.
Go ahead,
He was talking to me though, because I was mentioning the 7th century.
Bro, let me finish, man.
Why are you cutting me off? Why are you cutting me off? They told me I could speak, right?
Yeah, go ahead, Zion.
I just asked.
Did they say I could speak, bro?
No, that number. That's
Zion,
why is this brother getting tight?
No, I'm saying I just wanted
to Thunder, do me a favor. Take this guy out of here.
So Gabriel Seligman.
Get him out of here, man.
Gabriel Seligman.
Get him out of here.
Give him one more chance. Give him one more chance, man. He good. Give him one more chance. Go ahead, Zion.
No behavior, bro.
I know. Go ahead, Zion. Go ahead.
He just got finished cutting me off when y'all told me to speak.
I agree. That's why we rolling with you. So you were making the.
I just want to make sure I was here. I just want to make sure I was stepping on nobody's toes. All right. So once again, 17, around 1750, 1760 was when Gabriel Seligman and some specific Jewish scholars that were anti-Black, even anti-Ethiopian. Here's the interesting thing. They didn't particularly, what they did was they wanted to try to contain the civilizations that were in all of North Africa and paint them as Black Caucasians. This is what the Hermetic hypothesis is all about. So what they did was everything north of the Sahara Desert, they made those Black Hamites, considered them Caucasians, and anything below the Sahara, everything sub-Saharan was just Negro. Okay, so those Negroes were considered not human. They were not considered part of the Bible. So even the Black people who were in the Bible, according to the Hermetic hypothesis, were not considered Negro. This is what the Hermetic hypothesis was about. But this was in the 18th century. This is not when the Bible was written. So that's what I was making the objection to Savio about, was that he was saying that the Bible is based upon the Hermetic hypothesis. No, the Hermetic hypothesis was based upon biblical lore over 1,000 years, 1,000 some odd years after it was written.
Hold on, wait.
So,
Let me ask you this.
That's a fallacy argument.
Okay,
That's a fallacy argument.
So if I can pull up a source showing that you're wrong, would you accept the source?
Sabio, I was the one talking, Sabio.
Yeah, man.
Right. Okay, so Brother Zion, yeah, you agree that the Bible is at least 2,000 years old, correct?
At least 2,000 years old? Okay.
Yes. Okay, so when it says about Ham being a hewer of wood and a carrier of water to Japheth and Shem, would you agree that that could be interpreted as being that the Hamitic people are to be in slavery to Shem and Japheth?
No, not at all. All right, so oftentimes when you read the scriptures, you'll find that the righteous people that God chose were servants to the weaker, to the lesser, according to the scriptures. If you go back to Genesis chapter 10, you'll see that Ham is not considered a Gentile. He's actually considered one with Shem. And then you can go even further into all of the marriages of the patriarchs of the Bible and find that all of them married Hamite women.
Just address the verse I quoted, please. Just the verse. I quoted that verse. If you can address that, please, brother.
What was it? Read it again.
The one that says where
you
Ham.
didn't quote it. You paraphrased about him carrying wood.
Okay.
I just said that. I just told you that the ones that God chose were considered servants to the other, to people who were lesser than God, to God. For instance, the Israelites would be, what the Bible spoke about Esau and Jacob, but the Bible said that one would be a servant unto the other. But him being a servant was not necessarily about slavery. It was about him being an authoritarian. A king is a servant to his people.
Okay.
The king has to serve his people, and when you're given righteous authority over a people, you are in service to them in order for them to.
I get you, my brother.
This is not about slavery. This is not the same thing. It's a different type of service.
I hear what you're saying, but you probably missed my question. I was saying, as in, is this the verse that they extracted it from? Now, in agreement.
I couldn't call it. Yeah, I can't call it on
okay,
that.
Cool. What I'm saying is, in agreement with what you say, we do agree that the king is supposed to serve the people. But what that means is they're administering laws, the resources, all this other stuff. That's how they're serving. But they are in command of the people. Do you get what I'm saying? So their authority, as you said, the God-king situation is implemented even amongst the Hebrews. So the authority of Abraham, the authority of David, the authority of Solomon is exactly the same in principle of the Pharaoh's power amongst the people. Because God spoke to them and they speak to the people and the people obey them like God spoke to them. It's as simple as that. But when you keep saying about the Hamites chosen
all right,
people,
Zion, this is gonna be your last one, and then Issa, it's gonna be your last one. Then Google Scholar got his hand raised, so you do your thing now, and then Issa, and then Zion, if you want to respond, cool, and then Google Scholar.
Yo, how do I share?
So what I was gonna say, Zion, is
there's a share button down there, Sabio.
Hey, Thunder, let Primus in. Primus is right there. Let him in.
What's his name?
Primus and Croix.
Jesus is finally here.
I let somebody at the end that had
what's happening there, man?
Something about a Samsung I don't
Ladies
see
and
him.
gentlemen,
You don't
Jesus
see
Christ
nobody there.
himself
Let him in. Whoever is there,
in the
just let him in.
No, nobody there. Tell him to try again.
Why is my screen changed? What the hell happened?
No, that's Sabio.
Jesus
But
figured us out.
go ahead, Issa. Go
Jesus,
ahead. Go.
Yeah.
No, hold on,
Jesus
Scholar. Hold
coming
on,
in the
Google.
building.
Hold on, Google.
Zion.
Go ahead, Issa. Go ahead, Issa.
Okay, Zion. When you were talking about they're the chosen people, the Hamites are the chosen, that's why, God will make them seem subservient, etc. That is not the interpretation that later comes along, because you have the Hamite, what's his name, Nimrod, and in the Bible he's seen as an enemy of God, right? God comes down and confuses their languages, etc., and they all disappear, etc. It's very clear that the biblical narrative that the chosen people are who? The Shemites. And specifically from the Shemites, obviously the lineage of Abraham. So I'm not quite sure where you're going with that that narrative that the Hamites being hewers of wood, and carriers of water is supposed to mean some sort of a chosen status. But thank you anyway.
Zion, if you want to respond, cool. If not, Google Scholar next.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah. So the interesting thing is that I agree with you when it comes to Nimrod. However, Nimrod was considered, biblically speaking, whether you deal with the historicity of that or not, Nimrod was basically considered the first king on the planet. And so if anyone, even being a chosen people, if you go back to the history of Kemet, the Kemetics, the pharaohs would marry Hamitic Ethiopian women, specifically Cushitic women, because of the pedigree. Doesn't matter whether he was a good guy or not. It matters that if you're going to be a ruler on the planet, you have to be a part of the original bloodline of rulers. Okay, so this is why Moses married Zipporah. This is why Abraham married Keturah. Hold on, I'm almost done. I promise. I'm almost done. Yeah. Moses married Zipporah, according to the scripture, Ethiopian woman. Abraham married Keturah, Ethiopian woman. You can juxtapose her children by Genesis chapter 10. And then Bathsheba and Solomon and Sheba, etc., etc. I can go on for days. Why am I getting cut off?
I don't know why
Ethiopia
Stupid
is
doing
not
that, man.
Ethiopia.
Am I too long? Am I speaking too long?
No, you're not, man. Go ahead, Google Scholar.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna be like 30 to 45 seconds. I'm only gonna comment in terms of the conversation earlier was talking about the Hermetic hypothesis that it started in the 17th century or 18th century. I don't know if the phrase was coined at that time. If that's what you're saying, then I can refute that right now. But
yes,
the ideas of the Hermetic hypothesis is way, way before that. There are elements of it in the Talmud, and if you don't want to take that, there's definitely the Hermetic hypothesis in the Islamic writings. It's spelled out in there. So the idea that it's only a 18th century invention, that's not true.
Oops. But this is what I was trying to get people to understand. I'm not talking about what the Hermetic hypothesis. I don't care when the term was coined. I'm talking about the ideas that was used to put our people in this situation, using the biblical narrative and this idea that our people are not human, as this man distinctly said out his mouth. We have to pay attention when people come up here yelling and screaming at us, because they will show themselves to us.
All right, Primus.
Stupid. Primus is on.
Okay, go ahead, Stupid. Go ahead, and then Primus and Croix. Go ahead.
Sunday, I want to ask you, which Ethiopian women were the pharaohs marrying?
The pharaohs?
Yeah, he said the pharaohs were marrying.
You can look up Akhenaten's story. You can look up a couple of the different pharaohs back in the day, going back even to the second dynastic era. They particularly
Ethiopian woman, man. Stop it, man.
No, they were.
Let him answer your question, man.
They were married.
Go ahead. Yeah, they were. But go ahead.
Ethiopian?
Yeah, they married the Cushite women. That's a fact.
Yeah, but okay. Oh, so
I want to hear Jesus.
All Sahara, you're using Ethiopian like how the Greeks use it. They were marrying burnt-faced women. That's what you're
No
saying.
matter the area.
Got him.
Objection, relevance.
It's the area,
Burnt-faced
brother.
women.
Which area? Where was Ethiopia?
The
They
whole
was married.
land
First of all,
from South Egypt all the way down to the bottom of Sudan was considered what we call Ethiopia, Abyssinia,
Stop the bullshit.
Habash.
That's a lie.
Burnt
That's a lie.
face.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Let,
That's a lie.
let Jesus
That's a lie.
fix it.
That's a lie.
Let
All right,
Jesus
man.
fix it.
Okay,
I'm a
good,
killer.
good, good, good.
Jesus
No,
is coming on now, so we'll talk to Primus and Croix.
yeah. Everybody chill out. Go
Introduce the man
ahead,
to the
Primus.
panel and ask him to introduce himself and let us get started.
Silence yourself, peasants. Silence, peasants. I am here. Here is share. Yeah. I am that I am.
Oh, that's
That's Kyle.
yeah.
It's done, Smoke.
Kyle is a damn fool.
I just want to hear Jesus.
All right.
Kyle, you is a fool.
Everybody mute. I give Primus the floor.
Go ahead,
Well, then we
Sabio.
forward.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Hold on, Thunder. Let me say something real quickly here. We gotta stop using the word Ethiopians. We gotta get out of that mindset. It's a Greek word. The word Kush, it's Kush. The word is recorded in Mentuhotep the second around 2100 BC. He used the word, it's like Kush, K-U-S. That's the first reference to the area called Nubia today that was used by our African brothers. Now, I'm saying the word Ethiopia was added as a transliteration for the word Kush in the Bible, right? Now, we can't confuse modern day Ethiopia with Kush of the biblical text, and I'm not even the biblical text, Kush of history that Africans recorded in their documents. And what happened is it causes confusion if we use it. All right. Primus and Croix is here though. He's the person with the Samsung Galaxy. That's him right here.
Right.
Hold on, why you say that though, Garfield? Why are you saying? Are you saying it's a totally different land? Like
yes, it is. It's actually in my book.
You gotta get the book.
Ethiopia is not Ethiopia. What happened is Isa, is that the Greeks used to use Ethiopia for burnt-faced people. So at one point
it was
they called
Aethiops, not Ethiopia. It was Aethiops.
My bro, you're lucky I'm not the host.
Zion, come on, man.
Garfield, the truth for nothing that Ethiopia never exists now.
That is correct.
Let him speak, man.
So now what I'm saying is that when Ethiopia was used by the Greeks, not by Ethiopians, by the Greeks. You're talking in Homer's writing. You're talking by Herodotus. You're talking by Diodorus Siculus. When you're talking about the usage of, it's very extremely confusing, because what it is, when the Greeks translated the Bible, or the Jews translated it into Greek, that's when they started switching around the term Kush for Ethiopia. Because you're right, Isa, that the description is from the southern parts of Egypt to the bottom part of Sudan at its heights. That's when Meroe was the capital, and you had the 25th kingdom, 25th dynasty and all that stuff. But when you're talking in general terms, as far as biblically, Kush is the area, southern Egypt, northern Sudan. That's pretty much it. All right. But it grew over the years. Now, Ethiopia, you're talking about the Demid Empire, which was pretty small. Then you had Aksum, and then you had Aksum was changed to Ethiopia by the guy in the 4th century, Izana. Izana took on the name when he defeated parts of Kush. He took on the name Ethiopia. All right. So that's how Ethiopia now, in the 8th century, a lot of the English translations started using Ethiopia instead of Kush. So it causes confusion because the Greeks used Ethiopia to say dark-skinned people, all the people in Africa below the Sahara Desert. They use it for all of Africa. So it causes confusion when we say Ethiopia, because some people think there was some Ethiopian kingdom or Kushite kingdom all the way in India, which is not true. It's not true. But you know what though? I'm gonna do a show on it one of these days so we could talk about it as men and just get it out the way. All right. Well, anyway, we got Primus in the building.
I think this is Primus. Yeah, this is Primus over here on. I think his name is Samsung.
Oh, he's using a Samsung phone. All right.
Yeah. Jesus gotta get an iPhone.
Jesus need a phone?
Yeah, well, he lives in St. Lucia, so his connection's not always the greatest. Thunder, is there a way to turn his volume up?
Not on my end, no.
Primus, can you hear us?
No, he doesn't have his audio connected.
Oh, it's connecting his audio?
No, it's not connecting. He got it connected on his end.
Oh.
You know where it says audio, it says choose source, Wi-Fi or cellular. He got to choose one of those, whatever he's using.
Yeah, it was difficult. He had to download Zoom because he didn't have it on his device. So like I had to walk him through that. His one eye is not very good, so it was kind of difficult. If he gets it, we can definitely talk with him.
Oh, can I ask Zion a question until this brother gets his audio connected? Zion, brother, can you hear me? Okay. So what's your position? Is it that the Hermetic people and the Shemitic people are all chosen? Is it your position that the Bible is a divine book? You can elaborate.
Yeah. Okay. So if you go to, when you get into Exodus and Leviticus going into Deuteronomy, you'll see that the children of Jethro dwelt in the tents of Judah. They married amongst the ruling class and the Levites as well. There were Ethiopian amongst the Levites. Okay, there was 3 different groups: the Midianites, the Rechabites, and the Kenites. The Midianites were the bloodline of Ethiopic Cushites. Now, when the brother said Ethiopia, he's using Rasta terminology. It's not Ethiopia, it's Yetiopi. And Yetiopi was, I do agree with him that it came from the Greek. The only problem is that the Greeks were specific about the land area that they called Aethiops, which is the land of the gods. If you ever watch Clash of the Titans, you know that Queen Cassiopeia, which is very interestingly related to Queen Candace.
You're making up stuff now. Stop it, Garfield.
Hold on, man. Don't interrupt.
I'm talking.
Nah.
I thought we were being civil here. I thought we were being civil here.
All right, go on.
You're making up stuff. Thunder. You're making up stuff.
I'm not done. He's cutting me off, and he was incorrect.
I got you. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Hold on one second, Zion. Hold on. Just give me patience. I'm trying to mute him. This is unnecessary, stupides, man. You can come. You can debate. You can voice your grievance, man. After he finished. Come on, man. It's unnecessary. Go ahead, Zion.
All right. So here's the problem, because the brother's splitting hairs. Aethiops basically encompassed most of northern Africa, from Egypt and Libya all the way down to modern day Ethiopia. Here's the interesting thing. The brother said the Kushite Empire starts at the southern Egypt going down to southern Sudan. Well, here's the problem. That's just the central focal point of where the empire came from. But when you have an empire, you rule vassal states. Vassal states are the land masses around the area, and that is including modern day Ethiopia. Doesn't matter. He doesn't want to show y'all the close connection. Then he made the assertion about Indo-Kush. Well, here's the interesting thing. The Yemeni people were considered Midianites, and that's where Sheba and Dedan and Seba, according to biblical geography, exist, and the genetics support that. The people who had the genetics in those areas are related to the people of modern day Ethiopia and modern day Sudan and Somalia.
Hey, Zion, this is Garfield. Yeah. Let me ask you one question.
Okay, brother. Yep.
Where was this Ethiopian kingdom? Can you tell us where it was and what time period?
Like I said, what the Greeks called Aethiops was a larger landmass only because the Cushitic people ruled that whole land. That's the Nile Valley. The entire Nile Valley from the Blue Nile to the mountain.
I'm gonna ask you again. I'm gonna make this very easy.
I thought you was gonna let me finish. Okay.
I'm gonna make this very easy.
Specific.
Can you tell us where is this Ethiopian kingdom? Please, our empire. Please tell us where it is and what time period.
I said,
that's all I'm asking.
I agreed with you. I agree with the other brother when he said that Kush would be the actual terminology, the actual name. But what I'm saying is you're splitting hairs because the Greeks identified it as Aethiops, not Ethiopia. Aethiops, the land of the gods. This is where the Cushitic Empire existed, and that goes all the way down to modern-day Ethiopia, where the Blue Nile starts, and all the way up to Egypt. The main landmass where the Cushites ruled from was between southern Egypt and Sudan. I don't disagree with that. What I'm saying is that you're splitting hairs.
Pause for a second.
With the word.
Pause for a second. Pause for a second. When did the Cushites? What time? And I asked specifically, what time? We're gonna clear this up. We're gonna take 5 minutes to clear this up, family. So hold on a second, Primus. When did the people, the Kushite Empire, ever rule all the way to where Ethiopia is today? That's all I want to know.
Let me throw something
give
in
me
there.
a time period.
Zion,
Just give me a time period.
Zion,
what
one
time
sec,
period?
One sec.
Isa, hold on, Isa. Don't interrupt, Isa. Let him go.
No, I'm gonna give Zion. I'm gonna give you one thing. If you look in Saudi Arabia, right? I mean, yeah, in Yemen, yeah.
Say again. Say again.
In
Isa,
Yemen.
Isa, hold on, man.
No, I'm giving him something.
No, Isa, you gotta wait.
Yeah.
You gotta wait. Now, Zion, tell me what time period is this Kushite Empire ruling from Egypt? By the way, when you say from Egypt, do you mean inside of Egypt or the edge of Egypt? What do you mean?
No, just what the brother said and what you even said the last time me and you discussed this, between southern Egypt and Sudan was the central focal point of what was called Kush. You said that.
Okay, so what time? So where's this empire that the Greeks talking about that they call Ethiopia?
If you have an empire, doesn't it make sense that an empire rules surrounding territories?
That's not the point. I'd like to know.
You can have an empire that's just
I'm
ruling its where it resides. Like for instance, Egypt was an empire that didn't just rule Egypt.
All right, stop for a minute. When are you free? When are you normally free? Because I need to beat you up on this. When are you free?
Bruh,
no. When are you free?
Get it.
When are you free?
Because listen, I actually challenged you to debate me on Kush the last time me and Petar was in the ring.
Okay, don't worry about it.
You dipset.
Sit out.
Come on.
You dipset. You didn't accept it.
What I asked you a question 4 times.
Anytime you're ready, brother.
I said
anytime.
What time period?
Name a day and a place, brother, and I'm gonna go showing up.
All right, that's fine. That sounds good. It sounds good on TV. What time period and where? You said they ruled all the way to the Ethiopia of today.
Okay,
I want you to point out. Hold on.
The first dynastic era, the first dynastic Egypt. You keep on cutting me off.
Hold on. Say that again.
You're not.
Hold on. Say that again.
If you're gonna ask me a question, let me answer it. How about them apples?
Go ahead. Huh? Go ahead.
You sure you still have a stick in your butt?
First dynastic. Yo, get this guy out of here, man. Get this guy out of here. I got time for this foolishness.
Come on, how you gonna get me out of here?
You can't even have a dialogue as a man. You can't have a dialogue as a man.
Not showing any discipline.
You can't have a dialogue as a man. I asked you a simple question.
You can't have a dialogue with somebody who doesn't want to hear my answer.
All right, no problem, bro. Zion, don't worry about it, Zion.
Wait. Let me.
Hold on, Isa. I asked you a simple question. When was the empire of Kush? Because you guys, what you do is you're perpetrating a fraud right now on my channel. And what you're doing is you're spreading misinformation. There's no Kushite empire in the first dynasty of Kemet that spreads all the way from the bottom of Kemet all the way to modern day Ethiopia. That's a lie.
Are you asking a question?
How do you know, Garfield?
You can't because I know this.
All right, listen. Watch this. When Garfield had made that statement in the last debate.
Zion, wait.
Cassiopeia is not real.
Hold on 1 second.
Cassiopeia is not real.
When Garfield made that assertion, when me and Petar was chopping it up maybe a couple of months back, bro. I literally pulled up the map of the Kushite Empire that expands past the actual boundaries of Kush. But I didn't get a chance to actually share that screen. You know why? Because this brother was doing what he's doing now, filibustering.
Okay, you want to share it right now?
Go ahead, pull it up right now.
I'll save it for the debate. Bait me.
Pull it up right now.
Oh, okay.
Nah, you just challenged me to a debate.
Pull it up right now.
Time I told you first.
You know what? I'll see you tomorrow, bro. Come on tomorrow. Come on live tomorrow.
Egypt
Come on live
was the
tomorrow.
Cushitic and
You made that
Nubian and the
up, bro.
Cushitic Empire.
You made that up, bro.
When are you?
Say
hold on. Everybody stop. Hold on.
If I made that up, then it should be easy for you to win.
Watch it. I want you to prove.
Easy peasy.
Hold on. Prove to me that the first. Hold on.
Zion, wait, man. Wow. Zion, just wait. Let him speak.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. I want you to prove that there was an empire, a Kushite empire, from the first dynasty. Show me from the first dynasty of Kemet. You just said that. I want that stretch all the way to Ethiopia. Go ahead and prove it. The floor is yours.
Debate me.
Zion, are you free tomorrow?
No.
No, let him show
Show it right now. Prove it right. I want you to prove it.
Nah, you can't you ask him to debate, man. Come on now. You can't backtrack.
Zion, prove it right now. We're waiting.
No, I don't take orders.
All right.
What is this?
No problem.
I only debate my equals.
Can I say something, please?
You only debate the equals? All right.
I was waiting.
Go sit on our side. It's to debate the equals. Go sit on our side. Ain't got time for you.
Okay.
Anyway, let's get my brother from St. Lucia in the building. Come on in.
He's here.
Come on in.
He got everybody, y'all relax. We got Primus here. Stop Scholar. We got Primus here. And Primus, can you hear us?
I think Primus is muted. At least
he is muted.
He needs to unmute himself.
Yeah, Primus, see if you can unmute yourself. There should be a button on the screen.
Yeah, it's right. You can't miss
right hand side, right hand corner.
Jesus don't know how to use technology.
All right. See, now
because
kicked
Jesus,
off, man. Stop.
Because Jesus isn't a supernatural magician.
Stop it,
Savior. Popular opinion. He's not an infallible supernatural wizard. Jesus is an ordinary man, but let him find the.
He didn't say he was all knowing, man. Stop. Hey,
can you hear us?
You know,
if you can hear us, not.
Sometimes I wish, right, that this God that these people believe in.
Do you believe that you are the Messiah?
He's not here yet.
You hang on.
This is not looking good for Jesus.
Yo, Kyle, you boy, you lucky you my boy, yo. I tell you.
You gotta stop, man.
Jesus once again, we see how we have a fact that we can't disprove. Jesus has now been reduced to a mortal man. So Jesus is the equivalent to Thunder, to Cedric, to Garfield, to everyone on the panel. Yet he is Jesus.
Disagree.
We have no way
I disagree.
to prove
I'm not Jesus. Don't put Jesus on me.
I disagree.
Garfield is Jesus. Garfield,
exactly.
You are Jesus.
Exactly.
You the reason that we have another Jesus here. You bring on Mississippi Jesus, you bring on St. Louis Jesus, St. Lucia Jesus. Which is the next?
Yo, Thunder, you got this, yo. I'm out, yo. I ain't getting involved. I'm out.
Primus. Hey, Primus, can you please unmute, brother, please? We have a den of wolves that are ready to attack.
Let me get this right, Thunder. The brother with the Samsung Galaxy, he claims he's Jesus from 2,000 years ago.
All right, so he's gonna clear that up. Don't start yet. He's gonna clear everything up.
Thunder, give him the instructions to unmute.
Primus St. Croix, if you were to press your screen, you should see in the left-hand corner a mute button. Just press it, and it will unmute.
Thunder, I'm gonna just tell you when Monique ready to start the show.
Yeah, no problem.
He's here now.
A might.
bet.
If the might is
I still
showing
bet
work,
one of the 10,000
explain to
angels
us.
will help.
Primus
He's here now.
Croix.
He's here. He's here.
Hey, let me just say this. Ain't nobody could ever bring Jesus on their channel but Garfield. Let me just say
All
that for
right,
the record.
Primus
Okay?
St. Croix. We see you unmuted. Could you please give us a brief, everybody? Let me mute everybody. Can you please, everybody mute, please? Could you please give us a brief introduction and then do whatever it is you need to do. And then when you finish, we're going to have everybody, one by one, starting with Cedric, all the way down. Just kind of, I guess, give you 1 or 2 minutes of questions, and then we'll go from there. The floor is yours, Primus. Water Primus. Did he go back on mute?
He's gone.
Oh, he dropped off.
Yeah, it might be his connection. I mean, you know what? It was a curveball because this is like last time. I think it was live stream. We barely figured it out. Now that we have Zoom, he's struggling to get the Zoom working with his device. But I don't know if he comes back in.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, because his audio wasn't working. He called me just now and his audio wasn't working.
So this brother is in St. Lucia.
Maybe he should call you and put him on 3-way on speakerphone, and we can just do it that way. That sounds like it might be easier.
I did that on one of the shows. It's this time his audio quality is horrendous. Like I could barely hear him. I had to put in headphones and really press them into my ear to hear him because for some reason his audio quality is not good today. So
is he black, by the way?
He is black.
Yeah, he black.
Yeah, Jesus is a black man.
Petar, man. Petar, where you be going, man? Why you be so sharp, man? Why you dressed up like this all the time? Are you the agent from the Matrix? Because you be sharp, man.
Smith.
I appreciate the compliment, but His Majesty.
Hold on, don't answer that, Peter. Don't answer that, Peter, because you know what? He a capper. He don't go around asking. He ain't asked Kevin Samuels why he be sharp every time he come on TV.
Man, come on,
don't answer that.
Well, Haile Selassie was into fashion. He had a high sense of fashion, so we emulate Haile Selassie because he is divine. I wanted to tell Sabio to read the book Darwinian Racism, How Darwinism Influenced Hitler, Nazism, and White Nationalism by Richard Weikart. I know you said that the Bible is racist, but I'm going to tell you that neo-Darwinian theory is completely racist. This idea that man evolved somehow from the apes, right? And that the scientific reasoning behind the racism was actually that, the Africans were less evolved than the white European people because they were closer related to the apes, right? And this was to justify racism.
I would love for you and
I have to jump in here, Thunder. Thunder, I have to jump in here because again.
Hold on. Before you do, we got Primus back. Hold on 1 second.
Oh, we got Primus.
You next said, but just hold on 1 second.
Yeah, Cedric, you got to read the book first before you start telling me it's wrong. I need you to read the material. I need you to read the literature. And
matter of fact, go ahead, Sid. He got to connect his audio. Go ahead, Sid.
You're assuming that I was going to disagree with the books. You're absolutely right. Darwinianism and the people that misused Darwin's theory of evolution and his hypothesis, that was nothing to do with the foundation of evolution and the way the theory is properly applied in science. What we're talking about is a group of racists using his information, misconstruing it, like you're doing a lot of.
Y'all are doing it too with the Bible. You're lumping in a bunch of white people in Europe that use that book to enslave us. And they misused. They misused it. Hey, go ahead, unmute.
So
Primus, if you can.
I was just interjecting in that point there. So I agree with you, but do not use Darwin's theory of evolution, the foundation of modern science,
of modern the evolution theory that we have today, which has been corroborated with other fields of study of archaeology, of genealogy, of genetics. So we are not arguing or disputing that theory anymore. What you're doing is using philosophy. Everything you bring to the table here is philosophy, and people's idea and their opinions vary. We've established that. However, when we are talking about how to quantify reality, we do not use philosophy. We use methodological.
Cedric, one sec. Cedric, is it not true that in the time of Darwin and further on from him, they were suggesting that Africans, so to speak, were less intelligent? They had smaller heads and smaller brains or something, and they had different skulls put against each other in museums. And they definitely were teaching that black people were inferior and less evolved than white people. Is that true?
Yes,
or
but they was also teaching that before Darwin.
Scientific racism. There was scientific racism. Nobody is denying this. However, we're saying when he talks about Darwinism, it is people using the principles of evolution, which Darwin established. They're using them incorrectly. So what he's trying to do is to link Darwin with racism, and that's completely false, because Darwin wasn't a racist.
Okay, with all due respect, everybody, please. The show is about Petar and Primus. We got Primus here.
He's muted, bro.
He got to unmute, man. Just hit the unmute button, Primus.
If he can't get the audio, I like the discussion between them too, because I believe there's even racist passages in Darwin's book, right?
Cedric, sorry, Peter.
Hold on, man.
He's unmuted.
Hold
on,
bro. All right,
Okay.
here we go. Here go Primus right here. Go ahead, Primus.
So what y'all say there, brethren?
Thank you.
Yay.
All right. Now,
Great.
Primus, if
I
you
see
don't
the-
mind,
Hold
please.
on. Yeah, it's my hold on. It's my to give thanks for having me on Zoom, I didn't go, listen to me clearly. I didn't go high school as y'all guys maybe have PhD. All right, sorry about that, But at least, His Majesty does give me the wisdom and still I can come in, But don't do fun at me. Try and help me, my brethren. Yeah. All right.
All right.
Because
Now,
in the time to come, I might be the one that do certain technology and you all can use it. So don't laugh at me.
okay. Hey, Primus, if you would, could you please give us a brief introduction once again to the ones who may not know who you are and what's going on?
Well, really and truly, it is a good thing to know Haile Selassie the first. This is the first thing I'm going to say, All praise is due to the Most High, the creator of the universe. You understand? So, yeah, my name is, well, they call me Primus Senkwa as the baptized in a Catholic church, which they claim. You know what I'm saying? That's the name they give me, I went to school down here in St. Lucia and thing. Never did well at school. When I left school, I could not read. It's a Bible a white man gave me. And then I tried up to America, to New York City with it, And when I reached there, I was living by St. Luke Hospital, just by Columbia University. And then I started going all to the libraries and to the university and getting books and then meeting different people, And then the reading took me because Selassie had wanted me to know the truth, So, really and truly, but, I'm not that good with technology. First thing I'm going to tell you, I'm not good at it, But I give thanks that I can read, and that Selassie can give me a open mind that when I read, I understand what I read, That's the only thing, So, sorry about that. It took a little while that I could not get through,
Hey, Primus, don't even worry about that. That's the past, bro. We got you here. We good. So now, could you please tell us about the movement that you are involved with?
Well, the movement started way back, since the time of Jesus Christus, since the time of the son of the emperor, that movement started, it's just that, when we get it, we get it in the right time, that's what I say, the right time where, when I had sight Rastafari, His Majesty Haile Selassie as a youth, growing up, and I heard about His Majesty, it was down in St. Lucia, I used to hear the Rastafarian talking about the emperor, but really and truly, you know, as I tell you, I could not read. Is when I reached to New York City, you know, and what I had heard already, you know, more research, and I was in a church called Petar Christian, you know, some Jamaican brethren have a church in New York in Brooklyn, and you know, and I was there on a Sunday we used to worship, you know what I mean? So, you know, more study and thing, you know, about His Majesty. And then, you know, the whole thing about it is like I used to ask a lot of questions, you know, especially on the day we was worshiping, you know, like on a Sunday, but and people used to tell me, yeah, man, His Majesty, you know, give the law and certain thing, you know, they used to tell me. So one day I asked a brethren to go on the internet. That time computer was very big, like a big television, you know. And you know, and the brethren go and then he find a speech of His Majesty where Haile Selassie say, my advice to all is to fulfill the 10 Commandments. And from that time there, you know, I searched the Bible. In the church, we could not read everything. Like the only thing we could read is the Old Testament. But in the church, they wasn't dealing with the Gospel of Christ and St. Paul the Apostle and Acts of the Apostle. But when I left the church, you know, like His Majesty had want me to leave, you know, for the mission, for I to get through the whole thing. Then I start reading Christ's message, you know, like the Gospel, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And when I read it, you know, really and truly, I find places where Christ talking about the coming of the emperor. For instance, Luke chapter 4, where when Christ went in the synagogue on the Sabbath day, and they give Him the book of the scroll, Isaiah. When you read in Isaiah 61, then Christ opened the Bible. He said, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, for He sent me to preach the gospel to the poor. Then in verse 19, He said, to preach the acceptability of the Lord. You know, He preached the acceptability of the Lord. So His Majesty didn't come yet. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 8, Christ said, blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. So 1930, when Selassie crowned king, it was that year, and it was an international event, you know, that took place in heaven, Ethiopia, you know, when Selassie crowned king, 1930, you know, it was an international event. So, you know, I like putting them scriptures together with the emperor, and Christ saying, if we swear by heaven, swear by the throne of God, and He that sit upon. And He say, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. And Zechariah 14 verse 9 said, the Lord shall be king over all the earth, in that day one Lord, and His name one. So when I check, is His Majesty that crowned king and took the name Haile Selassie the first, you know. So that's where the mission started, you know, and we start worshiping in New York, and we had get a big picture of Selassie, well framed, where He sit on the throne between the cherubim. And Isaiah 37 verse 16 say, O Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, that dwelleth between the cherubim, you are the God, even you alone, of all the kingdoms of the earth, you have made heaven and the earth. And Psalms 134 verse 3 say, the Lord that made the heaven and the earth bless you out of Zion. And when I read Psalms 87, it says, with Ethiopia, this man was born there, you know, of Zion, you know, and it said it's Zion that is His dwelling place. So that's when the mission started, you know, and we keep the Sabbath and praising Elia on the Sabbath day, you know. And then we start, you know, like pushing the message that Jesus Christ had preached about Haile Selassie, because most of the brethren, the different houses, Naya Binge, Bobo, 12 tribe, all them, you know, they doesn't say the truth. Like Selassie is the father of Jesus Christ, because Selassie is our father, not on a physical vibe, but on a spiritual vibe through the word. He's our father because He's our creator. And if we obey His word, as mean His word activates us, you know. So that's the same thing with Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ obeys Selassie's word. And then He was the one in His generation to find all the message in the Old Testament to preach before the coming of the emperor. And that's what took place in the heaven and Ethiopia, you know. And then, you know, we have to preach it. And that's the gospel, Jesus Christ say, that have to be preached in the four corners of the earth, and then shall be the end. When it said the end, which means all lying tongues shall be end. Because people saying those idols from Egypt, Ra, all them things is God. The sun cannot be God, because I'm not in the image of the sun. But the Bible says God created me in His image and likeness. And the Bible says our God is king. You know, so a king is a male figure. You see, and only Haile Selassie I fulfill those things. That's what we are saying. And that's what the world, that's why all those things happening in the world. Look right now, the leader of the Roman Catholic Church getting all religion to follow him. To do what? To go and bow down for graven image. You see what I say? To set up the one world religion, but not to preach the gospel that Jesus Christ preached, with Revelation verse 14, chapter 14, verse 6 to 7 say, the everlasting gospel telling everyone to fear God, give glory to the Almighty who created the heaven and the earth. And it's Haile Selassie. We know that is the creator of heaven and the earth. Yeah, brethren, that's where it started, you know.
All right,
Yeah,
thanks for that, man. How long have you been, I guess, Rasta or a member of that movement?
Well, concerning the locks, you know, it's about, I could say, if it's not 40 years, you know, because I start putting my locks when I was in my 20s, you know, like 21, and that's when I tried to New York, you know. So I stayed in New York from 1990 to year 2000, you know. So from that time I had my kinky, but you know, I mean, it's not an outward thing, you know. Selassie doesn't, because when Selassie had went to anoint King David, he tells Saul he is not like man that looking outwardly, it's the heart, you know, the circumcision of the heart, you know. That's what the Almighty God does deal, you know. I mean, I say so, you know, I don't check it on an outward thing, you know, but the movement with our diet, eating ital and live pure, you know what I mean? The liberty of Rasta, you know, as to say, you know, like live clean and live honest, you know. But the most part is to live holy, you know what I mean? I say, live righteous, you know, as His Majesty commands us to fulfill the 10 Commandments. So, you know, that's where the vibe started, you know what I mean? Until now, you know what I mean? And to the next generation following, you know, see? You check what me I say. So from that time there, you know.
Okay. Can you give us some tenets? Can you give us some of the beliefs of the Rasta religion, Rastafari religion?
Well, they have different houses. So the different houses believe, they have different belief, you know what I mean? I say, because like Bobo, for instance, Bobo Shanti saying they go mention Edward, Marcus Garvey, and then they go mention Selassie last. You know what I mean? I say, so even some of them saying Edward is Almighty and saying Edward is Christ. You see what I say? All right. Some of them say Marcus Garvey is the prophet and those kind of things. Godman came say that Selassie is in the person of Jesus Christ.
What house are you, Primus? What house do you belong to?
Said that, but what I believe.
What house do you belong to?
The Church of Haile Selassie. The Church of Haile Selassie through the body of Christ.
And when was that established?
Well, from the time, you know, the faith was from New York City, you know, as I tell you, I met the brethren and them, and we started on the Sabbath, you know, we built a sanctuary in a basement and we had get the picture of Selassie where he sit on the throne. It was on a Saturday, they give us the picture, you know. So from that time, it was 1999, December 12th, we started, you know. Like we were studying when I met the brethren from Jamaica, brethren from Haiti, brethren from Grenada, you know, brethren from America, different brethren, you know, we met and we were studying. It was, their brethren, it was tough because it was in the Nyabingi house, you know. So when I was saying Jesus Christ is the son of Selassie, I used to get a lot of fire. Like the man didn't want to
when did you
Jesus
recognize,
name, you know.
Primus, when did you recognize that you were the prophet?
I never see myself as a prophet, you know. The only person I see, even though we never meet him physically, you know, because the Bible says, though man had known him physically, but we don't know him through the flesh no more, which is Christ. So I don't see myself as a prophet, because you yourself too, if you follow the faith, you know, you could have the message as well. That's why the Bible says, if they don't believe Christ come in our flesh, because Jesus already is Christ, you know, so he have to come in our flesh. And Selassie said that we're supposed to live the exemplary life of Christ. So that is the person and I follow, because that is the life Selassie accepted. Because I is a sinner. When I mean I sin, I do wrong. Even within my thought, I do mistakes. So I don't see myself as a prophet, you know. I see myself as a brethren, you know, like we all in the same faith, you know, we all striving to reach that perfectness, that spiritual level that His Majesty wants us as a people to reach, because we have lost that from the time they take us from in slavery and they give us false. Well, they have the Bible will tell us about our own thing, but as they teach, we can see even up to this day, they're still doing that, give us the
Okay.
fault.
Hold on, Stu
Primus.
P. Hey, Stu P. Hold on, bro. You cut him off from the question I was asking him, and just hold on, bro. You gonna have your time. So I will ask you about the tenets and the beliefs of the rosters. Could you finish it because Stu P cut you off for whatever reason? So could you please finish that up?
So yes, as I was saying, like Bobo have the way, at least they say they keep in the Sabbath and them kind of way there, and when they're gonna mention, they're gonna check more Edward, like the man from Jamaica, more. They will have His Majesty, but really and truly, it's more that, they're gonna deal with. With Nyabingi, they will say His Majesty is the reincarnation of Christ. I'm just telling you the teaching, and the different belief that they have, I'm a 12 tribe saying that His Majesty is in the person of Jesus Christ, like Christ come in His Majesty, and all them kind of belief, they have, But us, the Church of Haile Selassie, the first, is Selassie is the Almighty God, and Jesus Christ is His Son. That is the victory that will overcome, though, and that's not what they're saying. They're saying His Majesty is the reincarnation of Jesus Christ, which when they asked His Majesty that, and it was the religious people that had told His Majesty is the reincarnation. His Majesty said, I have heard that idea. So if it is an idea, it is a notion, and that was teaching from those people. They didn't see that in the Bible, that Selassie is Christ. Because Christ said, my Father is greater than I. You know what I say? So them brethren have those beliefs, but I don't believe, and I know Selassie is not Christ. So I will not go about and teach those saying. But what I know that His Majesty tell us to live the exemplary life of Christ, because Christ lived a sinless life, even though we never meet the brethren, a lot of people doubting that He ever exists. But I know he came because the message, I read in it in the Bible, and I can see exactly what it said, even what that happening in our present time, what we live in. Christ had already prophesied of a lot of things would have take place. We read Revelation, and that taking place in the last days, with the climate change and all them elites, all them president, all them man, COVID, all them man, them things they did. Christ had already talked about that, Rastafari. So what may I say? So
Rasta, are you saying that Christ came already? That Christ walked the earth?
Hey man, hold on, Stu Peas. Hold on, bro.
No, man.
Let's get some
You are
foundation,
asking
man.
irrelevant question, Thunder. Thunder asking
Bro,
irrelevant
what I'm trying to find out about
asking irrelevant
Rastafari, bro.
questions.
You doing too much, man. Hold
Different
on.
Rasta. You don't go down that track, Thunder. He's a different
Say
Rasta.
what?
Thunder, you don't know nothing about Rasta.
That's what I'm trying to learn. Will you shut up?
We are quarreling, man. We're reasoning.
Gosh, man, I'm trying to learn.
We're reasoning so we can come to a conclusion,
Yeah, man, relax.
Because we've been mixing up so much, that we can't get it straight. We have to get a straight link, Straight
right.
link, Rasta.
So your church believes that was Jesus the Son of God? That's what y'all believe?
Yes, Son of Selassie is God. Selassie is capital G-O-D. That's a title given to the owner of the universe. So he has his personal name, Haile Selassie the First. Now the Son has his personal name, which is Jesus Christ. In Hebrew, they will say Jean Shua. In our language, Creole is Jésus-Christ, So they call him, but it's that same individual. We are talking about that little blue eyes and those idol on the cross. They're Jesus Christ. You see what I say? We know they're Jesus Christ. We're talking about the one that the Bible spoke about. Just like the Bible says in the beginning, the Almighty God created the heaven and the earth, which we experience in creation, which God created. Because the Bible says God created our eyes to see, and that's what our eyes see precisely. Our ears to hear, precisely our ears hear. Our foot to walk, that's what it does. So we know that Darwin and all of them, man, is fake with the Big Bang Theory. It's an intelligent brain, an intelligent mind that created the universe, which his thought is above all other thoughts. Because you could see what man can do with technology, especially with the aeroplane, satellite, even computer, cell phone. Is man that do all those things. And we marvel, especially fast cars, even how they do watches, diamond, they cave it, man, even clothes, the clothes that we put in on us. Man marvel those things that man did. Now the creator, Haile Selassie, his thought is above our thought. Because he that put the sun over there to give us light, and the moon and star to give us light by night, and send the rain, so that when the rain fall, the grass will grow, vegetation will grow, and all those things. And it does. You know what I say? That's what it does. We cannot escape that because we experience in life itself, creation itself, you know. And Jesus Christ said, I thank you, Father, creator of heaven and earth. In Mark chapter 13, verse 19, Jesus Christ said, is the Almighty that created creation from the beginning. So with Big Bang Theory and Darwin and all them scientists, you know, they want to drift man away from the truth because God is true. Because Selassie come and the Bible says God is a king. A king is a male figure and you have an empire, you have a kingdom, and Ethiopia is the ancient empire in the entire universe. They know that.
Okay.
You know?
So Selassie is the creator of the universe.
Yeah,
Selassie is the creator of the universe, and Jesus the son, is the son of Selassie, right?
Haile Selassie the first, yeah, man. The Bible said so, Dre.
Now, all right, cool. So, what's the day-to-day life of a Rasta? Like when you say,
wait, don't go past that point though, Thunder. What he just said was Haile Selassie is the father of Jesus Christ. If you plug that formula into the Bible now, if you read the Bible according to that interpretation, you know, that means Primus St. Croix is the Christ. Let's not overlook the fact that he's the first person in history to proclaim that Emperor Haile Selassie I is the father of Jesus Christ. That is significant. Okay, that is him loosening the seven seals, as according to the book of Revelations. That is him explaining the parables of the Bible, being the mediator between God and man. We can't overlook that fact.
Well, Peter,
okay.
Really,
we can't use the word fact like that though.
No, hold on. We good. Everybody fine. Everybody straight. So now,
no, just let me say something. Hold on. Just let me say something. Really and truly, you know, is the Bible said when Christ was born in the city of David, they said that day Christ was born in Bethlehem. All right, we cannot escape that. Our brethren, that individual, that went way, what he went through when he was doing his ministry work, when he was healing people and showing them the way of life. You know what may I say? You know what may I say? We cannot escape that individual. I personally am not Jesus Christ. What I will say, the Bible tells me to confess that. And even Paul the apostle confessed that when it pleased Selassie to reveal his son in me, you see, and that is what we have to confess. Because Christ already said, many shall come and say they are Christ. You see what may I say? He knows that. But when the woman by the well met Christ, when Christ said God is a spirit, we have to worship him in spirit and in truth, which is in the word in the Bible, because the word is spirit. Then the woman said to Christ, I know that the Messiah, which is Christ, will come, and when he comes, he will teach us all things. Christ said, it is him that the woman is speaking with. You understand what I say? But the Bible said that Haile Selassie will send the spirit of his son in our heart, crying, Abba, Father. So Paul said the life he live in, not him, but Christ that live in him. So what we have to confess, not only me, even Brother Peter, even you, brethren, and all of us that live in that life of the Son of the Almighty, we have to confess that Christ come in us, because right about now the world is waiting for a white man to float down from the sky. You see what I say?
Primus, before you go too far. No, the Thunder, stop going like it's you alone, Thunder. Stop going, because I realize where you're doing from the other day now. Yeah. All right.
This is crazy, man. Why you don't want me to learn? Why you don't want us to learn?
Let me just handle Black Lion Supreme's objection here, right? Because
Don't worry about Black Lion Supreme, man. I'm trying to learn about Rastafari. We'll get to Black Lion later. Just take a screenshot of it, and we'll get back to him. Now, please finish up Primus St. Croix.
So what the Bible said, all right? I want to quote from the Bible, brethren, because you see, Selassie said the Bible is our refuge. Now, a refuge is when you're in a battle or when you're in a situation or trouble and you have to have this to help you, you know. So the Bible clearly tells us, you see what I say, in our collision chapter 1, collision chapter 1. But it would have been nice for your brethren and them to have the Bible, you know. I know Peter must have his, but you know, you see, the thing is that, you know, there is something that have to be broadcast to the whole universe. And it's like, you know, the work's gonna be done. The work's about to happen. Because look, we zoom in on social media, and a lot of the things that been hidden, it will come out, because we, that people that been slave from our oppressors, you know what I mean? I say, I am going by color, but it's the way they are think about us, you know, to oppress us. Now, the thing is that it's not only black people that will be saved, it's those that will be knowledgeable about the truth. You see? Now, when you're knowledgeable, that means you know. You see what I say? So, not only in me, in Peter as well, he can have the knowledge, you see, who is God and how to live and how Selassie tell everyone to live. So what I'm saying, I am not Jesus Christ, that individual that came 2,000 years ago, and plus, you see what I say? You know, that was born in Bethlehem in Jerusalem, because that area is there. Right about now, there are people calling themselves Jews that living in that area where Christ was born. And then January 7, they're having Christmas in Ethiopia, not December 25th, but January 7 in Ethiopia have the fete in the birth of Christ. You know, that's not my birth. I was born February the 4th, 1967, yeah, in St. Lucia. Now, what happened there, that the Bible says in Romans chapter 8, verse 29, that's who Selassie predestinate, he confirmed to be in the image of his son. You see what I say? So then, the life that Christ lived, and not only me, he said, we have called, he called many to live that life, you know. See what I say? So it's not only I. So what I'm saying, Christ will manifest even in you, brethren, if we believe and have faith, and we want to live the life that he lived, which means a righteous life, a holy life. You see, a life to please God. You see what
Primus, sorry to interrupt you, but I want to know about you, Primus the man, not Primus, not the Rastafarian.
No, but this is what I tell you. Me personally, I tell you already, I'm a sinner, you know. No. If it wasn't Jesus Christ, I could not be the child of Selassie. Because Selassie don't look at me because I am black and I have locks and I eat in idol and I have how many pictures of him and those kind. Not so he look. He look by us obeying his word, obeying his law. My advice to all is to fulfill the 10 Commandments. He said the Ethiopians are historical Christian, because that's where it started. From the time Philip baptized the Ethiopian Enoch, Selassie said from that day onwards, the word of God be continuing in the heart of Ethiopia.
Stop mute me, Thunder. Stop mute me, because you're not asking any sensible question.
Keep going.
So what may I say? So what may I say, the brethren? What it said in the Bible? Hold on a second. Just hold on a second. I go quote something for the eye. From Galatians chapter 1. I just quoting something quick for you from the Bible, for you to understand. Because before me, Paul, all of them, man, I know a lot of people don't believe in them people, but I listen Selassie talk about them. So if they was vain, Selassie will not even talk about them, man, because they're not real. They never exist. Selassie could not talk about them, but they come because look, Paul was in a Jews religion. That's why Galatians chapter 1, verse, I go read it for you, verse 12 to 15. It said, for neither I received it of man, neither was I taught it, but by the revelation of Jesus Christ. That Paul that's speaking there. That's not about me, Paul is talking about. He's talking about our beloved Savior, Jesus Christ, the Son of Selassie. Then he said, for ye have heard of my conversation in time past in the Jews' religion, how that behind measure I persecuted the church of God and wasted it. And it profited in the Jews' religion above many my equal in my own nation. been more zealous of the tradition of my father. But when it pleased God, who separated me from my mother's womb and called me by his grace to reveal his son in me, that I might preach him among the heathen, immediately I conform not with flesh and blood. That is Paul that's saying that. And then in chapter 2, verse 20, Paul said, I am crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. And the life which I live now in the flesh, I live by the faith of the Son of God, who loved me and gave himself for me. That was Paul. And Paul said the life he live in, not him, but Christ living in him. So that is what I'm going to say. I bear Christ in my mortal flesh, but I am not that individual, Jesus Christ. You hear me, brethren?
Yes, sir.
Because
so
the
now,
Bible say,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
the Bible said that we will bear Christ, not only me, not only me. He talk about many of us that will live that life. Many of us I will just quote another one for you. From the Bible, you could go and look for yourself afterward. You have the Bible on your phone. 2 Corinthians chapter 4. 2 Corinthians chapter 4. I will quote some for you because that's where I found it. And then I will quote 1 John chapter 5 and chapter 4 to let you know what the Bible said. That's what the Bible said. The Bible said, it said, we are troubled on every side. 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 8 to 13. It said, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not despair. Persecuted, but not forsaken. Cast down, but not destroyed. Always bearing about in the body the dying of the Lord Jesus, that the life also of Jesus might be made manifest in our body. You hear what it said? The life of Jesus. That's why Selassie said to live the exemplary life of Jesus Christ. And the Bible said the life of Christ will be made manifest in our body, which means my body, your body. For we which live, L-I-V-E, we which live, always delivered unto death for Jesus' sake, that the life also of Jesus might be made manifest in our mortal flesh. So then death worketh in us, but life in you. We have the same spirit of faith, according as it is written. I believe, therefore I have spoken. We also believe, therefore speak, knowing that he that raised up the Lord Jesus will also raise us up and present us with you. For all things are for your sake, that the abundant grace might through the thanksgiving of many return to the glory of God. Emperor Haile Selassie Jah Rastafari of Ethiopia. Now let me go in another scripture. Just now I'm gonna give it up. I'm going in John. I'm going in 1 John chapter 4, verse 1 to 3. It said, Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirit whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world, whereby know ye the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confess that Jesus is come in the flesh is of God, and every spirit that confess not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is not of God. And this is the spirit of an antichrist, whereof you have heard that it should come, and even now already in the world, because it's not all the pastors confessing that Jesus come in the flesh. Now I'm reading now 1 John chapter 5, verse 1 to 5. He said, whosoever believe that Jesus is the Christ. You see who we have to believe that is the Christ? Jesus, but he come in our flesh. He said, whosoever believe that Jesus is the Christ is born of God. Everyone that loveth him, that begotten, loveth him also that is begotten of him. By this we know that we love the children of God, when we love God and keep his commandment. For this is the love of God, that we keep his commandment, and his commandment is not grievous. For whosoever is born of God overcome the world. This is the victory that overcome the world, even our faith. Who is he that overcome the world? But he that believes that Jesus is the Son of God.
Okay, right there. All right, now.
Yo, can I say something, please? Please. Because all we've been hearing for the last 45 minutes is a sermon. No, Thunder, this has to stop, bro. This has to stop. Come on, big dog.
That's who he is. That's how he speaks. He's using the Bible. Primus is a very serious individual. Okay?
All right. So
Primus. I think what Sabio was saying is that I thought the entire point from coming on here so we can ask questions and have a dialogue. Yeah. And the only dialogue is between Thunder and him, and we all
I'm all waiting. Thunder acting like he's the only intelligent person in the room. Nobody
Let me ask you a question.
I mean, nobody's gonna disrespect him. We're just trying to ask questions the same way you got questions, bro.
All right, okay, cool. So would you agree that my line of questions is trying to figure out about Rasta and not questioning if this man what Stu Pease is doing? What I'm saying is I think it should be segmented from the Rasta stuff to the interrogation, which y'all finna do.
No, but you assuming that we don't know what Rasta is. And you just allowed us to get preached to for 45 minutes.
For 45
we already
minutes.
established that we're going to get a circular reasoning where the Bible is going to be the claim and the evidence at the same time. We knew that was going to happen. What we wanted a confirmation of is the claim whether this individual is Jesus Christ. How do we attest that? How do we test that? How do we confirm that? And that is where the line of questioning needs to go, Thunder. You allow, we don't go church. You just made me sit through a whole sermon at church and now somebody got to pay me.
Don't be afraid of that, man, because that will overcome the world. It's above you yourself.
And you see the arrogance you allow.
All right, okay.
No,
so
it's
cool.
not arrogant.
I'm just let's do this right here. Everybody, let's do this right here. Let's do this right here. Let me give 2 more questions.
The President, Prime Minister, I'm not afraid to do that, man. That is my duty, man.
Hold on, Primus. So I was gonna ask him two more questions. I'm gonna let up because Stu Pease is kind of stewing over there. So I definitely want to get him first. And then we'll go from there. Whoever want to go, y'all do your thing. All right. So 2 more questions. One, is the Rastafari is that a would you consider that a Christian religion?
Well, Rastafari is His Majesty name. A-N-S, which means we are attached to him, Rastafarian.
Right.
Now,
no, the religion, whatever the religion is, would you consider that religion that you're a part of a Christian religion?
Yeah, it's Christ and I following. It's the teaching of Jesus Christ. So Haile Selassie is a Christian king.
All right. Now, would you consider yourself what? Okay, let me ask you this: what is your role in the Rastafari movement? What's your place? What's your role?
Well, Bedrin, listen what me I say now. I ain't looking for no kind of head or be above anybody.
Right, the whole thing not is the title. I don't want the title. Like, it's what's your role, though?
Haile Selassie already set up the platform. He already set up the foundation, how we're supposed to live, and what we have to follow. Haile Selassie established a government. He even tell us to educate ourselves. You see what I say? For upliftment and certain things. And he tell us to fulfill the 10 commandments. So if we read the 10 commandments, we'll see what it said, what we have to do. You see what I say? Live a righteous life, a holy life. You see what I say?
Right. What I'm asking you, do you consider yourself a prophet, a preacher? What is your role?
Rasta, what may I say? I just a brethren, you know?
You're just a brethren. All right, cool. All right, Stu Pease, you up? Do your thing. Unmute your mic, Stu Pease.
Yes, thank you very much, Thunder. I have 3 questions for the Rasta. Big up Primus. Big up Primus, big up to everybody in the room. Now, the Rasta go by the name Primus. Where did that name originate? Where did it come from? What does it mean?
Primus St. Croix means the
From
first saint of the cross.
No. I'm not
Latin.
asking you, Peter, please. Let the gentleman speak for himself.
All right. Let me explain that now, man.
Mhm.
Hello.
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. The whole thing, as I said before, when I was a baby, like when I born, February the 4th, 1967, my parents, especially my mom, she grew up Catholic. You see what I said? That was the dominant church in my country, in the Caribbean. It was Catholic. So they, as they claim, they baptized me in that church, and they give me the name Primus St. Croix. You see what I say?
So Primus St. Croix is the name on your birth certificate?
Yeah, that is what on my birth certificate. You know what I say? As
From
when
the
they
Highlanders.
baptize me, they delegate me in a church, and they say that's what they claim. They baptized me. You know what I mean? But I know that wasn't baptism. You know.
Cedric, take over. I can't do this. I try, but I can't do it.
Okay.
Take over later.
Can I take over? Because
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm finna put an end to it. I'm gonna let everybody know what
Oh
just happened.
man, can you go last, then, Sabio? Because this is a good show, man.
I understand it's a good show, but all we had that just happened to us was this man interpreted the Bible his way. Congratulations.
How could I do that, man? When I read, so if the Bible says with Ethiopia, this man was born there, the highest himself.
You
and if we have to do,
interpreted the
if we have
Bible
to do
your
a
way.
research, if we have to do a research where Haile Selassie born, not Ethiopia he born. So what you want me to tell you? The Bible says God fight war and judge. He sit on a white horse. Literally.
Look, sir.
Then
Look, sir. That's cool. That Selassie was born in Ethiopia. We all agree with that. No one disagrees with that. That doesn't mean that he's the son of God. That doesn't mean he's God. That doesn't mean anything. That's your interpretation that you put onto the Bible. And I can do the same thing by any man that I want to make a king, as you said. It has to be crowned the king. And that makes him God. So as long as he's wearing a crown, he is God. Interesting.
We knew what was going to happen before
Hold
it
on,
took
Cedric.
place.
Let me get him back. He muted his mic. No, whoever that is, hold on, Alvaro. Hold on, bro. Yeah, you got to be like darn near last or something. You just come jumping on. These boys is they some wolves today. Hey, Primus, can you please unmute your mic? Just hit the unmute button over there.
Hey, Thunder.
Yo.
Are we gonna address the elephant in the room?
Yeah, I'm trying to work my way up.
Yeah,
To,
can
there
I
we go.
just make?
Yeah, we got you. We got you. We got you.
observation?
Said. Let him. He back. Go ahead, Primus.
Yeah,
Can you hear us? All right. Okay, we can hear you now. Okay. Who next? Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah,
Sabio,
let me just have one question. I'm gonna stop because I feel we need to address the elephant in the room, right?
Hold on. Let's work our way to the elephant, bro. Anybody got some softball questions for Primus before we get to the elephant?
I do this.
Yes.
All right. My question is because I think I heard y'all correctly that Selassie is God and Primus would be the Christ in that situation. Can you explain how you came to that conclusion that you are Christ and Selassie, like, because I'm not understanding how that makes sense at all.
Yeah,
like, explain it.
Go ahead, Primus.
I mean, explain it more than just saying just because you say it, it don't make it true. Like what kind of factual, like what substantiates that claim?
Are you asking Primus or are you asking me?
I'm asking either any of y'all, whoever wants to answer.
We ain't called your name all day, so don't start. Hey, go ahead, Primus. He unmuted, so I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, there we go. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Primus.
Primus, are you the Christ?
There you go, Thunder. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to softball it to this, man. Y'all so
I threw it underhand.
Yeah, you did do it underhand. You did. Yeah, I agree with you.
His audio doesn't seem to be working, but
Yeah,
Can
but
you
it's
explain
unmuted
that,
though.
Because I need to know. I got some questions.
so yeah.
He
So,
unmuted.
so Primus preaches his heavenly father, Emperor Haile Selassie I. He preaches that Haile Selassie is the heavenly father of Jesus Christ. Okay. Primus does not say that he is Jesus Christ.
No, you said that earlier, Peter.
You said that multiple times.
Don't walk that back.
We need to make a
today.
full stop.
Said that multiple times.
Yo,
bro.
everybody.
Leave him alone.
Yo, everybody.
Oh,
Can we make
damn.
a full pause?
Wait, let
Because
us.
this
Wait.
man-
Come on,
No,
say
Kyle, please, bro. This man just said Selassie I is the father of Jesus Christ.
Right.
Yes. That's
In
his
our
belief, man.
face. And we gonna sit here and entertain this?
Well,
No, you don't have to sit here, man. You can leave.
I'm not tripping on that. I want to hear him answer Thunder's
about
question.
the show is about Petar, and for whatever reason, Garfield wants the show to be about Petar and Primus, and damn it, that's what it's gonna be. You could be staying
This
here
man
or
just
leave, bro.
rewrote the Bible.
We're not.
This is what
we're
I'm
not
saying. This
Sean
man
Dennis
just
platform
rewrote the
where he come and
Bible.
does a presentation. We stop him. We slow him down. We stop him. We pull the handbrakes. We ask questions. Thunder. It's not the same.
This man
Yeah, but he
just
should be
rewrote the
allowed to
Bible.
This man
present, though.
done did a hate
I'm riding with you,
bill.
Thunder.
There were so
Thunder,
many
I'm riding
points of
with you.
contention. We don't even know what
I
started
have a
this.
Where to
question.
start?
I have an
from?
actual
This man.
question.
Well,
I have an actual question.
I'm sorry, Lebo.
Yeah.
I asked the question. It wasn't answered.
That is facts. You good. You straight, Kyle. We just waiting on him to come back. He not back yet.
So
This man
don't wanna-
Petar just rewrote the Bible.
He back. He talking right now, bro.
The interpretation.
No, he's not talking right now.
The
I'm riding the
interpretation.
car with you, Thunder. No matter what
I
Savior
just
and
heard him
Cedric
again.
talking about.
The Bible hasn't been rewritten by us. The interpretation of the Bible has been rewritten by us. Okay, we have usurped spiritual authority from the Vatican. Okay, these ideas of God and Christ being in this form of Trinity, and they're supernatural wizards and walking on water. This is all fake. Common sense should tell you that interpretation is false.
Hey, can you text Primus?
A new interpretation.
WOW.
In logical sense.
I just want to know who's Jesus. That's all I want to know. I'm trying to get saved.
Jesus is Primus.
Oh boy.
Jesus is Primus St. Croix, and the scriptures tell you that Moses was.
I want to hear from Primus.
Well,
He
hey,
just
look, man. Can y'all please just let Petar finish what he's saying, man? He's trying to answer my question. I'm listening. I really want to know how y'all making that connection other than the assertion. Like, if I was to say Thunder is Jesus, and if I can't provide no evidence of that, right? Other than me saying it, no one would believe me.
The evidence is provided in a book called 70 Years Accomplished by Omar Tokajah. That's where the evidence is laid out, where you can read it for yourself. Okay, with an hour live stream right now, all I can tell you is that Primus St. Croix is the Christ. He does not declare himself as the Christ. The Bible tells you that Moses was prevented from entering into the promised land. We know that land is an allegory for a certain level of understanding. So if Moses was prevented from entering into the promised land, that means that he was prevented from entering into the understanding that he is the Christ. Okay? The scriptures tell you he did not believe in God, which is why he was prevented from entering the promised land, which means that Primus never believed that Haile Selassie, the God and Father of Christ, he never believed that Haile Selassie would elevate him to the position of the Messiah in history. That he didn't believe that. He still doesn't believe that. If he believed that, he would be calling himself the Christ, but he does not preach himself. He preaches the Father. John the Baptist even tells you in the book of John, they asked him, "Are you the Christ?" He says, "I am not." Jesus tells his disciples, charges his disciples, "Tell no man that I am the Christ." This is repeated over and over and over again in the scriptures. So the idea that Black Lion Supreme has somehow debunked us because Primus said he's not the Christ. The reason I brought Primus on the show was so that y'all could see that he's not claiming to be the Christ.
Right.
You're telling me that Primus saying he's not the Christ is like, this is like news to me. Like, I don't already know that there's an entire church of people in St. Lucia who believe him when he says he's not the Christ, and they follow his gospel and doctrine according to his theological premise that Christ is a spirit who enters the individual who believes that Haile Selassie is the father of Christ. As if I don't already know that there's a schism in our church already. There's a massive amount of people in the islands already that believe that he is not the Christ. They accept the premise that Haile Selassie is the father of Christ, but they do not accept the identity of the Messiah. They do not accept Primus St. Croix as the Messiah, which is why they're wrong.
Do you think it's a completely logical decision for people to make to think that this is absurd and people not believing it? Or do you think that we are crazy?
You know, I believe if you read the literature, if you took the time to read the literature, this would make way more sense. But from your perspective now, just listening to it, like, who's this guy who's missing teeth talking about Haile Selassie? I mean, I can obviously see where someone could be like, wow, this is absurd. But if you take the time to study to show thyself approved, you would realize that what we are telling you is tangible salvation. You would recognize that.
So listen, I'm gonna be brief because there's something that he said that I want people to pay attention to, and it's something that I've seen from a lot of these so-called Jesus type people that pop up on the scene. They either look vagabond, homeless, like they need help.
Oh man, now you finna insult the man. Come on.
No, I'm not finna insult the man. No, I'm not insulting the man at all. Stop, Thunder.
Man?
I'm going off of what they profess these guys supposed to come like. They're supposed to come looking meager, like they don't have any wealth.
So you believe he is the Christ then?
No, I don't. I'm saying it's all
I have
nonsense.
an actual serious
That's
question
what I'm saying.
for Petar. I have an actual serious question for Petar. For
ahead,
Petar.
man.
If Primus St. Croix is saying he is not the Christ, if he is denying it, why are you affirming it?
Because the scriptures tell you that Christ does not preach himself. He preaches the Father. If Primus St. Croix said he's the Christ, anyone can claim to be the Christ. What does that prove? Okay, the reason
I'm just asking why you're personally choosing to affirm it. You know, what did he do that was besides not claiming to be Christ, I never claimed to be Christ. How do you know I'm not your Christ?
Because I've read the literature, right? And in the book 7 Years Accomplished, it makes the case for all of these coincidences that correspond with Primus St. Croix and the descriptions of the Messiah in the Bible. Okay, there's so many coincidences that the probability.
Well, the Bible tell me so. Circular reasoning.
Again,
Cedric
doesn't read books. Cedric doesn't read books, but he's debunked everything.
He is weak and we are strong. Yes, Jesus loves me.
Let me mute
circular reasoning.
That is exactly what he's doing.
Cedric doesn't read literature.
He's doing it over and over and over.
What's the
literature?
What's the literature?
Read literature. What type of literature are you reading? Imaginary made up stuff, a book full of claims? That doesn't say nothing. You're just illustrating your ignorance to the scientific process. I can read 1,000 books. I can read Harry Potter. It doesn't make it true. Harry Potter has more details and more attestations than Jesus. Doesn't make it true. So reading imaginary fantasy stories doesn't prove anything. And you telling me you rewrote your interpretation of the Bible is your version of I made it up. So what makes your version any more real than the already imaginary stuff that we have concluded is imaginary? And your claim, the Bible told you so.
Not what he's asking.
Cedric, is Peter the prophet of Simon of Primus and Croix? Is Peter, are you the prophet of Primus and Croix?
I'm not in the Bible. I'm not in the character.
Are you his modern day prophet?
Yeah, his messenger.
There's only one prophet. There's only one prophet.
And that prophet is Haile Selassie, or is it Primus?
And that prophet is Primus St. Croix. And his name changes throughout the scriptures. Moses, John the Baptist, Jesus, His name
Listen,
changed.
the
Isaiah.
first thing I asked Primus, the first question I asked Primus before I was muted and kicked off was, has Jesus come yet? And Primus said yes. I asked you the same question earlier. Has Jesus come? Is he coming? Or has he gone?
No.
And you said, Jesus hasn't come yet. I was asking Primus those questions because the primary thing to have Primus on the program to find out who Primus the man is, not who Rasta is, because we can look that up on Google. Primus can't teach us nothing about who Rastafarians culture is. So somebody asking Primus to teach us about Rasta is a waste of time. It's 45 minutes of sitting down and listening to bullshit. When we're supposed to find out who this man is.
Man. Hear that. So what Rasta is for you? What Rasta is for you?
Who are you? Rasta is
Let me
a
ask you, hear that? Rasta, let me ask you a question.
That's
Let me ask you a question. You've been, what is your age? Hold on.
Educate yourself. You
hold on.
to not be educated.
Say it. All right, here we go.
Who
Now go.
talking there?
Hold on, Primus. Kyle, you here?
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
I got one more question. Then I'll fall back. So if Primus is proclaiming to be a prophet, can you give me one of the prophecies, or like, because a prophet is a person that speaks God's will. Like, what is God's will? Like, can you give us a prophecy that's not in the Bible that's original to yourself?
Yeah, that everything is in the Bible. Selassie said, sir. Selassie tell us to read the Bible, we'll find truth for ourselves. He himself said, my path, I glory there. So even things about the emperor that written, because you must have that spiritual understanding. Selassie, I must give you that blessing. When you reading, you could see in the Bible talking from Genesis to Revelation when it said, his path is when it said, the Almighty God created the heaven and the earth. He created the sun to give light by day. All right? That is the maker. That's his path. And then, if the Bible said the spirit of Christ is the spirit of prophecy, which means someone already prophesied what that will happen in the future. Now, I never meet Christ personally as that individual, physically, but I can read what he had said would have happened in our time. And that's what we come to see that come to pass. Because the Bible said the spirit of Christ is the spirit of prophecy. And I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse. And he that sitteth upon was called faithful and true. In righteousness he doeth judge and make war. He had many crowns. Now listen what me I say. Listen what me I say. Listen, man.
You got Ezekiel.
Let me talk, man. Now let me talk, man. So he prophesied. Listen, man. He prophesied only one man. Come and fight war. Let me talk, no man. Only one man that come and fight war.
You're talking. You're not answering my
Roman Catholic Church with Mussolini invade Ethiopia.
Sir, we don't care about what you're saying right now.
I mean, you don't care. Well, Rasta, put me off that program, man. Because listen what me I tell you. Most of you will die ignorant, man. So what you worship in the sun? What you worship in the moon?
I'm asking you a respectful question and you're not answering. I'm trying to redirect the question so that you understand what I'm asking you. Okay.
So what you asking me then?
I'm asking you a specific question, and I'm giving you a little background. So in the Bible, you have Moses or Moshe, you have Isaiah, you have Ezekiel. What they did as prophets, they wrote down things and prophecies. And I'm saying that it doesn't necessarily make you my thoughts are it doesn't necessarily make you a prophet to read what other prophets, quote unquote, have prophesied and then just regurgitate it. I'm asking you, have you prophesied something yourself and there's something that's original like they did? Because otherwise, how are you uplifted higher than those prophets who actually wrote down prophecies?
Good question. Good question.
But listen what may I tell you. Now, when Christ come, what he did read to see what written, not the Old Testament, because the Bible said in Mark chapter 12, verse 29, he said, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord." Where he get that? In Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4.
Okay. All right,
that's where he get that
we don't want no more Bible. We don't want.
Well, stay ignorant, man. I don't put me on your show again, Rasta, yeah? Because I'm not tonight, man.
They're trying to ruin the show, man. I'm trying to keep you on.
Don't put me in it again. Me don't want them little little
We
dumb
want the
head
prophecy.
with American behavior. Appear that me I see that pure American behavior, man. Why y'all want to
Rasta,
fight
for
against the Bible? So
Rasta,
what
We
you
want
have
the
to give
prophecy.
us now? You
I'm a
don't want the Bible, what you want to. So what do you think? I go eradicate snitch that fight
I don't
against
care
the
the Central Police Station
man.
as Trimmy Rasta. You deserve to
You see what
get
I'm saying?
tree.
So
You
Rasta
deserve-
is for you locks and eating ital, that's Rasta for you. Huh? That is what Rasta for you, Dread? Rastafari is highly Selassie name, you know.
We are seeing the ultimate level of
You know.
ignorance on display.
Living the life.
The young
You
man
see?
illustrated his
All we want
inability
is a
to
prophecy.
read. He
But I
illustrated
the
his
prophecy,
inability to read.
the prophecy
He
is
wants to
in the
read
last
the
day. Listen to the
Bible.
prophecy, man.
Is not
In the last
educated,
day.
but he wants to educate
Y'all
people.
don't want to listen to
How
the
is this
prophecy now.
even remotely possible?
I don't want
This
to waste
man
my
is
time with people
quoting
like
the
that, you know.
Bible,
Yeah.
and the fact that he is applying circular reasoning goes over his head, telling us what the Bible says. We know what the Bible says.
What you know,
Quoting the Bible doesn't do
let me tell you,
nothing.
man.
Nobody
Garfield,
here
that you talking
believes
there?
what the Bible says.
Garfield, that you
Nobody
talking there?
believes what.
Go ahead.
Oh, you're idiot, man. I mean, I want to go. I tell Peter to go on them little idiot boy thing.
Hey, go ahead, Primus. Go ahead and finish what you were saying.
Listen what me I said now. Who said they know the Bible? Who said that?
No, don't worry about that, man. Just do what you do.
No, but what me I tell you, but the Bible have facts in it, it have truth, Rasta. So why you tell me you rejecting it? Because they lie to you and tell you the Bible come from Rome? That's a pure lie, and is Ethiopia the Bible originally come from? And they themselves know about it. Do your research then, and you will see is Ethiopia the Bible originally from. And if you want a prophecy, I telling you, in the last day is in us, Christ coming, in us. And we have the gospel that Haile Selassie is the Almighty God. And that is what that go wounded the wicked boy in Rome. And all of them leaders, even the prime minister and the president that following the wicked boy, Satan with the Sunday law. Listen what me I tell you, man. I know what I'm telling you. We have the truth, who is the Almighty God. The universe has a maker, and that's Haile Selassie the first.
I'm a psychic.
We are believing no Ra. We are believing no Ra. We are believing all the many gods in Egypt. Because all of them in a sand, they in a dust. And they can't do nothing. The last is the living God. That's what it says. And the Bible that says so.
When I say this, I want y'all to understand. When I said that we have rewrote the Bible and have blackenized the Bible, he just said it again. We have to stop trying to make this ancient Levantine literature.
You never reread the Bible. You're a liar.
I have read the Bible.
You never do nothing in the Bible. If you know the Bible, you know the truth, man. You just opposing.
Levantine literature. It's ancient Levantine literature that he is superimposing onto us. And now he's upset. I don't have to get upset. As I've been saying, the Bible is not for us.
Against the truth.
Hey, Savior, I got a question for you, bro.
Fiery boy. You listen.
Can I ask you a question?
What's up, Kyle? Go ahead, Kyle.
My question is, what do you think Mississippi Jesus thinks about this?
I think he's going crazy right now. I think Mississippi Jesus is going wild right now.
You make me fall down. Oh shit. Oh.
All right. So how let me ask y'all a question. What's the direction you think this interview going right now? Y'all happy with yourself, man? Y'all good?
Can I say something, Thunder? Can I say something? Because I've been listening, I'm kind of agree with you. I'm agreeing with you that we should have been slow walking him to the questions, because I don't agree. Yeah, I agree. I just feel that question should have been the first question, but I don't agree with the bashing him over the head kind of tactic that we seem to be wanting to use. Listen, I believe that what I know that what he's saying is not true. But at least we gotta hear them out and try to see where they're coming from. I just
Yes,
wanted.
but you know what you need to do? Slow them
May I
down.
ask,
Do not
do you
let
have the
them
truth?
not let them speak for 45 minutes. It creates
May I ask,
frustration and it always goes this way. We do not want to be preached to. You ask a question, you give a little synopsis, and you break it down. Stop. What do you say there? Explain. How did you come to that? We need to apply the same methodology we use when we are dissecting other information, when we are dealing with these people. Somehow we get reverent, we sit back and allow them to go on these long ass bills. No.
Cedric.
Yeah, Cedric, but this is not
Provide
sophisticated
me some
theology.
evidence. Why do you think that? Where does that come from? And
Cedric.
then we can have a conversation.
Why
A
are you-
45-minute monologue isn't a conversation, isn't a bill.
Cedric, why are you speaking?
Cedric.
You have homework to do. I gave you homework and you haven't done it yet. So why are you shouldn't even be on the panel, number one. Number two, here's number two. Primus is giving you, this is who Primus is, all right? You guys are,
Listen,
Yo, hold on. Stop.
Watch out, Petar.
Don't nobody have to do
Let me slow you
homework
down
from you.
real quick. Let me slow you down real quick. If you do not want me to disrespect you, you don't ever claim to ever do or give me anything to do. You are pseudo and you are so full of shit, right? That it is funny. So don't ever make those kind of comments again in my.
All right, Thunder, you gotta nip that in the bud, Thunder.
All right. Come on.
That's how you get Cedric off his cool seat. You challenges his
There you go.
Let's get back to information.
Let's get back to the information. Right.
So Peter, why you and the God saying two different things?
Well,
the Son of God. Why you and the Son of God saying two different things?
Yeah,
that's what I want to know.
The reason is because Primus cannot claim to be the Christ. If he claimed to be the Christ, that would make him no different than any other person in history to claim that same thing. You know, it's the same thing with Haile Selassie, as I said earlier in the show. Haile Selassie never verbatim stated that he is God. Yet we worship him as the creator. We recognize his work. It's the same thing as Primus.
Peter, stop, Peter. Because the original Christ said he was the Christ. The original Christ said he was the Christ. And other people say he was the Christ in front of him, and he never denied. We have asked this Rasta how many times if he is the Christ, and he said he is not the Christ. But the original Christ never denied that him is the Christ. But this Christ now denied that him is the Christ. This Christ was born, what her name is, in St. Croix, or whatever island, as a Catholic, went to New York, 1980, spent 10 years, set up a church, get two pictures of Haile Selassie, two big pictures that I'm free of Haile Selassie with some Jamaican.
Yeah,
he's breaking up. If I could add to what he's saying, I remember distinctly Peter said that the story in the Bible about the first Christ was a prophecy. It didn't happen yet. Now, when Primus came on here, he said the opposite. So what gives?
Well, that's what gives.
It's a reinterpretation of the Bible, as he just said earlier. So he reinterpreted it to fit his narrative, what he's up here pushing.
It's not my narrative, mind you. This is the order of Primus St. Croix. It is a church. The Bible is not subject to private interpretation. That's what it tells you in the scripture. So this knowledge.
Okay, well, it's the order of Primus St. Croix nonsense. Right. So it's a cult. So it's a cult that he's up here pushing in front of us.
Whether it's a cult, whether you try to label this a cult or pseudoscience or whatever you try to label it, rather than trying to label it to discredit it, why don't you I'm
gonna just call it what it is.
I know, I'm just saying, why don't you guys examine whether or not what we're saying is the truth or not? Because
we have examined it.
We should be looking for the truth.
We have examined it.
Not trying to label things. Is this philosophy? Is this science? You know, there's even a demarcation rule. Okay, it's very difficult to determine what is science, what is philosophy, what is religion.
Petar, Mr. Petar.
Go ahead.
So we have examined it. We have listened to you numerous times. We have listened to him over and over. And all he has done is came up here and put himself and Haile Selassie in the place of the characters in the Bible. That's it.
No, man.
That's
Selassie is in the Bible. It said that.
No, Selassie is not in the Bible. Stop
because
making it up.
Said,
hello. Don't.
But that's America.
Don't. Stop.
America, but
you're talking about look.
Hey, Sabio, man, that's your elder,
not,
bro. Do you care about talking to a black elder in the way that you're doing, bro?
Listen.
The mystery
my
of
elders,
you
listen, hold on. He just asked me a great
bro?
question. Thunder, you just asked me a great question. So let me answer this. My elders will not come up in front of me and purposely lie to me. So this man is not my elder. This man is a person that wants me to follow him and what he believes is the interpretation of this mythological Levantine story.
Yeah, but if he's believing it, he's not lying though, right?
Something, man. You all meant to show
it, he's not lying, right?
Everybody, but let me say something. I never asked you to follow me. Did I ever ask you, brethren, follow me?
Not one time.
Never asked you to follow me. I don't even
He's
know
up
you.
here pushing it. He's up here pushing it as if
he
it's
was
the truth.
invited,
I'm telling y'all, that's not Primus. I'm the one saying.
He was invited to speak.
I don't think anybody is.
And the man. This is not your show, Sabio.
Yeah, but I'm the one saying
Cedric and everybody. Hold on, Peter. I got you. Listen, bro, this is not our show. This is Garfield wanted Petar and Primus to present whatever they wanted to present. I tried to respect that. Y'all niggas are ruining the show, man. Why don't you just stop?
So just real quick, it's not Primus saying you have to follow him. I'm saying either follow the doctrine, the order of Primus and Croix, or you're a
Thank
faggot.
you.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. I know what I'm talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
Don't give that to him.
Yeah, it's not Primus. I'm saying you're a faggot if you don't follow what I'm.
Right, he's saying that.
Not Primus. Primus is preaching his own. Primus
I know what you're. I know. So he's your person that you're following, and you're telling us we're faggots, we're wrong, we're going to hell if we don't follow this man.
I'm not saying you're going to hell.
Shove it up your motherfucking ass.
We're not saying.
I think we just scale down a little bit, man. Hold on. Let me.
I'm trying. What you been trying to do, Kyle?
We're just questioning. We're just questioning sexuality. We're not saying.
Why? Petar, I think you should not disrespect anybody on the panel. Sabio, I think you should definitely not disrespect anybody on the panel. Like, we are all adults, man. Like, why can't we have a conversation?
I don't know.
Y'all heard what he just said.
We're not saying people are going to go to hell.
I don't even care about going to hell. I don't believe in that. But I'm just saying I can be respectful. I can ask you a question, and I think that the right.
Y'all heard what he just said.
Man, come on, Sabio. I think the best thing to do if we're asking questions because you guys want to come on here. I mean, we ask y'all, of course, but you're on your free will. No one's making y'all be here. Is to answer the question and make it make sense to us, because sometimes it may make sense, sometimes it doesn't. And right now, this is the thing, it doesn't make sense, so we're asking more questions. And I don't agree with the disrespect. We got to stop doing that. Like, ain't nobody faggots on here, ain't nobody
I'm questioning your sexuality because I don't understand the line of
you don't know me, bro. So why don't question my sexuality? Because
not yours particularly, but just in general, like the panel, because you guys are like, well, I'm not convinced. He's like a black guy that's missing teeth. That's your objection? I'm questioning your sexuality.
I'm not making none of the things I'm
like that.
Nobody on this panel has disrespected you or him.
I'm just being honest.
No, bro, listen for a second.
Y'all need to listen to me.
You are
I'm
down
not making nothing up,
bro. And we have not disrespected you or him, or I haven't, at least. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm clearly saying is, watch who you talking to like that, bro. Like you're not at that place, bro.
You're not that guy.
He's questioning
you're not that guy.
He just said out of his mouth, he's questioning all our sexuality because we're not following him and Primus St. Croix. Clearly out of this man's mouth. He just said that.
Because there's got to be something misfiring in your brain if you guys think you're bringing up valid objections.
You see where the conversation has digressed, right? And with that, I must say good night.
I have been trying to prevent this for the last 30 minutes, and y'all can't help yourself, man. You
We
can't
can
help
help
yourself.
ourselves. We can help ourselves
Can
because we
I
don't
ask
want to
Primus a
preach.
question? Can I ask Primus a question?
What, man?
I want to ask Primus, what did the Son of Mary live on earth 2,000 years ago? That's all I want to know. Primus,
Where I say there?
did the Son of Mary live on earth 2,000 years ago in Palestine?
Well, the Bible said so.
No, I'm asking you, not what the
Yeah,
Bible said. What?
but I tell the Bible said so. It's true that Jesus Christ did come because Selassie said, when Christ was born from the Virgin Mary, he lived a life that we all supposed to illuminate the life that he lived, and what he taught us, the assurance of salvation.
Okay, so the story in the Bible is not a prophecy, it's something that actually happened.
But of course it happened. But it said
Okay.
that God created the heaven and the earth, the sun to give light by day. Not that you see that happening. It's not real, it's vain. Our eyes to see, our feet to walk. He make male and female, man and woman. Not that we sin. That's vain. That's not a reality. That's not facts. You're not experiencing that. He make
Yeah,
the
I'm not
sea,
talking
he make
about
the
that. I'm
ocean
just
of
talking
water.
about
No, but I'm telling you, the Bible said all that. It's written all that in that book, right?
Yes.
The Bible talk about even different areas in the universe. Talk about Ethiopia. He talk about Jerusalem. Talk about all, even the islands, even the Caribbean. The Bible talk about.
All right, that's great. That's great. I got you. Now, Peter.
Anybody who said Haile Selassie is the Almighty God is them that is Rastafarian, because
I got
Selassie is
you.
Rastafari. The
Yeah.
ANF is us that attached to Rastafari.
I
You
got
see what
you.
I say?
Yeah,
So
I
you
got
don't
you.
have to have locks. You don't have to have locks to be a Rasta man. You know, it's the faith,
Don't have to
the
dread,
belief.
don't have to dread to be Rasta. I got that. Now,
I'm
Peter,
not
can
going
you answer
about,
the same question?
because hear that, man. They have enough white people that don't have locks and they love His Majesty more than black people. Black people talking worse thing against Selassie more than white people may have me. I'm telling you the truth. Especially enough of them Jamaican who claim they know so much.
All right.
And Selassie came down visit them and they saying worse thing about the emperor, where white people talk great thing about His Majesty, Haile Selassie the first.
Fire
Because
upon that.
they see the kind of person Selassie is, what he did, the way he moved in the universe. There is none that is like the emperor. I'm gonna tell you that, Rasta.
All right,
See what
thank
I
you.
say? And
Thank you,
many
thank
people
you.
have the philosophy. Many people have the way they're teaching. But let me tell you something. You see the Bible that they cannot come out from the universe. And it's the Bible that we have today will always teach the people the truth about the Almighty.
All right, thank you, thank you. Peter, same question.
What was the question?
Did the Son of Mary live and walk on earth 2,000 years ago? And was the stories written in the Bible, were they prophecy or did they actually happen?
Absolutely not. Never happened. These are allegories. Never happened in antiquity.
All right, bro. Thank you.
Cool. Alvaro Wiggins, did you want to ask something? And then Morpheus next.
Okay, cool. Thanks. I was just wondering, you know, besides not affirming, you know, that this man isn't Christ or whatnot, what else makes you believe that he's Christ? You're talking about literature. What literature are you talking about?
Talking about 70 Years Accomplished by Omar Toby Jah. It actually contains all the letters that Primus and Croix left behind at the crime scenes after he destroyed the Catholic Church statues in the year 2000 when he went on a campaign with a sledgehammer, breaking church idols and preaching that Emperor Haile Selassie I is the God and Father of Christ, which coincidentally is 70 years after Haile Selassie's coronation in 1930, and Primus and Croix was 33 years and 3 months old at the time of his arrest in May 18th of the year 2000 in Brooklyn, New York, which can be interpreted as Babylon in the scriptures.
Go ahead, Alvaro. You good?
Yeah. Is that it? That one book?
Well, we're writing a new book right now. This is the second edition of the book that's out right now. It was written in 2013, and Omar and I are co-authoring a new book right now about the laws of Imperial Ethiopia, which is all the research that I do concerning Imperial Ethiopian law.
And then also,
I'm sorry,
why were your
I
answers
can't hold this
different?
shit in,
Why
bro.
were your answers different?
Hold on.
Man, look, man, Thunder, that was the most disrespectful shit that anybody has ever said on this panel, bro. And you the moderator, bro. You gotta check that shit, bro.
All right.
But you know,
Exactly,
but you know,
I'm with you. I agree. So, Pete Petar, could you please, not please, you have to refrain from using that sort of verbiage, especially the black people, bro. I agree with you. I thought y'all checked it, but I think hopefully this, Petar, we shouldn't have no reoccurrence, right?
Okay, but just so you know, it wasn't directed at, a certain race of people. I absolutely question people's sexuality when their line of reasoning.
And you still doing the shit, bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, all right.
Man, you
So,
a bitch,
Petar,
my nigga. Bro, look, hold on, bro.
You
would not,
honest,
bro,
man.
no,
Can I
fuck
not be
you.
honest?
You would not
This
say
dude
that
trying
shit.
to make
You would
the
not say that shit to
conversation
anybody's
digress
fucking face on
because
here,
we
my
make
dude.
him look stupid.
You would not say any
We
of
have
that shit
made
to
him look
nobody's face.
completely
You a bitch
stupid
right now,
and an
bro. You
idiot.
the internet popping
And
off,
now
man.
he's trying to
Face
digress
to
the
face.
conversation with these type of talk. You're exposed. Your stupidity is on full display. Your arrogance has been exposed,
infallible.
right? And
I'm
so
just a human.
now you're trying to digress the conversation by referring to people's sexuality. The fact that comes up in your mind as the first thing says something more about you than anybody here on the panel. Listen,
I agree.
We
I
gonna
agree.
Disagree with
fight
that.
for that
And I'll tell
nonsense.
you why.
We're gonna keep you right in the box, and we're gonna keep putting you and making you look as stupid as you know you are looking. So keep making those references. We're gonna keep you right here, because nobody here gonna run from that kind of rhetoric, but we exposing you for what you is. You're fake, you're phony, and now the pressure is on, the racist in you bubbling up. So Savior was right. We're trying to preach that white supremacy the whole time.
Come
but
on now.
we exposing you. You can't go the racist route, so you're going this route where you're
Come
questioning
on, man. You
manhood.
think that's what this is
Who
about?
the hell are you to
Haile
question anybody's
Selassie.
manhood? But you know what? We are not going to let the conversation digress, because Google Scholar just established that you think you know more about the Bible than the man you claiming to be Jesus.
Yeah,
That
you
is
had different
completely
answers.
ludicrous.
Haile Selassie considered homosexuality to be a mental illness. So when I see people that are just delusional, right?
And the fact that
I have to question.
and the fact that comes up in your vocabulary illustrates your mental health illness.
That's all. I'm not saying anyone is.
Got.
Listen, I'm not saying anyone.
It illustrates the sickness you got, because that's the first thing that your mind would go to. It illustrates how your mind works.
Bro.
I understand,
it illustrates how
but
your
they're not.
mind
But they're
works.
not letting
The
me
first
explain.
thing you go to,
No, we're not letting you
first thing you go to is homoerotic thoughts.
Yeah,
The
I don't
first
think
thing
it's
your
not
mind goes
about
to is homoerotic thoughts. You got an issue.
Disrespectful, man. That's why we're not letting you explain, because we heard what the fuck you said, and you know you fucking said the shit, and you're disrespectful as fuck. And you would not say this shit in my face or anybody's face on this motherfucking panel, because you would not have fucking teeth tomorrow, nigga. I swear on everything I love, bro. Don't be an internet thug, my dude, because this ain't the place or the time for that, bro.
No one's promoting violence.
No, you promoting violence by disrespecting us, bro. Like, I have not said anything disrespectful to you. And I tried to ask you for clarity, and then you double down on your bullshit, white boy. I will beat the fuck out of you if I see you, man. I'm not playing with you. And I swear, and I know rosters all across this world that'll come get your ass. So quit playing.
Hey, Petar.
This ain't the one. I'm not the one, dude. I'm not the one for that. Don't disrespect me, man.
Let's do this. Let's do this right here, Petar. Can you accept that correction, bro? And just let's progress to conversation. We don't need no explanation, bro. Just accept that correction, man. Everybody make mistakes.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm a fallible human. I'm not perfect, right? So the fact that
well, say you sorry then. Apologize to everybody on this fucking panel.
Just apologize.
I'll think about it.
Get him off this motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, Petar.
Get him the fuck out, bro.
All right, hold on. Let's give him a second chance. Petar.
Get this motherfucker off here, bro.
I got you. All right, Petar.
This
me and you, bro. Petar, this me and you talking, right? I think you respect me, and I'm gonna respect you at least for right now. Petar, I'm asking you to please You know what I'm saying? Let's accept the correction. Let's apologize, and let's move on with the conversation, please. This is me and you.
Listen. I do apologize for jumping to the conclusion that somebody's sexuality is in question based on their line of reasoning, ideology. I do accept that correction, but like I said, I'm not perfect. Okay, I never claimed to be perfect, right? Okay. But for Cedric to say that says more about me than anyone else. That's not true either. Okay, that's a way for gays to silence people from speaking out against homosexuality. It's like, oh well, why are you talking about it? You must be gay. It's like,
you see this motherfucker gone and double down and come back and excuse gays youth. Listen here, bro.
You can't have an excuse for it. You can't follow it up with something.
This motherfucker double back and come with the same bullshit. Who the fuck you think you're talking to?
So you can't, all right, Petar, you can't make an excuse for it, man. You just gotta just say, hey, I exhibited poor judgment and moving forward, it won't happen again. That's it.
It is poor judgment. It is poor judgment, and I agree that it's poor judgment, and that's my poor judgment. That's not Primus's, or that's not in the church. That's just my personal. You know what I mean? Like that's my personal poor judgment. I do judge people, and sometimes it's incorrect. All right. I do apologize for that. I'm only human. Were you gonna?
That's it. That's it.
What the hell?
Don't make no more excuses. We're good. All right, let's leave it right there. I think that was good. I think that will suffice. Right? We good. All right.
Agreed.
Morpheus, you next. Did you want to?
Then I'm after Morpheus, please. Can I go after Morpheus?
No, we got Craig. Rob Moore came in, then Philip Banks came in.
Then I want after Craig.
I want after Philip. Then Gideon came in. It's 8:52, bro. We've been on here at least 4 or 5 hours. We gotta get these people in, bro.
Gideon gonna agree with most of what he said.
Yeah, that's fine, but let's give him the opportunity to do it, like we gave you the opportunity. All right, now Morpheus.
Yes, sir. Can I talk now?
Let's get it.
All right, thank you. Peter, quick question. If the other brother Primus is on? Here's his question.
Hold on, let me see. I don't think he is.
Okay, so here's my question, right? As of today, the population of the planet Earth is 8 billion people, right? Now, when we look at the Abrahamic faiths, or let's just say religions today, Christianity is 2.38 billion, Islam is 1.91 billion, Hinduism 1.16 billion, Buddhism 570 million. The religion is 61 million. Judaism is 14.6 million, right? And unaffiliated is 1.19 billion. Okay, so now, of all those numbers, a great, what we say, Christianity, truthfully, they all read the Bible. They all read the Bible like you. They themselves are divided into over 400 and something, 45,000 globally different sects. So you have 45,000 global, these are Christians, right? People who read the Bible. We even talk about the Jews yet, just them alone. That's 200 Christian denominations in the US and a staggering 45,000 globally. So my question to you is, each one of these sects, Methodism, Anglican, Baptist, so forth and so on, each one of them have a different interpretation, or they have their own interpretation that's different from your interpretation. Each one of them claim that their interpretation is guided by the Holy Spirit. Every last one of them. So my question to you is, why out of all that 2.16 billion, your interpretation is the right one, and theirs? The floor is yours.
Well, I'm going to answer this question. I really do have to run. I got to get to the airport. So the answer to your question is, the reason we say our interpretation is correct is because there's no contradictions between any of the religious texts. Pick a book, pick a religion. There's no contradictions. If you plug in our formula into the interpretation, there's no contradiction. That's significant. And that's number one, right? Number two is it's common sense, okay? And it follows logical principles. Now, when they say the Holy Spirit, gives them their understanding of their religion and their books, right? We know that the Holy Spirit is actually Haile Selassie's principles. We know that this isn't a supernatural nebulous that people can download information from like the cloud or something, right? So these interpretations are just false because, I mean, look at where the world is today anyways. All the wars have been fought for religion. It's based on religion. It's based on I'm better than you. Black people are better than white people, or Palestine was here first before Israel. All the wars are just all about false interpretations of the scriptures because people have accepted the fact that the Bible is a literal historical book. And if they reject that, then they just write off God completely. They throw out the baby with the bathwater. It's almost like saying, well, your interpretation of the Bible is incorrect, so therefore God doesn't exist, right?
Hey, Petar. I know do you got 10 minutes?
I have 4 minutes.
You didn't answer my question. Okay, I understand you believe that, right? But there's 45,000 different denominations of sects that will tell me the same thing that you just said. Same as thing. Wait. Only thing different is we got Haile Selassie in it, but they will give me the very same exact thing.
But they don't have the evidence.
No, the same exact thing.
Hey, Philip Baines, do you got a question for Petar because he's about to go?
Yeah, well, not for him directly. Good afternoon, and
okay, hold on, don't worry about it. Craig, I'm on Rob. You got a question for Petar?
I got a statement. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say, man, I have been a follower of Petar and Primus for over 16 years as a Rastafarian. I seen him turn a beef patty into a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and feed 5,000 people. I do believe he is Jesus in the flesh.
All right, Gideon, do you have Gideon, you got any questions for Petar? Gideon.
Nah, I don't.
All right. Federated States. Do you have any questions for Petar?
Nah, not really.
All right. Nope. Hey, Petar, listen, man.
I think Gideon blocked in the chat.
You have any question for Petar?
Stu P, do you have any question for Petar?
Yes, Petar. Yes, Thunder. Thank you very much. Petar, my question to you is why are you putting this ignorant Rastaman at the forefront of your religion?
All right, Petar.
No. I am putting it to you, Petar, that this is your religion.
Right.
And Primus and Croix is a puppet that you have found and put in the forefront of your religion. Deny that.
Well, His Majesty chose Primus to preach the gospel. Okay, His Majesty chose Primus.
When did His Majesty choose that? When he came to Jamaica?
When he was born.
Well,
Primus St. Croix just said it when he was born.
Primus St. Croix was born February 4th, 1967, but he revealed himself to be the Christ in the year 2000.
Primus didn't even know what he was before he went to New York. Primus couldn't even read a Jack Angel storybook before he went to New York. Primus would have seen his name on a bullock cake, as they would say in Jamaica, and eat it. Why are you putting this ignorant Rastaman at the forefront of your religion?
This is the way
your religion.
This is the way Haile Selassie set it up. Okay.
This is where you set it up, Peter.
I didn't set this up.
You set it up, Peter.
I didn't set
gentleman
this up.
don't even know his interpretation of the Bible is totally different than yours, Peter. Peter, why are you taking this man now? Peter, if the people them call a racist based on this, you take an ignorant, no teeth black man and put him at the forefront of a relation that you formulated.
Nah, stupid. All right, Petar, listen, man, we definitely appreciate your time.
It needed to be said, Stupid. Thank you.
Yeah,
I wasn't going to be the one, as you would have told me. I always the one look for trouble. I appreciate that you actually said it, Stupid. It needed to be said.
Sure you
Thank
do
you.
appreciate it. I bet you do appreciate it.
This is trying to make us as Black people look as stupid as possible. I always knew this man was a troll. He doesn't believe nothing he's talking, and he's using this as his platform to make Black people look stupid.
All right, Petar.
Yes.
Come on, Cedric. How can you say that, man? I'm trying to save your life.
Take your sick ass home. You're sick.
Stop, man. Stop.
And you need help.
All right, good. All right. Now, Petar, We want to thank you, man, for your participation. Could you please extend our thanks to Primus St. Croix for joining us as well. And I know you got to get a flight, man. And if you want to say the last, if you want to close out, go ahead, man.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. I got to come back and I have to present my article. That's what I thought we were going to do today, but we kind of got a little derailed. But
right.
That's for next week or another time. I also, you see my studios coming together. I'm trying to start the Ja Rastafari show.
When you leave, let me speak,
Thunder.
No problem. All right.
That's
go ahead. You going to start a Ja Rastafari show?
Yeah, it's going to be a live call-in show. I'm trying to get it done by the end of this year. You see the studios coming together, but a lot of my equipment is on back order. Again, no disrespect to anyone. I'm just saying, that.
Petar, leave that alone, man. We good. You done. You good.
Yeah, well, that's all I'm saying.
See, Peter is using an ignorant
leave it alone.
Black man to elevate.
Stop, Stupid. Stop it. Stop it.
I'm trying to save your life, man. I'm getting jerked around. I don't appreciate that. Obviously, I'm a little frustrated.
Let this man go. Let this man go.
All right, I got you, man. Let him close out. Let him close out. Oh, let me mute all y'all.
Story about the white man bird.
Let me mute everybody.
Go back and watch.
Let me mute everybody.
No, Peter is talking about the white man burden.
Stop, man.
Remember, you know what the white man burden is? To civilize the savages. I am not a savage to be saved by Petar.
Stop, Petar.
That's the white man's burden.
Hey, unmute,
That's
Petar.
the white man burden.
Let me mute y'all again. Hey, Petar, unmute.
Yo.
All right, go ahead.
That's
go
all
ahead, close out, man.
All I'm saying is, like, Cedric, if you don't want to read the books, there's so many shows that I was on previously with Garfield. You could learn what I'm saying, right? Because last time you came on talking about Adam and Eve, like, when have I ever said that I believe in Adam and Eve?
Come back with your nonsense again, partner. Go catch your flight. Go catch your flight. You actually talking about the article you wrote. Who gives a shit? You're referring us to your fantasy imaginary book about 70 years, 33 years, and 3 months, and your nonsense. Who you disrespecting by? Run out of here with your nonsense. You sound stupid. You have been exposed. Come back with your 4-page article. Who cares what you wrote? Like you, like
Go
as
do
if you
something
put
else.
something
Don't
on
watch
paper,
the show, Cedric.
it's
I don't know
relevant.
what to tell you,
Like
man.
who cares?
Don't
Like
watch the
who
show.
like really?
If this doesn't
who
interest
cares?
you, if this
Who
doesn't
cares?
change
Who
the
cares?
channel.
You have exposed your nonsense.
Why do
Your
you have to
circular
watch?
reasoning. Your circular reasoning for your Bible tells me so. Fifth grade nonsense information. You're debunked. Creation is bullshit. And now you telling me I must go read something you recommend. Like,
right.
really? Like,
Petar,
really?
Yes, really. Yes, really. Come back with some valid objections. What's wrong with that?
Valid objections to what? Your imaginary stories? You made it up.
How
You
is that
admit
imaginary?
your interpretation fits. You have a formula. You made it up.
Hey,
I don't
Petar,
need to read nothing you made up.
Petar, we're going to close out this section, man. I think they're going to spend probably the majority of the rest of the time talking about you. And
nah, we're not. We're going to talk about you. I'm going to talk
If you want to
about
stay
you.
on, you can, man. But we're gonna move forward.
I would love to because I want to save all of you, but I really have to run.
No problem. Hey, man, we appreciate you joining us, man.
All right. Next time.
Okay, peace.
All right. So to continue this conversation, I want to start with Thunder. Let me be the first to continue this because I can understand people's things very quick. I hear it when people talk. So I already knew exactly what Petar was doing when he first came around. Primus St. Croix came on and did the same thing. He showed his hand when he said he questioned our manhood because we don't follow him in Primus St. Croix, and you allowed that. I'm going to sit here and say that was foul on you because you would have jumped down my throat and everybody else's throat on this panel and said we're being disrespectful to him. And we weren't. No one was being disrespectful to him nor Primus. Yeah, I was coming a little aggressive, but that's me. I don't do the dancing.
So
I don't
when
do
you
the playing.
respond
All
in
that.
kind, what you want me to do, bro?
Hold up.
That's not responding in kind, Thunder.
That was 100% responding in kind.
No, it wasn't.
I
because
believe
no one
all.
over here questioned this
London,
manhood.
nobody call you out your name. Nobody
No
disrespect
one
you. We
called him out his
question your
name.
information, and you
We're
question people's
questioning him
manhood.
and his ideas and what he's talking about. And he said he questioned our sexuality.
Man, you call that man a
because
cult. When you call that man a cult,
yeah, a
that
cult.
triggered him,
It's a
and
cult.
then he used poor judgment. Dog, don't hold me accountable. What type of man? You doing the
Hold up.
same thing
Yeah, I'm holding
Reggie
you
did the other
accountable.
day. When
Nah,
you try to
Thunder,
when you try to let other people come in and dictate what you got going on. Dog, let him speak for him. Dog, don't make me accountable for something he done. What the hell
Hold
wrong
up.
with you?
Hold up. Hold up. Look. Listen. You
Ain't
was
no
cutting
looking,
us
listen,
off.
dog. I
You
don't hold
you
you
was cutting us off.
dog, hold yourself
You was
accountable.
cutting us
You
off.
had poor judgment all night. But
You was cutting
ain't
us
nobody
off.
call you out. We let you rock.
hold
Same
on.
thing with Cedric.
Hold
Y'all
on.
called the man a cult. He got triggered, used a word he shouldn't use. He
Thunder.
apologized for it. I'm moving on for it, dog.
Okay,
Nah, but
okay.
oh,
Stop.
Maybe
Stop.
you
I'm
have
done
Let
with
me
it.
more
let me defend
respect for.
myself. Come on. Let me defend
I'm
myself,
not
yo.
attacking you, bro.
Come on. Calm down, Thunder. I know you not.
All right, go
Stop.
ahead.
Calm down.
I'm defending myself
I
from you.
understand. Calm. I got you.
Go
And
ahead.
listen, when I call these ideas a cult, I would call the Hebrew Israelites a cult. You probably wouldn't jump on me like that. I would
hell
call the
no,
Morse
it's a white man.
people the cult. Hold up. Stop.
I didn't jump on you, bro. I said it to you.
Don't nobody. Everybody, just let me finish. Then I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah,
So
but I
when
didn't
I
say
call
that. You said I
cult,
jumped on.
come on.
I didn't say that to you. You said
Somebody
that.
else was talking. Somebody else was talking.
Okay, go ahead.
So when I called it a cult, I did it to show exactly what was going on. They was up here pushing cult-like ideas. I don't care if it triggered him. It was meant to show us and the people listening that this is what this book can allow for anybody to do. And that's exactly what he came up here showed. So for you to allow that and not say anything, when
Bro, I'm gonna tell you one more time to make me accountable
you the
for
moderator.
somebody else
You're the
done.
moderator. You're the moderator.
I'm gonna tell you one more
You
time,
should
bro,
have
and then that's gonna
moderated
be
it better.
If you're gonna hold me accountable for what another man done, then I gotta look at you.
You should have been
Bro,
a
don't tell me
moderator.
I allowed
something?
you to call that man a
Thunder.
cult, and I didn't. Hold on, Cedric. I allowed you to call that man a cult.
It's the
I
truth.
allowed you to get up here and insult his doggone teacher. Everything
I
was
didn't
allowed
insult his
tonight.
teacher.
I didn't stop you from calling him a cult. I didn't stop you from
It's the
calling you a
truth.
fag.
It's the
No,
truth.
it was
He called
even Steven to
everybody
me.
on the panel a fag.
No, what I'm saying is
He said he questioned the whole panel's sexuality, sir.
Nah.
Did he
He
not
was
say
talking to
that?
you.
Yes, he did.
He was talking to you.
Thank you.
No, he wasn't.
Thank
He
you.
said the whole
He
panel.
said the whole
It don't
panel.
even matter, dog. But
You better
the
quit
point
playing
is,
with me,
I
man.
let
Not
everybody
based
rock.
on calling him a cult,
I
based
let
on the fact that
everybody
we
rock.
disagree.
I
Okay,
let
Thunder.
everybody rock. Y'all were disrespectful to that man all night.
Thunder.
I admit
Thunder.
I
And
was
you were disrespectful
disrespectful.
to his teacher all night. And I
I
let
admit.
everybody rock. The same.
I
Thunder.
admit. I admit.
Thunder.
Hold
If
on. Let me say something.
you're assuming a
I'm a
hard
G.
line
I
of
don't play
questioning
games.
and push back to the nonsense is disrespectful. I'm gonna accept that.
No, I'm saying
What
when
I'm
he called.
saying,
Okay, Cedric, let me say it
I'm
slow one more
gonna say
time.
this.
When
I'm
that comment,
gonna
no,
accept
just
that you
relax, bro.
thought that we were disrespectful.
That comment was only said after Fabio referred to that man as being in a cult. That's when he responded, in my opinion, in kind and insulted Sabio. So he take you if you don't understand about religious people, dog, they take that stuff serious.
It's
You
a
can't
cult.
just sit there and
Thunder.
talk about their
Thunder.
religion, their
A cult.
God,
Thunder.
and
Is it not
everything
a cult?
else, and act like
I'm
everything
trying to
cool.
move the conversation. I'm trying to move the
Thunder, is it a
conversation.
cult?
Yeah, go ahead and move it. I'm good.
What I'm trying to
No,
say,
no, I
Thunder,
still want to stay on the conversation.
the reason people get frustrated and we get this sort of in attack mode is what Stu Pease was trying to illustrate to you is that you cannot allow anybody to come up here and preach. Like if we were to sit and listen to a presentation, then we wouldn't be on the panel. We would just be in the chat and he would do a presentation. When you come to have a conversation, to answer questions, to explain your position, you cannot allow him to go on a 45-minute build. The questions that we ask, the amount of questions that arose, the amount of claims that this man made, the amount of logical fallacies. He said at one moment Jesus was in the past, and then 2 minutes later in the same sentence referred to himself as Jesus. Then he said he wasn't actually Jesus in the flesh, but because of his philosophy, Jesus is within him. So like, and you let that go on and on and on and on, Thunder. You let this man preach.
What I'm saying is, Cedric, if you took offense or wanted a rebuttal, you had your opportunity to rebut everything he was saying. But he should be allowed to if that's the way he feel. This is the let me read this. Petar and Primus, St. Croix versus Rastafarians, right? So honestly, none of y'all ain't no Rastas other than, well, maybe I don't even know who a Rasta on here, but it was definitely Petar, Primus, St. Croix in the title of the message. So what I was trying to do is get like Google Scholar was saying, I'm trying to softball them into where y'all were trying to go. I already know where y'all were going, but let's extend it out. Let's keep them here as long as we can. Let's make it feel comfortable, and then when we soften them up, y'all do your thing. That's what I was trying to do. I was making a man feel comfortable, feel welcome in a new platform. So I'm asking about Ross, asking all this stuff, and then I hand it over to Stu Peace.
Thunder.
That Rasta need that
from y'all been talking. Hold on, Stu P. Hold on.
Let me start. Stu P. Go ahead.
Thunder.
Yeah.
You was there. Say you was telling this guy, please, can you please
right.
Apologize? Right?
Yeah.
And basically being a man.
To this white man, can you please apologize? Hold on, Thunder.
See there, Thunder. Let me talk, Thunder.
No, go ahead. Let me talk.
He don't get what we're saying. He don't get what we're saying to him.
Let him finish. Shut up.
So I'm looking at you.
Yeah.
The Bible believer, right?
Oh, now you finna bring the Bible. Right. Go ahead, bro.
No. But also, look. Remember when Sekou was acting funny? The whole guys on whatchamacallit, you guys all mad at Sekou, right? Even you got into it, right? You were making fun of his accent. I
didn't make fun of his accent.
Yeah, nigga, I got you.
What he did was, let me explain, bro.
No. You were making fun of him, nigga. That's why I'm a Liberian just like him, right? And I heard you.
You heard me do what?
I could get the tape of you. Listen, my nigga. You were making fun of him, even though he was disrespectful. The way he probably was disrespectful, but it was his opinion. But you was there making fun of his accent.
Why are you bringing up something from a different show?
Listen, telling me I did, I tell you I
we're
did.
talking about now, man. Why are you bringing up that from that show for?
No.
That's a woman kind of argument. That's a girl argument.
Yo,
I said that. You're bringing up past argument.
Stupid. You've been talking for a while, and I ain't jumping in your conversation. I listen. You know what I'm saying? I'm only gonna be brief. What I'm saying is,
but if I'm telling you I didn't do something, why are you telling me I did?
Because I seen you. Not like somebody told me. I watch you. I watch everybody on the thing. I was in the audience.
All right.
I was
this
in
is what
the
we're
audience.
gonna do.
You did?
No problem.
No problem. Yeah.
No problem.
So, but what I'm saying is, but you will laugh while you talking, telling this white man, can you please apologize to these people? Can you please? Why would you do that? Why would you?
I know it's called Thunder Cool. You're being
disrespectful. Yeah, I'm gonna defend Thunder on this one. I think he did his best under the circumstances. You guys were uncontrollable.
Thunder just didn't want it to get out of hand. We're gonna defend Thunder though. No, Thunder.
I can't hear
Thunder
one.
was trying to be a moderator.
I gotta hear one person.
Trying to maintain the peace. We're gonna stand behind Thunder on that one.
You're not
Thunder don't roll like that.
You're not going to be like
Go ahead, say it. Go ahead. You first, and then Stu Peas and everybody else.
I'm not gonna stand here and take that accusation. Thunder was doing his best in his role, right? He was trying to maintain the peace. He was asking the man to apologize. That smile on his face was more to keep us in line and at bay, right? And Thunder is doing that's a wonderful job. our critique with him allowing the bill. He had his reasons for doing so. I can't disagree with his reasons, although I don't agree with the fact that he did it that way. But no, I'm not gonna let him get thrown under the bus with coonery and sucking up to the white man and that.
Thunder has no responsibility for what that guy said.
Can I
Go
speak?
ahead,
It's my turn now.
Soupy. Go ahead, Soupy, and then Kyle.
It's my turn now. Yeah. No, it's my turn now, please. This is it. The white boy, whatever his name is, I can't remember his name, Petar. Petar get this black man, this illiterate black man, and dust him off and call him Primus and cry to Jesus and put him in front of Petar religion. Because what Primus is saying and what Petar is saying does not match up. I proved it, Google Scholarship proved it, and Cedric proved it. They're saying two complete different things. This man don't know nothing about Bible. This man just spouting off a bag of scriptures. This man don't know nothing. And I'm going to talk about him as a Jesus. And then Peter will say he's the Jesus because Haile Selassie making the Jesus. When? When did Haile Selassie make Primus and Croix the Jesus? Oh, Lord.
Man, just go ahead, Kyle.
I was going to tell him some class, when I hear him voice, and I had to come off the show. I had to step back. Because I said this blind man wanted to lead one man with two eyes. Him have that thing fucked up. Him have it wrong way around.
Disrespectful bringing somebody like that representing.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Thunder, you from Georgia. I'm from Alabama. I live in Georgia now, man. I know when I see a privileged white guy taking advantage of a black guy, I know it when I see it.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what we just had. We had a white guy who was pushing his narrative by using a black face.
Mm-hmm.
And so I agree with Stu Pease and Sabio 100%, and it was completely obvious because when he started to deal with us, when we had questions, he didn't deal with us with compassion. He dealt with us with a level of arrogance, and he thought he was better than us. And how dare you niggas challenge me? And that's exactly what I've seen my entire life. So I know it when I see it, bro. And I'm sure you
facts,
know.
That's straight up facts.
Nobody debating that.
Can I bid off of that, Kyle?
I also know that Garfield, this is not my channel, bro. Hold on, Sabio, I'm gonna let you talk. It's not my channel. If Garfield want him on and he got them in the title, the show should be centered around them, which is what I tried to do. I'm doing this like you say, dog, y'all made my life. I got some gray hair now, bro. But the thing is, hold on. I got you. I'm gonna let you talk. I tried my best in dealing with the cards I was dealt, right? And like I said, I ain't perfect. I ain't do everything. Of course, I ain't perfect, bro. But to say that I need to be held responsible. So what some white guy say? He not my guest.
I'm not holding you for that.
He not. Hold on, bro. He not my guest. I didn't invite him on. I didn't tell him to talk. I didn't tell him to say nothing. He said. But you saying that I'm the one responsible for that, bro?
No.
To me is I don't even.
So hold on. Let me clean this up.
I had my hand raised for the longest, man.
All right, bro. You next. After Sabio, you gonna be next.
Let me clean this up real quick. So Thunder, if you misunderstood what I was saying, I'm not saying that we hold you accountable for what he said. No. What I'm holding you accountable for is not checking him at that moment when he said it. You feel me? That's it. You should have been like, Peter, that was foul. You shouldn't even went there, bro.
All right, cool. Well, you calling him a cult foul?
No.
Dude, what?
In his eyes, it was foul.
No, it wasn't. Because it's the truth.
I guarantee you. Okay, I'll tell you what. The next time he come on, I'm gonna make sure to come on, and I'm gonna ask him, when you called that man a faggot, why did you call him that?
But
and I'm gonna see what he say. I ain't gonna leave him nowhere. I'm gonna see what he say. No, he said it right. All you gotta do is ride the tape. He said it right after you said something about the coach.
He didn't call Sabio. He said everybody. Was, bro. Even
that's his opinion,
said, I question y'all.
That's his opinion. What you want me to do about his opinion?
Because you say Sabio. You didn't say that you mentioned Sabio. He was
I
only talking
said,
about
he
Sabio.
said that after Sabio said what he said. That's what I said.
No, you didn't.
You know the Eminem or Strawberry.
It is, man. Listen, I
That
understand.
man's a
It was over the
protector, boy.
line. But
That man's a
calling him a
protector.
cult is over the line for him. So what you want me to do?
No, it isn't.
Okay, even if that may be true, let's say hypothetically, let's say Sabio crossed the line and said that they're in a cult, right?
Right.
But his response was to completely disrespect the masculinity of
everybody on the
What
panel.
I'm saying is, if that's the way he feels, what you want me to do about it?
No, I'm just asking. I don't want you to do nothing, bro. I'm just
As the moderator, you should have checked it.
About me saying?
I'm mad.
I'm done. Listen, I'm gonna say at 9:20, I'm done. I'm done taking responsibility for what somebody else acted. I'm done. 9:20, I'm done. Y'all can talk all you want.
You can be done right now if I like here. I'm just saying that if he was in person with us, bro, what would have happened to him?
I agree.
And so what I'm saying is some things you gotta bang bang, nigga, bang bang, nigga. Some things,
no doubt. And let Morpheus talk. Let Morpheus talk. Morpheus
bro.
Morpheus,
Is he listen, y'all, right?
Go ahead, Morpheus.
Yeah. Do y'all remember about a week ago when I was on the show and I brought up this, and this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about when I was talking about standards over here, right?
I agree.
Right? Oh, let me finish, bro. So on this, so I brought this up last week, and I said, "Hey guys, listen. Okay, being at the Dagger Squad over here, this show mostly does academia, right? And we're dealing with scholarship and academia. So, and Thunder, you was right. You agreed. You said we gotta say, okay, we gotta establish what is the standards that we're going to accept over here, right? So when someone comes over here and they talk in these interpretations and whatever their belief systems are, has nothing at all to do with scholarship and academia. Nothing at all.
You're not talking to me, bro. I'm not the host of the show. This is not my show.
I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to everybody. I'm just saying this is why I brought that up, right? Because I see this happening slowly but surely. More guys is creeping over here with their, you know what I mean? With their,
their esoteric beliefs.
Yeah, with their beliefs and cult stuff and all this stuff. Slowly, it's like first it's 1, then it's 2, then it's 3, and it's like more and more and more and more. But
and we need to hold them to that standard. So we got to stop them, make them prove their claims, source up, not just going around.
Cedric, let him finish. Let Morpheus finish, Cedric. Damn.
So if y'all see the infection, the contamination that slowly these guys is coming over here with these things, which is why I said I got to get out of it. Because once Philip said that, I was like, I'm out. I'm done. I can't, you know what I mean? I can't do this. But that's just a perfect example because I agree with everything that Stu P said. I agree with everything, but I'm like, guys, do y'all see what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, to come over here, what's his name, Primus or whatever his name is, and he comes over here with this whole thing for like 20 minutes. I'm like, are y'all serious?
For 45 minutes. It was 45 minutes.
I'm like, are we really doing this right now?
No, like that's why Stupid was consistently stopping him because we're not gonna allow that rant. Like, no, you're not gonna preach to us and make all these claims unsubstantiated and just go on this rant. No, you need to slow the conversation down. We need to slow the conversation
let's
down.
do this, Sad. Let's do this right here. Sad and Morpheus. All right, fine. All right. I've been trying to be nice to y'all, man, but let's do this right here. So when we're talking about any religion, do y'all agree with any of them?
What you mean?
Cedric Ortega and Mr. Morpheus, if we talking about any religion, would you agree on any of them?
No.
No. I must say this. When I put each religion through the process to establish whether their claims have any substance,
based on
none
your
has held up to the
experience,
process.
based on your experience thus far, would you agree with any religion that is on the planet Earth?
Nope.
Emphatically no is my answer.
Right. Now,
Emphatically,
based on
hell
that,
no.
based on your 3 no's, why in the hell y'all even own the pounder in the first place?
Okay, I'm gonna ask.
Let's just
No.
no, hold on.
No,
Let me
I'ma
finish,
answer.
bro, and I'm gonna let you go, Sabio. Let me finish. Based on the discussion, based on who we got on, why are you even here? You
Okay.
serve no, and I'm being, y'all know me. I'm a very
think we
kind
don't,
guy,
but-
man.
but go ahead, come
Sabio,
on.
will you shut up, man? And I
Go
shouldn't have to
ahead.
talk to you like that, bro. Just stop.
Go ahead.
No, thank you, appreciate it. So what I'm saying is, y'all have no place on this panel at all, because you are not going to be convinced. You are not in agreement. You are antagonists. You are absolutely opposed to everything that brother was going to say tonight. You
Now,
know
you
it.
see,
Hold on.
Okay. Let me respond.
No,
Fed.
I'm not
I
gonna
got-
let none of y'all.
assumption.
All I'm gonna do is just kick y'all out and then just let you back in. I let you back in, but that's all I'm gonna do, bro. I'm not gonna holler and scream over you. I'm not gonna do it. Y'all gonna let me finish. What I'm telling you is, y'all are not going to be convinced. I am positive of that. You all are too. The only thing you came on this panel to do was to antagonize that brother. You know it, and I know it. So my point is, based on what I know you all going to do, I tried to extend out the interview or the one-on-one as much as we was having technical difficulties. I tried to extend it out and then let the dogs eat, right? Let you eat. But at least allow the man, at least make him comfortable. Y'all be respectful. Do what you do. Before the man could get through 10 minutes, Stu P was off the chain 3-4 times. Then Sabio got in the mix. So it broke down the whole thing. So at that point, I'm trying to save the show. I'm trying to extend the show as much as I can, bro. And I'm dealing with damn 10 niggas who wanna kick his ass. So what you want to do?
So can I speak?
Go ahead,
Can I speak? Can I speak?
agree with you.
Can I speak? Can I
I agree
speak?
with
Can I
you.
speak? Can I speak? Can I
You're
speak?
right.
Hold on. Before you
Can
speak.
I speak?
Before you speak, you gonna speak. Before you speak, does anybody disagree with what I just said?
I can't disagree with you.
I agree with
I
you.
can't
No, I agree with
disagree
Thunder.
with you.
I can't
Okay,
believe
cool.
So-
Now
so-
go ahead,
so-
Sabio.
So okay.
I don't disagree with you at all.
I disagree with
So
what
please
you
let
said,
me
though,
speak.
bro.
Let me speak. Okay. So he said some things that are very agreeable with that we do. We are not going to agree with things that he said, but there was a purpose for me coming on here, and it was to expose Petar for who he actually is, and to further expose this book for what it has done to us as a people. You can put whatever idea you want, and you can make any person these ideas. This book has divided us. You was not this aggressive when he jumped in.
I strongly
when he said
disagree,
us.
but go ahead.
Listen, I don't care about your strong disagreement. The book has made
And
us.
that's what Thunder is talking about. Why the hell you here then?
Stop.
If I could respond to your
Stop. Hold
question,
on. I'm not
after
finished.
Sabio
I'm not
finish.
finished. I'm not finished. I'm not
I got to
finished
say it. Go ahead, Sabio.
because we got another person who believes this levity.
No, just go ahead, Sabio. Finish up with me, bro. Go ahead.
I'm going. We got another person who believes that this Levantine myth that was just rewritten by two people who believes in the same myth. He's finna come up here and argue with us. Do we see the dysfunction in our minds because of this book? Do we see what this book is doing to us? Are we actually paying attention? Gideon is finna come up here and tell me I'm wrong, just like they was, but Gideon believes something totally different than them guys.
Yeah, but you would disagree with them too.
So it's all confusion.
You telling Gideon he wrong. You telling Primus St. Croix he wrong. You telling me I'm wrong. Don't nobody agree, bro. Don't just get at us.
Thunder. Listen. How can all these different interpretations of one Levantine myth benefit us. They disrupt us. They disunify us. Look, you got the Hebrew, you got people wanting to be Primus Saint, make people want to worship some nigga named Primus Saint Croix. You got Moors, you got Christians, you have everything. No one's paying attention to what Morpheus was saying. Like all these different religions. What makes him right?
But hold on.
What makes
Hold on.
Gideon right?
Cedric next. I got the Federal State.
Okay.
This is insanity.
Hold on, Thunder. Let me respond
The
since
people
he
from
said my
Islam,
name, if
the
I can.
people from
No,
Islam,
Cedric
the
first,
people
no.
from Islam will come up here and say we're all wrong. Like we're so wrapped up in dogma that we don't even understand how to get our ways out of it. And this is my fight. I'll fight against dogma and
You with dogma
misguided
right now?
ideas.
What is dogma, Sabio?
No.
Tell me, what's the definition of
You're
dogma?
asking what my purpose is on the panel. If you notice that what I only do is illustrate where, and this is what I focus on. I'm not in the argument where scientifically literacy is concerned. I don't even try to engage in those arguments because I know the fallacies and the reasoning. But what I try to expose is the flaws in thinking. Every time someone makes a claim and I can illustrate what type of fallacy it is illustration of the flaws in reasoning. And that's the only mission that I have. If I can establish before he opens his mouth, he's going to apply a circular reasoning, which makes us look completely silly, makes us completely look stupid. For the Bible tells me so. That's the first song you learn when you're 4 and 5 years old. Yes, Jesus loved me. How I know? The Bible tells me so. It's irrational, it's illogical, and you can't come to a community and bring your flawed reasoning. He says subsequently, they have developed a formula by which all the contradictions in the Bible no longer exist. That's post hoc rationalization. He talks about creationism as if it's science, and they apply the same logical fallacy. They look at the information that science has established, and they reason their way they reason their God into the science. Every time the science moves, their reason for establishing a God with their creationism moves. They have no hypothesis, they have no theories, and they have no predictions. So now, why would I allow him to bring false information and a false narrative to our community as if creationism has some value? And him trying to convince me to read the nonsense before I can critique it. I don't have to read it. The premise is flawed from the beginning. And if you understand that, you cut the conversation short. Petar was exposed today. Before he opened his mouth, I said what he would do. He would apply faulty reasoning. There is nothing to substantiate any discussion with someone whose premise is faulty from the beginning.
Yeah. But you know what? The thing is,
let me just answer Thunder's question real quick.
Go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead, Kyle. Then Sabio, and then we got to make a way around.
No, it's me.
We got to stay. Go ahead, Kyle. Go ahead.
The difference is in the conversation. I agree with you, Cedric. The main difference in religious-based conversations and academic-based conversations is one word. I mean, 2 words. Excuse me. Prove it. Anytime we ask them to prove it, they avoid it and they go back to what you were saying, circular reasoning. And when you're in the field of academia, when we are in school, education, college, high school, whatever you're going to, they always present evidence of why they have made this assertion or made this claim. And so when we are here asking them to say, hey, how can you prove what you're saying to us? This is when the frustration comes because they're used to being in settings where they're not being challenged. So this is why I say that you was wrong, Thunder, because Cedric and Sabio and Stupes are necessary to bring us to a point of higher intelligence so that we can get out of that religious mind state of just agreeing and understand and just listening to people and accepting the bullshit that they tell us. And I think that's necessary. You know what I'm saying? It's like anything else. You said that there will be an adversarial or whatever word you use, but you a big dude, Thunder. You probably played football or something growing up at some point, or basketball or something. And the person that made you better was not the person that was on your team. It was a person that was not on your team that was trying to defeat you. Because they made you work harder. They made you understand your craft better. They made you either rise or walk the fuck away. And you can see what happened today when they was met with competition. They couldn't rise to a higher level. They got frustrated and they walked the fuck away.
All right, let me ask you this. Oh, no. Go ahead, Gideon. Gideon next, and then Federated States.
All right.
Yeah, nah, man. I was just gonna respond to
I guess,
Sabio, but yeah, it's all good. Y'all can go ahead. I'm just
respond to me. I want to hear what you got to say. Go ahead, respond.
Yeah, nah, man. I really don't address you anymore anyway, because I think our best conversations will be in person. So, you really can't hold a conversation.
Go ahead, respond, sir. I've been holding
verbally.
a great conversation tonight. So go
Nah,
ahead.
actually, it wasn't. This was an example of how low. Let me go ahead, but say I'm good, man. I'm just waiting for another conversation to go around. If it go around.
Okay.
Hey, go
So
ahead.
Dog.
Go ahead, Federated States. Hold
So
on.
let me
And then
give you the
Federated
definition
States.
of dogma.
Go to
Dogma
Federated
is nothing
States.
but a set
Federated
of
States.
principles looked at as
Hold
truth.
on, man. Hold on, man. Federated States.
Yeah. When I came on, I attacked Thunder, right? But I was corrected by you guys on that. I appreciate it because I needed to be corrected. Now I'm on Thunder's side right now because he makes sense. Like when Garfield asked him to do this show, right? So he, like you guys were saying, he was trying to put things in order, but you guys wasn't listening to him because he say his intention was to have this guy speak his mind and whatever the case may be. Then after that, there come the question and answer kind of state. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, and I like Morpheus because I watched Morpheus, but he's very intelligent, right? That's the guy I learned from. What he say made sense, but Garfield should be to blame for this, not damn Thunder. You know what I'm saying? Because Garfield put these pseudo guys. That should go on Sonetta show. He put these pseudo guys on here. Now we blaming Thunder.
Yeah, I don't blame Thunder at all.
We're not blaming Thunder for this. No one's blaming anybody. All we're talking about was one situation.
We love having him.
Can I say something?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Let Sabio go, please.
Let me say this. I gotta go. But let me say this real quick.
Go ahead, Morpheus.
Yeah, just 30 seconds, and I'm gonna go. Thunder, I don't see you at fault at anything because I actually saw you trying to get order in a frenzy. You feel me? But let me say this, right? You know what the sad thing about it is? The sad thing about it is that look, there's a sucker born every day. We say that all the time. There's a sucker born every day, and there are unfortunately people that will, subscribe to their theology. That's a fact. That's going to happen, right? Only thing that we're saying over here is not over here, dogs. Not here, right? Because in this house here, I can't vouch for what happens outside of my door. Outside of my door, I can't speak on, I can't vouch for it. In my house, however, I can control and I can speak for what happens in my house. That I can do. So when I came on, that's the reason why I came on, because I was hearing stuff. I'm going, dog, not here. No. You can't do that here, man. You can't do that here. And then at the same time, Thunder, you notice, I was very respectful in my questioning, right? I was very, and all my questions that was answered, they was logical questions. I wasn't, cutting his throat off, but that's all I wanted to say though. But I just want to say, Thunder, I didn't think that you was wrong. I just think, again, like you said, let the dogs eat. Let the dogs eat. And that's what it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
boy, we were chopping at the bits.
So
After 20
Yeah,
minutes,
man.
after
You
20
trying to
minutes
hold
of that,
y'all back.
after
Hey,
20 minutes of
so
that
let me go
nonsense,
ahead and get
I was
It's my turn now.
trying
It's
to.
my turn now.
If you guys
so
take me
let,
back
here,
there,
let me
I
go
said
ahead and
I
say
didn't
what I
know
was
how
gonna
to
say.
do this.
Y'all let
hey,
Stu P
The
go.
dogs don't eat. Sometimes they bite the
Damn,
apple.
why do I keep going back? Why
Let
do I
Stu
keep
P.
getting pushed back?
Go ahead,
All
man.
right, go ahead, Steve.
No, go ahead, Sabio.
So basically, what Morpheus just said is my whole stance. I don't sit up here and I don't research this stuff in the ancient Near East to come up here and have somebody rewrite something and push it up in front of us like it's facts and we just supposed to go with it. Nah, man, this ain't what to do. Nah, not over here. We have a standard that we stand on, and I'm pushing that standard. If you're not gonna push it with me,
Bro,
don't play games.
bro, this ain't your channel, man. So
that's
I
true.
understand
That's
that.
true.
I totally understand that. But Garfield set this standard, and I'm following Garfield's standard.
yeah,
But
but
his
Garfield is the
standard
one
would have
allowing
to
this to
be
happen,
God's
bro.
on it.
So
Yeah, you
you
blame
can't
Thunder.
have both of them, man.
You can't have both ways,
Listen,
my nigga.
listen. I know what's going on, and I know what y'all talking about. Trust me, I've been doing this for a minute. So yes, we do
So you're
allow
gonna have to make a decision, bro. You got to make a choice.
some room. We do allow some room. But once it gets to a point to where we start questioning and all they're doing is keep using circular reasoning and not moving the conversation nowhere, the conversation is broke down at that point. All he was doing was preaching. He kept going, he kept referencing the Bible. And all he did was put Haile Selassie there. That's the only difference.
That's what I'm saying. What you expect them to do?
Show some
Let me ask you a
show
question,
some
Sabio.
facts.
If you ask, all right, cool. Sabio, if you don't understand what faith is, bro, let me try to help
I
you
know
out,
what
man.
faith is.
Let me
I know
try to
what
help.
faith is.
No, you
help me
don't. Obviously, you
what faith
don't.
is.
When you dealing with religion, hold on, bro. When you dealing with
I know
religion,
what faith is.
when you're dealing with
Faith is
religion,
the things unseen.
Sabio, when you're
We
dealing with
expose it
religion,
for what it is, Thunder.
well, listen
We
what I'm saying.
expose
When you're
it for what it is.
Cedric, when you're dealing with religion, let's just say if you ask somebody, who God exists, do you really expect for a scientific answer, Cedric?
No.
Do you really expect
Whatever
for a
answer they're
scientific?
giving me,
Oh, he right there.
Whatever answer they're giving me is going to prove that their answer isn't a valid answer.
Vain.
So this is my point. Right. So if we all know this, at this point, what do you expect?
Thunder, my job is to teach that audience to apply logical reasoning and how to question people like Petar when they come with their nonsense.
No, you did a great job.
How to identify their madness. I'm not expecting anything other than what they were going to do, but I was going to apply the same principles that I hold everything to. I apply the same logical of skepticism. I need evidence for the same claims. I need to illustrate where your reasoning is illogical and irrational. That's the exercise. And every time we do that, we expose the fact that these things that these people are trying to sell to people have no value.
Hey, it's a indigenous black man made the most hilarious comment ever. He said that,
yes, he did.
He said that Thunder gave Petar a rope and he made a noose and hung himself on accident.
Yeah, man, I don't take it personal, man. You know,
No,
I mean, he
we
showed
wasn't
us
taking
exactly
nothing
who he
personal.
is.
He showed us exactly who he is. And that's what I was trying to tell people before. So just be expecting it because it was going to come out. I've seen it before. This isn't the first time I've seen that come out of Petar. So I'm used to him. I understand his doctrine. I understand what he did. And I understand how he's using this man as a prop. And I don't respect that or him. And I don't have to.
No, you don't.
As a grown ass man,
That Neil Thunder, that's really sad, though, Thunder. Let's be honest. To drag up this old man, like nobody here holds him accountable. Every community got one of those, and to create the illusion that this guy is some superhero and sell it to us as if, nah, Thunder, that's disrespectful to us, and it's using that poor man, because what you would expect for us to do when you bring that type of so-called scholarship to us.
Hey,
Like,
let me see.
I put it in the back. Like,
Hey,
how
I
do
want
we
to
go
say
and
something.
Hey,
I didn't speak for a minute. I just want to say
Look
one.
up how much that order has taken in donations in 2022. I can guarantee you that they are taking donations. They're taking money out of the people, family down there. And this brother, that don't have no, never mind. I ain't gonna say this brother, it don't appear that he's being receiving those benefits. But you look at Petar, he out here decked up head to toe. I feel like
exactly,
man.
I feel like he's distracted.
He disrespected the whole panel. But
Google Scholar next, but I got you, Kaya. Google Scholar next, and then I'm a respond to that. Go ahead, Scholar.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a little bit of a contrarian, because even though I don't agree with Peter and his nonsense, I feel like out the gate we were a bit too aggressive in pushing back. There's nothing wrong with pushing back, and we should push back, but I think the way how we came out the gate, it was a bit too much.
I agree.
And Thunder was the host of the show, but I guarantee you, if it was Garfield, he probably would have kicked all of us off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. We can disagree, and I don't agree with him, but I'm willing to hear him out and then challenge him.
Hear him out. Let's see what he's saying. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what this roster is. Let's see which one he is. Let's see which one his beliefs, what his beliefs are. Let's see what he represents in the community. And then you all push back against everything he presented. That's all I tried to do. But it just, I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. But go ahead, Federated States.
No, that I agree.
Not tripping, Thunder. I conceded long time ago. Guilty.
Cedric, hold on, man. God damn. This nigga love talking.
Go ahead.
Yo, I agree with everything. I mean, I agree with everything. Not everything you say, but you know, with the last statement you made, say, well, what you guys on it for? You know, like it makes sense. Like, yo, let the guy present it, you know, his presentation. Then at the end of it, you know what I'm saying? That's when you come and you know, say your piece, say your mind. You don't not during the presentation you're gonna speak in. Let him finish his presentation and then you can speak after the presentation. But that's all I gotta say about that. But yeah, go ahead. Whoever wants
to say it.
So
hold on,
say something.
Go ahead,
I was saying I concurred with you a long time already. We were indeed a bit too aggressive. I didn't actually butt in though, but I was chomping at a bit. So when I did, I eventually start to speak. Yeah, I just went straight for the jugular. So I conceded straight for the jugular. I couldn't take it anymore. That was 45 minutes of hell, Thunder. Lord have mercy.
Click the link in the chat, Thunder.
I see it.
Okay. So I might have came off a bit aggressive because I had heard that whole sermon and I felt like I had just sat in church. I heard this man go over Paul, heard this man read Romans. I heard this. I'm like, damn, what is going on? Is this a church or an interview? Like, what really? Like, what is this? An interview, or are we sitting here being proselytized to? So that was my frustration at that moment. So I probably did jump in and set it off.
How many times we watched? Hell, last week we watched all of us. You was in there. All of us watched Walter Williams. You was there. We watched him for 2 hours. Nobody. All I'm saying is give that man or any man. I'm gonna give every man on this planet the respect they deserve. Period.
If I
So
could
when
have cut off Walter
especially if
Williams,
they
I would
black,
have. If I could have cut off
whether I agree with them or whether I disagree, we listen to Walter Williams for almost 3 hours, and we know probably 75% of the stuff I disagree with. And I actually want to do a presentation on that. But my thing is, I'm allowing him, just like that's what Reggie was doing. Reggie was asking them questions, setting them up for that okie doke at the end. So all I'm doing is they're trying to get the conversation going, and let's see where this play out
questions.
Yeah.
There was a couple of questions, and this man preached. That's all I heard. There wasn't no back and forth question. These wasn't no snap answers. I went to 3 stores, and this man was still talking.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's about.
You're supposed to be asking him.
How can we allow Walter Williams to talk for 2 hours, but we don't want him to talk for 30 minutes?
So listen. You were supposed to be asking him questions. You were supposed to be asking him questions. An interview and the interviewee, they communicate.
No, ain't no interview. You ain't gonna ever see an interview where the interviewee is cutting the man off every time he says something I don't agree with.
Well, you gotta go to Fox News for that.
Well, whatever. But you allow people to talk, man.
But you don't allow them to preach. You don't allow them to go into the Bible and read whole sermons and then read a whole nother sermon and then come back.
That's what he on here for. You think he on here
private
conversation? His personal life?
That's what
he wasn't, bro. He on here to talk about roster.
He came on
That's why
here to preach.
here.
So he came on here to preach. He didn't come on. He came on here to talk
roster, bro.
Roster. Come on here to preach.
Is. That's a big form of. That's a big part of roster. A big part of roster is the Bible. So you might as well expect if you don't expect
so
that
he could have.
respect that.
So he
I don't even know.
So he could have.
That goes right to what I'm saying. Why y'all even here anyway? If y'all don't want to hear this man preach, that's what he's here for.
So listen,
he here to preach.
So listen, Thunder.
Go ahead.
In my mind, he could have went into more detail about. Remember, Petar bringing up him going into some place and destroying all those artifacts. Yes. He could have went into detail on that.
Oh, he could have, Sabio? Oh, you don't say.
You didn't ever.
You say, Sabio.
Get to the question.
But we wouldn't even got to that. We wouldn't even got to that part if I wouldn't answer these probing questions. Look up Google probing questions, bro.
You didn't ask. You didn't get a chance to that.
We got the Peter.
We got the
Peter, and then Peter set him up. Peter want to set him up.
He got to
preaching. But if you don't want to hear the preaching, then you wouldn't even got
that. Could have been one of the first questions.
How would I know
that? Should have been.
I don't know nothing about the man, Sabio.
You should have heard him. He talked about it. Peter been talking about this man since he been around.
No, bro, I'm talking about this stuff. He talking about he smashing Smithereen. I don't know about that stuff. I ain't heard nothing about that.
Question.
I agree, but we definitely wouldn't have got there if you were the damn host.
Yes, we would have, because I wouldn't have let him preach.
At the end of the day, Garfield trusted Thunder to host this. So
I understand that totally.
Yeah. So however we critique Thunder and how his method of setting up questions, this and that, Garfield, he had Thunder doing it, so we can't blame Thunder.
No,
well, I'm just saying with that, bro. But like I said, I don't care about y'all agree and disagree. I could care less, dog. I got about $7,000 of bullion in the back. I don't care nothing about y'all opinions, bro.
You did a good job.
But my thing is, I'd rather you tell me if I did something wrong. I don't mind being corrected, bro. And I say I'm sorry for something I did wrong. But one thing I ain't finna do is be responsible for what another man say or another man do. Dog, I ain't doing it. I'm 44 years. You crazy as hell. I'm not doing it. And I don't care what nobody think. I'm not doing it.
That was a
no responsibility for that.
Nobody holding you responsible for that. And we clear that up. We're not holding you responsible for what that man said.
So any other critique as being a host, I'll take it. But guess what? One thing I tell you, I didn't ask to be the hope.
You fired your shots back, Thunder. You beat us up. We were up too aggressive. Stupid's butt in too quickly. You're
Now,
right.
Now let's do this. Say it. What you think about?
What you want to beat us up now for again?
Based on you're right. Based on what you heard tonight about the Rasta religion, like I don't know anything about it really. So when he said he admitted that it was a Christian religion. I did not know that.
Yes,
I didn't know it was based around Jesus. I had no clue.
Thunder.
Yeah, it was based on Yeshua and the fact that the black man were the Israelites. That's what it was based on.
Thunder,
in its origin.
You know what it absolutely
there goes
is?
some more
It
makeup.
is 7-day Adventist format in blackface.
It's not 7 day.
Hear me. It's a 7-day Adventist format in blackface. So they believe everything. They practice the same things. Minimalist. The Sabbath is holy. These are their tenets. What I'm saying, there is no distinction other than we would call a different denomination of Christianity.
Man, that's it.
And the fact that they believe that the so-called black man are the Israelites. That fact also.
You
Can't
hear
leave
this?
that out.
You hear this? You got to throw that in.
You can't leave that out. If
You
that's
gotta
the case, I don't know.
Right. That's what is root. That's what is rooted in, Thunder.
That's
the fact
part of
that the black
that's
man
part
are the
of the myth.
Israelites.
That's
Right.
why I
Yeah.
had to leave it alone.
And
Yeah, but
observe
that's
the
not a
Torah.
fact. That's not a fact. That's a belief.
No,
that's a belief.
What you mean? That's not
No.
a fact. That's a belief.
That's a belief.
But no, scholar, the fact is that that's what they believe.
Right. That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. Like, right. Go with the
Okay.
conversation.
So it's a stupid fact, but it's a belief.
No, that's their facts though. It's not
Yeah,
called.
and so it's
It's a fact that they believe that. It's just not a fact that is true.
but it's not a fact that
There
is
you
true, right?
go.
So it's a
Right.
Hold on.
it's a
3,
belief.
4 people talking at the same time. Came with
So
what
Go
was
ahead.
being said.
Go
So
ahead,
it's a
Gideon. You talk.
misunderstood fact.
No, I just heard like 3, 4 people say it ain't a fact, but they saying it's not a fact based on different things. And
It's not a fact.
All right. So it was not a fact.
That first off, you can't
That
prove
the
Israelites
Israelites are
exist.
Oh,
the
see,
black
that's what I'm
man.
saying. Okay, man. Okay.
Go ahead, Federated States.
gotta show-
Federated States. What you say?
You
No,
got to show me
I,
Hold on, Sabio. Go
you can
ahead.
get an Israelite.
no. I was no. What he well, it's their fact, but it's not historical fact. Whoever agree with, yeah, that's what I agree about.
Okay, tell me why it's not a historical fact.
There's no such thing as an Israelites in history.
What do
gotta-
That's
What do
your
you
argument,
mean?
bro?
What do you? Yeah,
gotta
that's
show a
that's crazy.
So you saying? So you actually
You can have a
saying?
mythical tribe.
Sabio, hold on. So Federated States, are you saying that there's no such thing as Israelites?
No, there's no such thing as an Israelites.
All right, now why are you saying that?
Why am I saying that?
Why do you say that?
I never heard of a nation in the so-called Israel as being there's no nation that I know of in history was called Israel.
So who are the people in the Bible?
Say that again, boss.
Who are the people that the Bible refers to as the Israelites?
You said who are those people in the Bible?
Yes.
They are everybody have eponymous ancestors.
No. Hold on. Forget about eponymous ancestor. Whether the stories are real or not, the Bible is talking about a people, and they were people. Why are they not Israelites?
You said why aren't they Israelites?
Yeah.
You said why aren't they Israelites? Well,
why are they not, if they saying they are Israelites, why is Federated States saying they are not?
Well, what I'm saying is in the Bible, like a Harry Potter book, nothing wrong with having storylines of fictional characters calling themselves Israelites, like you have in Harry Potter. Yeah, that's why I'm not saying.
But they call themselves that. So that means they are.
Okay, if you say, I'm not going to disagree. All right, in the Bible, only in the Bible now,
No.
No, I'm not
Okay,
outside the
Federated
Bible.
States. Federated
Yes, sir.
States. Are you
Yes, sir.
saying that there is no ancient Israel? Is that what you're saying?
To my knowledge, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't agree.
So what do you say? Yeah, I mean, it's all type of archaeological, historical, factual evidence that points to a
There was
nation
a
in the Levant.
tribe. Yeah, there was a tribe of people who was called the
let me
Levant,
say
who was
this.
called the
Let me say
Israelites in
this.
the Levant. I will agree with that.
So what does
Let
the
me say
word
this.
Israel mean? What does
Or
that
Canaanite.
Before we go
mean?
there.
Canaanites. Okay. So are we playing on words? What does the
No.
word Israel mean? What does
No,
it mean?
hold on. Before we go there.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
brother.
Before we go there,
Yes, sir.
the Bible talks about a people, and whether or not the story of their origins in the Bible is correct, we
Okay.
know that those people were there in the land. So for you to say there's no Israel, that's just factually false. You can say that the story that they tell is made up, but they were there. We have the archaeology.
Okay, Google Scholar. Where were these people at? Where at?
In Palestine, in that area.
In Palestine area?
Yeah.
Okay, what evidence, what archaeologists do you have that you can guide me to and say these people call themselves
Damn.
Israelites? Huh?
You don't know Holy Scholar?
Whether or not they call themselves Israelites is irrelevant.
No, I'm using the word. We
Finkelstein.
talking about Israel. Hold on,
Check
time
out
out.
Israel Finkelstein.
Hold on, time out.
He's one of the top.
I'm talking to Google Scholar.
William
Yeah, Israel Finkelstein.
I am
That's fine.
talking to Google Scholar.
I can give you a gang of them.
Okay, so they call.
Go ahead, bro.
Never mind. Go ahead, talk. I'm done. Go ahead. Next.
I mean, you can use William Devil, you can use Israel Finkelstein, you could use Amazigh Mahar. Bro, you want books? I could give you books on these people. You can check out the children of Abraham. You can check out the children of Abraham.
Give him a chance,
Sabio. So you are telling me that there are Hebrew scripts of these people that you are talking about, Israelites, right? Saying they are Israelites. Who's reading this Near Eastern script and saying these are Israelites? I mean, how do
I can answer that.
Go ahead, Google, and then
So-
I'll go behind you.
So,
because I got books too.
Nah,
So
we
we-
might as well bring the white guy on, Petar, with his position, because this position is hilarious. But go ahead.
So we have.
I agree with you, Gideon. His position is hilarious. I agree with you on that.
No, y'all position. How can you say there's no Israel when it was
No, he
a
said that.
sovereign?
I'm-
It was
he
a
said
sovereign.
that.
It was a
Hold
sovereign
on,
nation.
hold on. man. Y'all just
I agree with
talking-
you on that.
I asked Google Scholar because he
The
gonna
brother
Google
is
it
asking
and
a
he gonna tell
question.
me.
Let us not just jump out the door and tell him it's ridiculous. Try to answer his question.
There you go. Go ahead,
So we understand that the story in the Bible is not all the way correct, but the story was written by people who at least call themselves the Israelites, and there is archaeology to back it up. Archaeology has confirmed that Omri, if you go to the book of Kings, one of the kings was Omri, and archaeology has confirmed that this was a real guy. So we know that these people were there and that they are somewhat or largely responsible for the books of the Old Testament, and they call themselves Israel there. So why would you question that they are Israel if they say they are?
Okay, if what you are educating me on, I would take this as face, as being truthful. So what script were they writing on? Like you said Omri, right? You educate me right now. So you spell that word. How you spell that, sir?
Okay.
O-M-R-I.
Let's do this, man. So King Omri, right? His name was King Omri. We went over this about 2 weeks ago on Garfield Channel, actually.
What?
O-M-R-I.
King Omri. There is and he had a daughter named Misha. Hold on.
And the Misha Stiller.
Right. I think her name was Misha. And there's Stele or Steel. Let me see. Mescha. Stele. MESHA. Right. Do this. Go to MESHA. Stele. STELE.
How you spell it again? Thunder.
MESHA. STELE. STELE. So
I heard about the Mescha Stele. Okay.
Right. So the Moab, it's called the Moabite stone, but that's when we say the Mescha Stele is because of that lady that's on there. She's the daughter. I want to say the daughter of King Omri, and we got that stele that's mentioning King Omri and Mescha, and both of those have been attributed to be real people.
Yeah.
And they'll own that stele. And on the stele, King Omri is designated the king of Israel. And Israel is on that stele at least 3 or 4 times. So it's right there, it's on Wikipedia.
Now the script is written in what language?
Moabite. The Moabite language.
It's a Moabite stone, yeah.
Okay. So the Moabite is closer related to the script is closer written to Hebrew, pretty much, or what?
It's a Semitic script, but it's not Hebrew. It's not the Hebrew people. It's somebody else writing, talking about.
It is a variant of the Phoenician alphabet, closely related to Paleo-Hebrew.
Okay. I'm learning something. Okay, so y'all saying these are actual real people, right?
He real. Look him up. He right there.
Okay.
King Omri.
No, I'm not. I'm just okay. That's what's up. All right.
We can't take the line that everything in the Bible is fake. We know some. Well, I at least accept that some of the stuff is made up to create a narrative.
Yeah, Egypt is real. Rome is real. It's in the Bible. I believe.
So the Bible is an ahistorical text. The book is ahistorical.
So those people that the brothers was talking about were a so-called what we call black people today that migrated.
Yo, you tripping, Gideon?
And
Stop
were found in West Africa right before the slave trade. Those are the facts.
Gideon,
that's a whole different story. Why are we going there?
Gideon, hold on. Gideon, listen, my dude. You are West African. Stop that bullshit. Stop that bullshit.
No doubt. I definitely am.
Yeah,
I definitely am.
You ain't no damn Israelite, man. Quit that bullshit.
Yo, have y'all ever seen so much insanity over one Levantine mythological textbook? We've had somebody come up here and make another man the savior of the world, even though this man said he's not the savior. And then we had somebody come behind this man who says that we are the people of this Levantine myth that migrated to that area and then migrated back to West Africa before the slave trade. Do y'all hear the insanity this book has caused our people? Can we pay attention for real as men and women with brains?
Now you're doing the same thing. Hold on. Hold on. Everybody stop. Now you doing the same thing Petar did, calling you a fag. Because we don't agree with you. Now we ain't got brain. Now we men and women that don't use their brain. You doing the same thing he did, bro.
No, I'm not. No.
Yeah, you are.
No.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. What's hurtful? That in 2022, we still don't apply the tools available
That's
to
all
us
I'm saying. Thank you.
distinguish when we're dealing with imagination versus reality. If we would just ask ourselves that empirical question, we would realize that there's no more a conversation about mermaids and pygmies and fairy tales and leprechauns as there is a conversation about the Bible and God and these narratives. We are delving
into this conversation with a presupposition as if this document contains anything that has value that warrants this whole exercise.
Thunder, let me respond.
Bring a book here, if I bring a book here about mermaids that we found written 4,000 years ago, and it has all these fanciful stories, are we as Black people going to sit here and assume because we found this piece of literature from 4,000 years ago talking about a mermaid, that it all of a sudden warrants our undivided attention and devotion?
So
Really?
Thunder, this the thing what baffles me, right? So when you have the European, you know, they used to believe in the Bible, like really believe into it. But when they started the printing press and started getting information like across Europe and started like having these discoveries of the people that they were reading about were actually Black people, then that's when they went the atheist route, start being humanist, which is what a lot of these brothers is feeding on. Now, this is the funny thing. When you had the Black Africana, quote unquote, it was all about Egypt and all about the Egyptian gods and God this, God robbed that, Petar this. But then as a whole, they start thinking, well, if my God is greater than the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, why the hell was he covered in sand for 2,000 years? Like, no, like really, this is what they're saying. Like, why isn't the books of the coming forth the #1 book in the world, although it's misinterpreted? So once they got to that realization, they, just like the European humanists, say, you know what, it ain't no gods. Nigga, if it ain't no African gods, quote unquote, which the Most High is an African God, but unto them, he's not. So since there's no great God that they can look at that stood the test of time, they're now becoming atheists, which is an even crazier religion than being an Egyptian. Because when you
Do you hear
become
this psycho?
atheist,
Do y'all hear this psycho babble?
I'm about to land. Because when you're an atheist, you're picking up the religion of the humanists. So you guys like to talk about circular things all the time. You guys are circular. Y'all right back to the European. And I'm gonna land with that.
Questions. I got questions.
Google Scholar, hold on. So your God, when you say stand the hands of time, what was that word you used?
It's no God that stood the test of time, but the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Oh my God! Did you just say that?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And see, this is the problem.
That's an ignorant
I've been
statement. Let's
talking
just
about.
educate him on this.
Well,
one.
disprove
Hold
it.
up.
I've been saying it, so please
Okay,
disprove
hold
it.
on. Let us educate you on this one. Do you know
Go
who
ahead.
Shiva and Vishnu is?
You're talking about the Indian gods.
They've withstood the
Gods
test of
of
time.
Hinduism. Hinduism has been in practice longer than Judaism.
Gangster shots fired. Oops.
And there's over 500,000 Hindus today. So what are you saying?
You
Which one
just
is
died at your own argument. But see.
Okay, so listen to what I said,
Stop.
and I'm gonna say it again.
Stop. I don't want to hear you no more.
There's no God that stood the test of time
in the Western world
as we are today. Like it winds up in the Western world that is more dominant than the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So that's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I've been saying.
He said that stood the test of time. But Pete, I want y'all to pay.
Stood the test of time.
That's
fine. To this day.
Can I speak?
So how did I move to go? Hold on. How did I move to go?
I don't care. Clarify. Listen. No one cares about your book, God, but you.
Right.
I want you to.
But see, Savior, that's why I don't much converse with you. So make your statement and we're gonna pass on. I don't much address you no more.
I want you to answer this one question.
I almost think you a man.
But when Petar do it, then you got a problem with it.
I know you're not a man. No, I said I came at Peter the same way. He just said I'm not one. He just said I'm not one. He just said I'm not one. Listen.
Yeah, but two wrong make it right. You said he was in a cult. He called you a faggot, but guess what? You blaming me.
Listen. I come at this. I come at everybody who push these Abrahamic faiths the same way.
Yeah, but
And
when
you
they
know,
come back, you want to cry.
hold up. No, I wasn't tripping off of what he said. I just wanted to ask this man one question. Why hasn't the North Sentinelese people ever heard of Yahweh? And what is their God?
Hello?
Yeah, so if he's not gonna answer, let me say,
Oh, no one can answer that.
it's kind of arrogant.
It's very arrogant.
Just because the Abrahamic religions are the largest religions in the world now. It's kind of arrogant to use that to say your God has stood the test of time and others have failed. Right? It's an arrogance. What you gotta do is realize that people have religions, and at any point in time, one religion is gonna be the largest. It's always gonna be the largest religion on the planet. So it might be yours now, but there was a time when it wasn't, and there will be a time when it's not. So be careful about that.
I can do
But
a show.
look, you're telling, look,
I can do a show tomorrow and he will come on.
Go ahead, Gideon. What you say?
So the fact still remains, bro. No matter why the reasons are, or if it's right or if it's wrong. I'm speaking logical. I'm just speaking matter of fact. The Abrahamic religions are the most dominant. The God, let me break the God of the Abrahamic religions is the most dominant God in the world today. Like just statistically speaking.
So
like
how's that helping
like
black
so
but
what I'm saying is
Gideon, how's that helping
this
black
God,
people?
if there is such a concept of a God, this book that speaks about this God must be the real deal over all the gods in the world. That's why a lot of these brothers subconsciously have evolved into atheists.
So can we circle back to the beginning?
What period of time?
Because I want to circle back to one of the first things that I said about this book. I want to circle back to one of the first things I said about these religions. And I hope people have paid attention. Please pay attention. He has found a way to show his idea of white supremacy. He is pushing white supremacy right in our face. Again, he is pushing that this book is better than everything that ever existed in Africa. And we, as the descendants of Africans, we should accept this book that the Europeans and the Arabs slapped our ancestors upside the head with. Because
let me address this last point, because Gideon used the word logical, and nothing he said was logical. He says because the Abrahamic religions are the largest, that means it must be right. So that's a fallacious argument.
No, I didn't say it must be right based on that fact. What I said, like just strictly speaking, in terms of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob versus any other God in the world, that God is the most dominant. Whichever sphere of influence you want to look at it as.
Hold on. You're saying the same thing again. You're saying because that God, that the religion of that God is more dominant, that means that must be something. It's an indication to you that it's right. So that's what you're saying. So you don't have to
as far as the concept of God goes. Why? And this is what the newly formed atheists, the conscious atheist is saying. Like, if this God, why can't my God defeat this God?
I'll let you speak, man. Don't stop. Because your argument is illogical. It doesn't make sense. We don't do religion based off of what's most popular, because there was a time when your religion was not the most popular.
You know what God means, right? God means power.
This guy.
But you're not You're
All right,
using
bro.
wrong term. You're
Go
using
ahead,
terms
man.
wrongly. But go ahead.
Go ahead.
So he's using the argument from popularity. Y'all should look that up.
Argumentum ad populum.
Yeah, argumentum ad populum. Yes, sir. That's exactly what it is. Because it's popular, I'm going to go with what everyone else is doing.
That means it's right. It's popular, so it's
That
right.
means it's right.
That's not an
Now,
argument.
now Google Scholar, as far as the document, the Torah itself is definitely just stood the test of time as far as can we use
white
it,
supremacy
as far as can we use it
right
today?
in our face, yo.
Definitely
And
we
they
can
don't
use
even
it today.
What about the
That's a
Bhagavad
fact.
Gita? That stood the test of time.
That's what we need today.
Say-
Is
say,
more
hold on.
more
What
of
about
the
the
Bible.
Bhagavad Gita?
We don't need
Or
that
the Vedic
Arabic. We
text?
don't need that Arabic God. We don't need that Levantine God. That Levantine
What
God
about the
ain't did
Bhagavad
shit for
Gita
us.
and the Vedic text? Has those stood the test of time, Gideon?
Yep, I got a Gita.
I mean, nah, that's
Those are
on par
pagans, right?
with Homer's writings, with the tales of
No.
Anansi.
I'm
That's all
talking
it's
about
saying.
the Vedic text, the Indian,
Right, the Rig Vedic. Yeah, I know what you're talking
yeah.
about, the Hindu text with the
Those
gods
are
and
older than
right.
your Bible.
Right, yeah.
And they're still around today, and people are still practicing them. So what are you saying?
Right. I'm saying, logically speaking, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob dominates that God.
But how do they dominate? Hold on, time out. Hey, can I ask a question? In the New Testament, I ain't no Bible guy, but in the New Testament, did the God fearing people did they have a nation in the New Testament?
In the New Testament, no. It was a Roman province.
It was a Roman province, right? So your God, with all the popularity, couldn't give you a nation in the New Testament. You was under the yoke of a Roman province.
Right.
They had a king, but he was a vassal to the Romans.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a vassal.
So what is so great about this book? I'm trying to right. If everybody reading this book, right, and you guys are the chosen people, what is so great? Why your God ain't helping you guys or helping us in this type of environment that we live in, and all over, diaspora in Europe, even on the continent we fuck, or in America. So what is, and they read, Nigerians are real big on that book. Look how poor that motherfucking country is.
Yeah.
Our people Liberian. We Liberian. We believe in that book.
Yeah, I mean, you're not lying.
Why?
I mean,
I'm gonna tell you why.
Brazil has the biggest picture of Jesus, the biggest statue in the world of Jesus, if I'm not mistaken, and that's probably the worst place for Black people in the world. So I agree.
So how's that helping us? That's what I'm saying. You proving my point. So it's the worst place. They got the big whatever. So I don't get it. So explain.
So tell me, how would you feel if
those atheists that's in Brussels, Europe, they're real atheists over there. They're very wealthy over there. So they're wealthy. They got money. They got those capitals.
Right. Have you noticed that and didn't somebody say this yesterday to you? The least religious countries seem to be doing better than the most religious countries. Why is that?
Why is that? Oh, because the world's for the devil. That's why. What is it? I'm trying to figure
it out. That's a good question though. So basically, this how I go, right? So we made a covenant with the Most High as a nation.
You are who? Who you?
The nation of Israel. We made a covenant with the Creator.
But where's your nation at?
Right. I'm gonna tell you where we at.
Where is it? I apologize for cutting you off. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So in that covenant, it was given blessings and curses. Now, if we were to obey him, we would get blessings. If we were to disobey, we would get curses. So throughout the history of this nation, we, for the most part, disobeyed.
So you all are
And
wicked.
so, right, we were very wicked. And upon being wicked, all that wickedness landed us to this point. And when I say this point, you know, it's all described in the curses because we disobeyed the Most High. Matter of fact, you don't see no nation on the planet that's observing the laws of the Most High.
This is
So
white supremacy at
the
its
short
finest, yo.
So the short of it, that's why we are here.
So
Now
say
the reason why
Gideon.
I promote it is because if you listen to the words of the Most High, you will acquire blessings. And right now, as a people, we need.
So listen to his
Gideon,
So
you
listen
don't
to
think
his
that's
audience.
kind of degrading though? That's a kind of a messed up way of thinking. So the reason why black people is in this condition is our fault because we were wicked.
My brother, don't you see the movie they got out right now?
No, I'm just asking you a question.
The Woman King. I mean,
Wow.
she wasn't.
This nigga, did he just make a move? Oh,
no, I'm just saying.
We gotta.
I'm just saying.
Wow.
We're in this position because we were wicked and didn't listen to your God, right?
Right. We did wicked things. Right. Right.
And you don't see a problem with that kind of thinking?
That we disobeyed the laws of the Most High. The laws of the Most High are righteous.
So what was one of the things that we did was did one of our ancestors happen to see his father naked? Was that one of the things that brought this upon us?
Well, I mean, some of us. I mean, because you got to understand.
Wow.
So Gideon,
right.
The other
But no,
people,
let me
did
just.
they follow the
You got to
commandments?
understand the curse was given to Canaan, and some of us are, Canaanites that was brought here.
The other
So
people that were not cursed, did they follow the commandments?
wait, say that again and clarify.
The other people, because not everybody I see is having a hard time as a group. Some are
Right.
doing quite well. So did they
Right.
follow the commandments?
Nah, they wasn't bound to it. And when you read the curses, one of the curses that it says is that the very people who don't have this law will be over you. You would be working for them.
So it looks like being for this God is actually a curse and not a blessing. It makes you worse off because the people that are not his are doing okay, and the people that are his are under a curse. So it looks like it's better not being one of his.
No, again, if you subscribe to his laws, you would get the blessings. And I would say to anybody to observe his laws, because when you don't observe his laws, it's so many things that you let in based on how you think. But with it being based on civil rights and basically the Torah being a piece of legislation, a simple mind really can't understand the perplexities of law. Meaning,
are you saying?
Meaning you have a lot of people that will run around and say, it's okay to have, free will to do what you want, but they don't know that the Bible actually lays it down. But what would happen with them? Like, for instance, they would say a sex worker.
Yeah,
that's their right. Hold on, and I'm gonna land with this. Like, say for instance, a sex worker. A lot of people who don't believe in the Bible, they believe women should be prostitutes and things like that's her body. She should do what they want. Okay, that's fine. But you have a problem with the Bible. The only instance of a person being a servant is when they sell themselves. So if you're saying it's wrong for a person to sell themselves in the Bible, but on the other hand, you're saying it's okay for a person to sell themselves to prostitution because the Torah forbids prostitution. So that's where it confuses me. So if we follow the word of the Most High, we would get the blessings. We would get the blessings.
Let's have a conversation, bro.
Please quit doing monologue.
So what we're saying is basically the other people can disregard the commandment of your God and they're doing quite well. But if if you disobey the commandment of your God, you get punished. So again, logically, since we're being logically, isn't it better to be not for your God than be for him?
Well, no, because in the beginning, like, he, like, I mean, say, bro, look, I'm not here to preach, but what I'm saying is Israel,
Yes,
what
you
I'm
are.
saying,
So
they
so
are
so so
real
so, so
people,
since you're not here to preach,
and that can be proven historically that they were in West Africa, and
Please
they
don't use
are
the word
verified
historically
people.
on this.
no,
What are you
please
talking
don't go to
about?
West Africa. Please stop lying on West Africa. All right. So please, the one thing that I keep hearing from these people, these black Bible thumpers, especially the ones who try to rewrite the narrative to put themselves in it, is undertones of white supremacy. He just said that some of us are what? Cursed because one of our descendants saw their father naked. The Hermetic hypothesis. He pushes this. He pushes this. This is what he thinks and believes about us. So he thinks we are cursed with black skin, big lips, kinky hair, elongated phalluses, and to be servant.
I don't see how that is a curse, though, to have
Yeah, he
elongated
just made that
phallus.
up. I be trying
Hold
to
on, time out.
take it easy on Sabio, man, because he's so passionate about it. And I just
Hey,
don't know, you know what I'm saying? Where did you get how did
I
you
didn't make none
do
of
you
it
know
up.
what the Hermetic pop? I'll tell you what, Sabio, in a couple of
Yes, I
sentences, can
do.
you tell me
I know exactly what the Hermetic
hypothesis?
hypothesis is.
Tell me what it is. Go ahead.
So the Hermetic hypothesis is the idea that Ham, who saw his father Noah naked, is cursed with dark skin, elongated phalluses, kinky hair, and to be the lowest of the lowest slaves. As
All
it
right.
says, I
Can you
have
believe that
breakdowns of it.
bullshit?
I
Hold
have
on.
breakdowns of it. I have breakdowns of the Hermetic
Everybody
hypothesis.
on the panel, do anybody on the panel agree what Sabio just said? Just say yes or no.
Yes, I agree.
That's the core of it, yeah.
That the core of it?
Yes, sir.
Gideon,
Yes,
what you
sir.
say?
Them dudes are completely wrong, and that just shows how deep the rabbit hole them brothers done fell in.
All
And
right. So let's look up the
my
Hermetic hypothesis.
goodness, all I can say is my
That was
goodness.
horrible, man. All right.
Everybody in the chat agrees with me also.
That's fine. Let's go to JSTOR. I don't care what.
Okay, and I'm gonna pull up mine too. I'm gonna pull up mine too because I have. Who do you want me to get? I got a couple. I actually
It
have
don't
the
matter,
curse
bro.
of Canaan right here, not the curse of Ham.
Man, we didn't say no curse of no Canaan.
Oh, okay. You want me to pull up the curse of Ham because it's actually the
said
curse of
Oh,
Canaan
he
and not
said
Ham.
the
So
Hermetic
listen.
What in
So
the
listen.
hell are you
It's,
talking
so
about?
listen.
Hold on.
Google Scholar,
Hold on.
I got this. Google Scholar,
Hold
I got
on.
this.
Let me clarify something. In the book, the curse was actually on Canaan.
Exactly. But Ham is the person who's seen it.
Sabio, come on, man. Let me finish.
Sabio, man.
Go ahead.
In the book, the curse was actually on Canaan, but the people who formulated the idea that it was on Ham was to put it because Ham was seen as the African. And so that's the root of it. It's not saying
Google Scholar.
Yes.
I'm not gonna let you get out that easy.
Oh, he talking about
and I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say it very kindly. Hold on, Philip Baines. Hold on.
Can I share
I'm
my
not gonna let you
screen?
get out that. Go ahead.
How? Let me see how I share my screen.
I don't know.
I wonder would it be camera?
I done just heard about 3-4 conflations of different terms just mashed into one.
This is ridiculous,
big
man.
old Bobby
I have
Hemmett
it right here.
Go
Okay,
ahead, bro.
so I have 2 different breakdowns of it. Let's see if I can share my
give me
screen.
the right one. Give me the right Hermetic hypothesis. Go ahead.
So you want the curse of Ham, not
whichever
Canaan.
one
All
you're
right.
gonna say, give me the right one. Hermetic hypothesis. Go ahead.
Curse of Ham. That's what I'm talking
I didn't
about.
say no curse of Ham. Give me the Hermetic hypothesis.
So you want the curse of Ham?
I didn't say this. Why you can't understand
The
what
curse
Hermetic?
of
Do you
Ham.
know?
Right. That's just
the word Hermetic
They don't
hypothesis.
understand.
The Hermetic
This is it, bro.
hypothesis.
Go
this
ahead,
cognitive
Fabio.
dissonance, like in its literal
So
It is
application, we
cognitive
seeing
dissonance
right
at this
now.
point.
No, actually
Because
it
he
isn't.
know he
You got
wrong. Now he's saying,
so
damn.
hush.
I'm talking
So
about,
hush.
hey, Gideon.
So here
Now
it
he's saying,
is.
damn.
Here
I'm
it
talking
is.
about the curse of
Stop.
Ham. And he's
Right.
talking about the Hermetic
Y'all-
hypothesis. And he
Right.
think know the
So-
same thing.
Just
But
because they
go
got
ahead,
the
Gideon.
same word, maybe. So look,
So hush.
right.
So both
The
of y'all
Hermetic
hush.
theory. Hold on. The Hermetic theory.
No.
is-
Both of y'all hush.
Go ahead.
Both of
Go
y'all
ahead.
hush. All right.
Go.
So the let me make sure I find this right page.
All right. Why you want me to hush then?
These questions and Goldenberg's voluminous research might sound dry in the abstract, but in answering them, his text often reads like a fast-paced whodunit mystery novel. For example, many biblical commentators, including some Mormons, believed Ham's name meant hot, dark, or black. The meaning was assumed to support the conclusion that Ham had black skin. Did the name have that meaning? See chapter 10. Was Ham black? For a thorough answer of no, and for how and almost exactly when and where the mistranslation first occurred. Goldenberg reviews the etymology of Ham in the languages involved, including Arabic, Aramaic, Coptic, Egyptian, Greek, Hebrew, Old South Arabian, Semitic, Syriac, and Ugaritic, and concludes that the word used in Genesis did not mean black, dark, or heat, and that as of now, the word is of unknown origin. He believes mistaken interpretations may have developed in large part because in reducing spoken Hebrew to written form, two different phonemes were represented with one graphical symbol, thus leading to confusion between words that in oral Hebrew were distinguished. All right, so to continue. The Genesis,
he took a pause because he knew he should be dead right now.
Actually,
Bruh, let me
Don't
read.
bail him out, Gideon. Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Okay, go ahead.
Stop.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
man.
Go ahead.
So in doing so, the books add to the understanding of how this and other biblical stories were previously viewed within Mormonism as supported for race-based classifications. Genesis tells of Ham finding his father Noah drunken and covered in his tent. Ham informs his brother Shem and Japheth. They, walking backwards so as not to see their father's nakedness, cover Noah with a garment. After Noah awakes from his drunkenness, he curses not Ham, and not himself, but Ham's son Canaan by pronouncing, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren." There is no reference to dark skin, to any skin color, or to Africa, and Noah does not say the curse applies to Canaan's descendants. Yet this story, as it was amplified and changed in extra biblical interpretations, became the ideological cornerstone used to justify the slavery of Black Africans thousands of years afterward. Okay.
You can stop there.
All right. So what's the Hermetic hypothesis? Go ahead.
What I just read.
That's it. All right. Go ahead, Gideon.
I need to know who these teachers is at Dagger Squad University. Or is these niggas just all of them in the back? Ain't
Man, go
nobody
ahead.
in the front of the desk.
Gideon teach, man. Come on.
So look, man,
Go
just real
ahead.
simple. The Hermetic hypothesis states that everything of that. Well, let me just because
Hold on, let me share. I got you. Let me share the screen.
Right.
This is crazy. How do I
Now
share the
watch it
whole
say
screen?
everything I say, and this is gonna be so
Okay,
fucking
no
funny.
problem. No, you be quiet. You good. You told me to
I'm
hush,
listening.
now you hush.
I'm willing to learn something I don't know. So
No
go ahead.
problem.
So and I'm gonna let you pull it up, but I just want to say this while you pulling it up. Like a lot of a big part of the problem is, and we see it. This is part of the methodology. They're mixing concepts up, and it's basically what they're getting the curse of
You're doing
Ham.
too much talking. Get to reading.
No, I'm
man.
waiting for thunder.
Yeah, he
So
waiting on me.
what they're doing is they're mixing the curse of Ham, which even now is misconstrued because
right.
it's not the curse of Ham, it's the curse of Canaan.
What the fuck did I just say?
They're taking
This is
that.
some bullshit.
Calm down,
And maybe this
Savior.
is
Let him go.
where they jump off the train of
Because-
proper methodology, because
This is
I'm
some
not even
bullshit. I
finished.
just said that.
No,
So
you didn't. Go ahead.
I
said it. I said it.
And I just read it.
Be quiet, man.
So
they're
let him go.
they're
This shit
mixing
is
up
nuts.
and
All right, now
confusing.
I'm gonna mute you next time, bro. So I'm just
They're
telling you. I done
mixing
told you
up.
3 times. Stop talking.
They're mixing up and confusing the curse of Ham / Canaan with the Hermetic hypothesis, and they're mixing it up. They're putting in a big old bowl and they're just eating it, because that's and it's false. It's 2 separate terms. The Hermetic hypothesis is something totally different, and he pulled it up right there, and I'm gonna read it. It says the Hermetic hypothesis states that everything of value ever found in Africa was brought there by Hamites. Now that's a true statement, but this is where the lie come in at. Allegedly, a branch of the Caucasian race. This hypothesis was preceded by an earlier theory in the 16th century that the Hamites were black savages, natural slaves, and Negroes. So that's the Hermetic hypothesis, and it's repeated by Edith Bruner.
Hold on, because I know I can read a little bit. Let's go again. Let's go again.
That's crazy.
I'm dead.
Let's go again.
Dead. This is nonsense.
Thunder.
I just read the same exact shit. He went to Wikipedia. I just read the same exact
why
shit.
can't I say it?
I'm not talking. He talking.
No,
Go ahead.
I want to see what he's reading. I want to read it too, because I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
I'm showing it on the screen, bro. What's wrong with
Hey,
you? Can't
but
see?
while you trying to read it, hey, Thunder.
What?
He said what?
Nigga, I've been up on a lot of pressure today, man. Go ahead. What you got?
Yo, so yeah. All right, so Canaan was cursed. Okay. So
I'm with you on this.
there ain't no
You good. You good right now, Thunder.
No,
I just read the same shit. This is nuts.
We're not talking about no curse. You can't read it again for one time.
Thunder, why you did that, Thunder? Why you did that?
Stop, stupids. No.
Why you did that? I know what you did, you know.
Stop.
I'll catch you. I know what you did. You're wrong.
I know what he did too. I know what he did too.
What I do?
So he went and got the 16th century. He went and got the 16th century Hermetic hypothesis. He went and got the 16th century Hermetic hypothesis. I know exactly what he did.
What you mean the century? It's another century?
So look.
Say they know what Thunder doing. And Thunder know what Thunder doing. And you wouldn't say when if you stop talking, because that's what Thunder doing. Thunder know what he's doing.
What am I doing? What am I doing?
Look for the smile on your face. You can't help yourself. You can't help yourself. That
What
is
am I
so
doing?
evil. No, play it out. Play it out.
So
play it out.
So to whoever that is talking, I don't know if that's Stupies,
the curse
Google
of Canaan,
Scholar,
the curse of
Peter
Canaan,
Todd, I
not
don't know.
Ham.
So look, hold on. What is the Hermetic hypothesis? To the dude just was talking in patois.
Stupid.
What is the Hermetic hypothesis?
No. I know what you want Thunder doing, but it's not nice. It's not nice.
No,
What
it's
you want-
no. Well,
is
bring clarity to the situation.
No, I know where to
Clarity
bring
to the
clarity.
situation.
Is it about some long dongs and
No, it's not about that. But why are you doing it, Thunder? You could tell the young man to
this
stop.
is him.
You could tell him to stop. And clarify.
Stupies, can you stop? Stupies, can you stop?
Okay, no,
Because
go
I got
ahead.
this.
Go ahead,
I'm not
Savior.
worrying
Let him
about.
keep
I'm
going.
not worrying about Thunder. I'm not worrying about Gideon. The curse of Canaan and not Ham.
The curse.
For
You talking
100
about the curse of Canaan?
So
That's that Hermetic
again,
hypothesis.
I understand that we understand that they conflated this whole shit, and this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. You don't think that I understand what's going on, that they interpreted it as something else on what you read. I totally understand that bullshit that you read is nonsense. I'm not even paying attention to that nonsense. I'm well aware of that bullshit. That's why I said what I said. I'm going off of this shit that he's up here pushing. So this is what it, so yeah, the curse of Canaan, not Ham. The curse of Canaan, as the book says.
Keep going, bro.
So you keep trying to pin me in this.
Go ahead, Sabio. Just tell me
So
what the curse of
for
Canaan is,
hundreds
bro.
of years, the curse of Canaan, the curse of Ham theory was seen as a legitimate way to interpret the events. And this is a source I got from your boy, Garfield Reed. To interpret events described in Genesis 9 and used to justify the Atlantic slave trade of Africans to the New World. The curse of Ham theory being that Noah's son Ham and his descendants Africans were to serve Shem and Japheth as slaves, granting religious legitimacy to the Atlantic slave trade. However, through relatively basic analysis of biblical scripture as well as a modern lens, it is not only apparent but inconceivable that this theory has any clout to it.
Don't worry about it.
So
Did
this
just
is
say with
basically
just basic analysis, you see that the
it
curse
has
of
no
Ham is
clout to
bullshit.
it. It has
So
no
why
clout
would
to
you?
it. Yes.
I don't know.
So this is what I'm saying. So for you to come up here and say what you just said earlier, that we are descendants of this motherfucker Ham, is bullshit.
That ain't got nothing to do with the
It absolutely does.
Wow.
It absolutely. Hold up. Because the whole thing that brought this out. Stop. Don't conflate my argument. The whole thing that brought this out was
You just
me
did a good
mentioning
job,
him.
bro. I don't need to help you out at all.
Stop.
Go.
The whole reason why I brought this up was he said what he said earlier about us being cursed and all that shit.
So you think the Hermetic hypothesis got something to do with the curse?
No, I don't. I think they have. Listen,
I'm glad you made it. Thank you. Good job, Sabio.
It's stupid. So this is what I'm trying to get you to
Yeah,
say. He's up here
Sabio.
pushing this
Good
stupid
job.
shit on
Good
us.
job. You good.
He's up here.
Bro.
He's
I'm
up here
glad we
pushing
can
this
get you
stupid.
right.
Hold on, Savior. Gideon. Let's stick in the Bible real quick. I gotta ask you. So Canaan.
Hey, hold on. You agreed with him. Now you do you understand what the Hermetic hypothesis is now?
Who?
He's up here pushing this bullshit, and
Oh,
you
now
want us
it's
to
big. See, now he's
because
now
it was somebody
he's
who was
triggered.
Yeah, Gideon's
triggered
pushing his
now.
in the beginning.
Gideon's pushing his
Hey,
bullshit, and
Gideon,
we're
don't
supposed to
pay
take
him
it.
no
Thunder.
mind. Don't even pay no
Gideon.
mind.
Hold on, Thunder.
Because
Hold
he's
on.
talking about a curse, and he's talking about Hermetic hypothesis of curse. Hey,
Gideon.
you understand now?
He pushing it.
Yeah,
He's
whatever.
pushing it. He
all right.
pushes it. Gideon pushes it.
He
All
pushed what?
Not me. The Hermetic hypothesis. He just
What
said
is
we
the
are
Hermetic hypothesis?
Sabio, hold on. So Gideon, so the
Who this is? Rocky?
No, it's federal state. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I
Pay
can.
attention.
Oh boy, here you go.
So we're
Take the L, Sabio, and move on, man.
So
Thunder, I beat you down. And him.
The Hermetic, hold on. The Hermetic hypothesis has nothing to do with a curse, man. Stop. You just learned what it was.
It was misinterpreted. I been knew what that white racist nonsense was. It was rewritten.
So the Journal
But
of
this
African
the thing,
History,
Thunder. That's going around the
Journal of
conscious
African
community. Though.
History. Hey, Gideon, the Journal of African History is white racist propaganda now.
Wow. Okay.
I know
Go
the
ahead,
Bible
man.
is white racist
hold
propaganda.
on. Sabio, hold on. Gideon. So when the Israelites went into the land of Canaan, right? Were the Canaanite ever servants to the Israelites?
Not necessarily, but that's not what the not I wouldn't say no.
Okay. So my other question would be when the Israelites was in Egypt, were they servant to the Egyptians who are Ham, right? Consider Ham.
Right.
So was that prophecy accurate?
Wait. You're asking me they were Ham. I'm saying yes to they were Ham.
So the Egyptian was Ham, right?
Right.
And the Israelites was Shemitic, right?
Right.
So when Noah was on the boat, was it Noah? I don't know your story. Was it Noah?
Right.
So he cursed Canaan, right? Say he would be serving to your uncles and all that bullshit, right?
Right. He said he cursed Canaan. He cursed Canaan. I agree with that. He cursed Canaan.
So was Canaan ever servant to the Israelites?
No. Israel wasn't his brothers. That's what you're trying to get at. You're trying to get at
Ham was Israel ever servant to the Egyptians?
At one point they were. Right.
So that shit, you don't get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you saying apples and oranges.
Okay, okay, maybe I am. I don't know.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Yeah. See, the curse of Canaan wasn't applied to the Israel, like they wouldn't be servants to the Israelites. Canaan brother was Mizraim and Cush. So when you look at the history of the Canaanites, they were always under the subjection, or rather for long periods of time under the subjection of the Egyptians. So that prophecy actually rings true. So yeah.
When you want to be Abrahamic, this is what happens to you.
Wow.
What? Just stop, man.
When you want to be Abrahamic, this is what happens to you.
Just stop. Just stop.
Yeah, so
just stop.
I can say something now.
Stop, man.
No, I ain't finna stop because this shit is crap.
I hold my hands up and say I got it wrong.
Okay. Good
All
job, man.
Yeah,
I'm glad
no
you
doubt.
did.
Big
Somebody
up,
got
man.
it
Bless
checked
up,
on here.
man.
Good.
Yeah,
That's good.
no doubt. No doubt,
That's good.
man. Yeah, give a clap, man.
Good. That was
Wait,
good.
hold on.
Thunder and Gideon.
What I was really
Thunder and
talking about
Gideon.
was
Google
Thunder and
Scholar, what did you
Gideon.
say, Google Scholar?
That's me. Thunder and Gideon have something to say to you both. You're not nice. You are not nice. And I see what you're doing, and it's not nice.
Man, we gotta correct the young man. If he don't know, I tried to correct him. I told him, hey man, they're not the same thing. Yeah. Okay, Sabia, what's the Hermetic hypothesis?
You make him paint himself in a corner, and now him don't know how to get out.
He don't even know how to get out.
No, I'm the corner. I wasn't painted. Listen, I wasn't painted into a corner. Again, like I said, if you want to,
he's still struggling.
No,
Instead
I'm
of
not
just saying,
struggling.
you know
Stop
what?
interrupting
My
me.
bad,
Stop.
bro.
No, I can't say my bad because I was right. The whole, even though that shit, it says something totally different. The whole narrative that Gideon pushes comes from that whole biblical narrative. That's all I was saying. So if I misturned it, cool.
Come from the Hermetic hypothesis?
The biblical narrative is before.
So let me explain.
The Hermetic hypothesis. Whatever happened, whatever that shit was in the 16th century, it's some shit that they wrote to change some shit or whatever.
Yeah, I just read it.
I don't know when that shit was wrote.
2 words: cognitive and dissonance.
I
Go
just
ahead,
read it. I just read it.
So there's 2 words right there, Thunder. You
this is
hit
what
it right on the
happened.
head.
Hold on. Can I speak?
Go ahead.
This is what I read it. This is what happened, right? Originally, what happened is that they were pushing the curse of Ham, right?
It was
and
rewritten.
then in the 16th century, I believe,
it was fucking rewritten.
This guy came in and said, "No, that's not true," and he rewrote the idea, called it the Hermetic hypothesis, and said, "No, the Hamites weren't black; they were actually Caucasian people who went into Africa."
Thank you. It was fucking wrote.
What year was that?
I think it was in the 16th or 17th century. I just read it. Let me get back to it.
I knew about that shit because I have a book on it, but you wouldn't know this.
So I was actually incorrect when I said earlier,
man.
Listen,
no,
because I don't know who rewrote it and when it was rewrote. I just say it was rewrote in the 16th century because I knew about it.
No, so basically, the Hermetic hypothesis is what we just described.
This shit stems from the Bible. It comes from the Bible.
Right.
Come on, man.
Right.
Let Google Scholar, since you was going now, let Google Scholar finish, and then we'll take it up from there. Go Google.
So I was saying, I in terms of what they call the Hermetic theory or the Hermetic hypothesis, I was wrong about when it came about, because earlier in the program when I was talking to Zion, said it was before, but I understand now how it works is that what they actually call the Hermetic hypothesis was rewritten in the 17th century, I think. So yeah, but the premise, the facts about what I was speaking about,
that book up.
That wasn't wrong, because they made the claim that the Africans were Hamites, and because of that they were cursed. But yeah, I can say I was wrong about what exactly is the Hermetic hypothesis.
Right. Yeah. Cause see
So
what it basically is
here it is.
it's two different things. You have the Hermetic hypothesis, right? Which we just all of us just went over, and you have something totally different, which is the curse of Canaan, which was corrupted into the curse of Ham. Now, what Sabio was talking about, all those traits that they say the black men have, that came from the Mishnah that was written in between the 7th and 9th century by
Oh, so he's
Babylonian
agreeing
Jews.
with me now.
No, but no, I'm saying what you're
No.
doing, you're getting it confused, you're mixing them up. So
No, I'm
that's
using it all.
oh, you can't do it like that, Jose.
Yes, you have to.
No, a
Because
lot of
they're
people that drunk
because it's a
Kool-Aid who think
combination
like
of
that,
effect.
bro.
It's a
You can't
combination
think
of the
you
effects of all those
right.
that brought us to this point.
Cognitive
No,
dissonance.
dissident. Yeah,
No, it isn't.
that's so yeah,
Actually,
that's
y'all
the
suffer
curse
from
of Ham,
cognitive dissonance.
which
So,
is
so
incorrect. It's
again, I
actually
got
the
a
curse
book
of
on.
Cain,
So again,
which is not the Hermetic hypothesis.
he just backed up everything that I said. He said that it's in the Torah and the
Wow.
Mishnah.
Wow. Wow.
I mean, listen. Everything that I said,
Sabio,
he's
man.
pushing.
Sabio, just
Like, I don't understand it. Thunder want to be right because
I don't have to
he
be
went and
right.
got a
The book
definition.
is right.
I'm not trying to be right. I just want people to
Wait,
understand
somebody get
the
Garfield, because
nonsense.
that's the only person he'll probably listen. Well, he will listen to.
No, I listen
So
to everybody.
somebody
I
get
can't listen.
Garfield,
I
man.
can't listen to
curse
you.
of
I can't listen to
Ham
you. I can't listen
is
to you
not the
because
Hermetic hypothesis, man. And
we
you
know
and you
this.
just
But they
and you
used them.
just
But they used
conflated
them.
both of
But
them.
they use the ideas from the Bible.
But say a lot of them use that though. I've heard Rob Bourne use it.
Yes.
I heard a lot of people misuse it like that. But you
They
know,
they
Savior the
they
only one that
misused
would
it.
jump out and down that hill. They'll
They
evade
misuse.
it, you know. But
Yeah,
if
but
they can say it, if they can hit that brick wall,
Listen.
they'll hit
Why?
that brick wall
Listen.
because that brick
Listen.
wall ain't gonna hit back.
Listen.
yeah,
But they're
but I
not
don't
gonna
see
say
it's a
that.
big deal
Listen.
Right.
because the curse
No,
of Ham
it's a
was
big
being
deal.
taught.
It is a big deal because they use that as hate against the Most High, and it's
No, but the curse
inaccurate.
of Gideon, the curse of Ham, as we're now talking about, that was real, and
Yes.
that was started by the Jews, and it continued by the Muslims, and then the Europeans took
Right.
it.
But
That's
according
a
to
fact.
the text, like when Savior was reading, basic analysis will see it's not the curse of Ham, it's the curse of Canaan.
Yeah, we
And it's
understand
not
that.
based on being black because
So it
all
doesn't
of those
matter.
people
Gideon,
were black.
Gideon,
We're talking about the
Gideon,
side effects.
So
We're
what is
talking about
based
the
on
after effects.
when you look at
Gideon,
history, that part what
Gideon,
Canaan was
you're
You see,
defend
almost always
this
under
is
the
why
subjection of his
this is
brothers.
Gideon,
why
Gideon,
I
Go
have a
ahead.
you're
problem
making
with.
a defense for what we're not saying. We're not saying that the Bible taught this. We're saying that that the religion it started with your religion. The Jews were the first one to teach you this in the Talmud.
Yeah,
It
no,
also
yeah.
is
The Babylonian Jews were the first one to introduce that curse of Ham. Yeah.
yes. So I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
would
So
agree.
that's what we are saying. So we're not saying that the
But it's
proper reading
wrong
of the
though.
Bible
It's
would
wrong.
teach this.
It's not correct. It's
But the
it's
fact
not
is, it was
according to
being
Torah
taught.
though.
It was being taught
Yeah, it
and
was being
propagated.
taught, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
So I guess I'm the only person, and Google Scholar the only person with enough gall to say that there are things about this book that we should just not adhere to on this panel right now. Because I
Who
hear
said
two
that?
people up here. I hear you. It
Are you
seemed like you
conflating
want to.
again, Sabio? Have you
Nope.
not learned your
Nope.
lesson?
Can I talk? Can I talk? I don't care. Can I talk?
Go ahead.
Can I talk?
Yeah.
It seems like as long as Gideon can show that the Hermetic hypothesis don't fit us, as I was trying to say, or the curse of Canaan, the curse of Ham, whatever you want to call it, the Hermetic hypothesis, whatever you want to call it at this time. then I was wrong. Hey, I knew when it was rewritten. I called it that because that's what I've gotten used to calling it. And hey, cool. But anyway, let me move beyond that.
Thanks,
This whole
Savio.
this
Good
whole
job,
conversation,
man.
this whole conversation was based around a faulty belief. And this is what I want us to understand. We gotta let this shit go. Plain and simple.
Why? Because you
It
say
doesn't
so?
work. No, it doesn't work. Look, I keep asking over and over and over. Why can we just have a person rewrite the whole Bible to fit him and his person? And then another person, Petar and Primus and Croix, who put Haile Selassie in place of everybody. And now we have this guy Gideon coming up with the same book. He's not changing the characters, the major players. He's just making the lost tribes, the people of the book, us.
So you disagree, Savio?
What you just did a while ago is talk yourself into believing what you originally said was right. And Thunder beside you laughing at you. That's all Thunder doing.
No, I did it. No, I didn't believe what I knew what I was saying. Stupids.
You went around in circles a while ago for the last statement you made. The first original thing you should have said is that, listen, I may have misinterpreted it, but this is what I meant. I move on. And Thunder would have far more respect for you. But no, Thunder just laughing at you. And Gideon laughing. Gideon going to sleep well tonight because he laughed. Laughter is the best kind of sleeping tablet. Gideon and Thunder in there laughing at you. It's two separate things. We can argue them, but we can't compare apples to orange or orange to apples. If we were dealing with the hypothesis, we can deal with it and say, listen, this is wrong, and it got part of its interpretation from the Bible. Right? But that's what black people can't do nothing good. That anything good come out of Africa. If it's a pyramid, if it's anything that look like a structure, is white people did it. That's what the hypothesis is about. The curse of Ham is a total different thing. It's about Noah and his son seeing him naked. And it's a curse be unto your children, not to the person who saw him naked, but to the children who saw him naked, that they shall be servants of his brothers. It's two separate different things. Don't convolute them. Don't try
and that was my mistake. I convoluted them because like I said, I do that because that's how I look at them. I use them interchangeably. Why? Because it's the same shit to me.
You cannot.
It's the same shit. I understand that it was rewrote in the 16th century, but it applies the same. Why? Because the same language is in there.
Still doing it. Here go Petar right now. He apologized and he went right back to what he was. Hey, it was not
the
rewritten,
language
man.
Is in there. It was.
What was
Google
rewritten?
Scholar
Tell
just
me.
said it.
What
Google
was
Scholar
rewritten?
just read it. Google Scholar just read what was rewrote. The Hermetic
No.
the hypothesis.
The Hermetic hypothesis was rewritten?
Yes. In the 16th century.
Somebody have two streams playing.
It ain't me.
Yeah, but I need to ask Thunder a question if I can.
What's up?
Can we switch it up? You're tired, Thunder, or you feel like answering questions?
Come on, man. Let's roll.
Why are you a conservative?
What?
Mm-hmm.
Most black people are you not?
No, socially, but you're not just socially conservative.
No,
and by the way, I'm not.
Are you fiscally conservative?
No.
You're not?
He's asking you, why are you politically conservative? Why are you politically conservative? That's what he's asking.
What do you want me to be, a Democrat?
No.
You want me to be a liberal?
No. I'm just asking you why. What are your reasons?
What are my reasons? All right. When you look at the Democratic Party, what does it represent? What are the tenets at this point? Well, number one, let's start with history, right? Since this is a history, the history of Black people in this country
Yes.
is for about 100 years, we voted Republican, right? Our origins.
Yes.
So that's one reason. Second reason.
Okay.
No, let him go.
Let me make a caveat.
Sabio, I'm a mute you,
Let
bro,
him
because
go.
he asked me the question, and I ain't taking no questions, bro.
Yeah,
I'm answering the question.
I'm making a note because
All right. Now,
because you got questions to answer after this. Yeah, go ahead.
So that's fine. So you asked me that. So historically, we were Republicans, and our genesis in this country. Secondly, when I look at the tenets of the Democratic Party, I don't align with those. I don't believe they align with. They don't align with me. I don't align with them, and they don't align with me. I don't believe in higher taxes. I don't believe in abortion. I don't, well, to a certain extent. If you're talking about rape, incest, of course, no doubt. Do your thing. But after that, no, I do not, especially for Black babies. Absolutely not. I don't believe in interracial nothing. I don't believe in gay nothing. I believe in lower taxes. I believe in faith, God, family, country. I support the police. I support, for the most part, I support the military. I think that's blanket pretty much.
Okay, so now let's first start with history because my question was about being conservative and you gave me about being Republican. So we're gonna roll with that.
No, I'm talking about
No.
You know what conservatism is?
Yes. No, that's fine.
When is conservatism?
No, Thunder, let's not do that. I want to get into the history because you said something that historically we were Republicans, we didn't vote Democrat. And that's accurate. But are you aware why most Black people vote Democratic today?
Yes.
Are you aware of what the party realignment is and the Southern strategy? Are you aware of those two ideas?
Yes.
So then you know that if that's the case, then you know that historical argument is fallacious then, right?
Okay. When you're talking about a realignment, right? Does a realignment mean if you have one girlfriend and you go out with another girlfriend, this girlfriend cheated on you, she did all this other stuff. If you switch girlfriends, does that mean that other girlfriend did that too?
Not necessarily, but
all right. So when we're looking at Jim Crow, when we're looking at slavery, when we're looking at the Civil Rights Bill, when we're looking at a lot of stuff, those were atrocities that were committed by the Democratic Party. Voter taxes, the black codes. These were all atrocities that were committed by the Democratic Party on African Americans.
Yes, Thunder. But
now, hold on, brother. I got couple more sentences. Now, what you're doing with part of realignment is you're saying that, okay, 1964, we passed this, now we're going to vote for them, right? But in voting for them, you're forgiving what that party did to us for the last 200 years. So with me, I ain't look past voter taxes, the black codes, Jim Crow, all these things that were tools, were weapons that were used from the Democratic Party against my people. I have not forgiven that party for that.
Okay.
And I had to be reminded of that by Republicans. Hey, bro, this is where you started. This is what these people did to you. What the hell you doing? And this is where they at right now. So we got a history, We got a present. Now we're just worrying about the future. But go ahead.
All right. Yes. So what you said is I'm not gonna say it's not factual, but it leaves out a lot of context and yes, some of the facts are missing, right? So let's broaden it so maybe the audience, if they're not following, they can follow, right?
Yes.
We understand that originally the Republican Party was the party of the black people, and the Democrats were the party of the white Southern racists. We understand that. In 1965 or 64, when the Civil Rights Act was passed by LBJ, who was a Democrat, the southern states, all the white southern racist slave owners, not slave owners, but who were upset at LBJ for passing the Civil Rights Act. And so what they did is that they, in protest, left the Democratic Party and went over to the Republican Party. When they went over to the Republican Party platform changed. They implemented
Google
what
Scholar,
was
that's
called,
not true.
that was true. They
No,
implemented,
you're oversimplifying, because there was a period where they were called Dixiecrats.
Yes.
Right? They were still although they were still Democrats at the time, they still had what we today call Republicans' views. They had the original views.
yes,
of
still peace. But did they implement the Southern strategy?
Eventually, over time.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
it was
that's
there.
all I'm saying. I'm not giving a day-by-day breakdown. I'm just broadly going over the facts. So when they implemented the Southern strategy, that's what drove the black people from the
in
Republican
1932
Party into the Democratic Party.
No, man.
What?
He said the 1932. What the hell
No,
are you talking about?
I'm not saying 1932.
Stop talking and listen, please.
Just stop, man. Yeah.
Stop talking and listen.
Come
I'm
on.
talking. This
Stupid.
was in
I
the.
know more about this history than
This
you.
was in
Y'all
the
don't know about
60s.
You
1932.
doing it cognitive dissonance. Come
The
on, man.
1932 is very important for this change that y'all talking about.
He just gonna be right. I've never seen a man like this guy. But go ahead.
Look it
go
up.
ahead, bro.
Yeah. So
Look it
after
up.
the Southern strategy was implemented, it brought in it intensified the Jim Crow laws and policies like redlining and stuff, especially in the southern states, right?
Yeah.
And so what that did is that it alienated the black people from the Republican Party. And so their only other option, because it's a two-party system, right? Their only other option was the Democratic Party. And so that is historically the reason why today most black people vote Democratic. Now, if you want to take it further, I'm also of the view that the policies of the Democratic Party is more favorable to black people today than the Republican. I'm
All
not
right,
saying.
go ahead and get into that.
I'm not saying it's great or it's where it should
No,
be.
brother, get into it. Come on.
Yeah. Okay. So if you look at it, Republicans today are a party of rhetoric. That means they talk a good game,
No,
but they
brother.
almost
Do the Democrat part. Don't sit here and spread propaganda. Just show me the policies of the Democrat that you agree with. Go ahead.
okay. So let's look at the economy, right?
Yes.
That the last Republican president to grow the economy was Ronald Reagan. After that, the economy.
Trump?
I'm sorry, no.
Oh, okay, cool. Go ahead.
After Ronald Reagan, every Republican president after him has led to a shrinkage in the economy. The only time the economy has grown since Ronald Reagan is on the Democratic presidency.
All right, cool. What's next? What else you got?
All right, so that's economically. Republican tax cuts. Republicans talk a good game about tax cuts, and when they implement the tax cuts, it's a smoke and mirrors. It's always a tax cut for the wealthiest Americans. It's always geared towards corporations.
All right,
and
how about this? For the rest of your speech, don't even say Republicans. Say
no, what I'm
Democrat the rest
contrasting,
of the
so
time.
I have to.
No,
I have
I can say everything I said ain't had nothing to do with Democrats. But
Yeah,
go
you
ahead. Come on, man.
mentioned.
Give me everything you got.
Okay. So, in terms of social issues, right?
Yes.
I thought that Roe v. Wade was a sensible policy in terms of abortion laws.
Okay, so you support Roe v. Wade. Okay.
Yes.
All right. What else? So okay, let me ask you this: do you support higher taxes? Since you don't support the tax cuts, do you support higher taxes, brother?
I support a more sensible tax law. What
I'm
I
asking
support is
specifically about higher taxes.
no, it's not
If you
Thunder.
are in opposition of lower taxes, and I
No.
mean you support. Okay, go ahead.
Thunder, you have to allow me to explain. It's
ahead.
not a simple matter of higher or lower taxes. I know that's how they sell it to you, but that's not how it works.
Do you support tax cuts?
I
Yes
support,
or no?
I support tax cuts if it's done properly.
Okay, so you do support tax cuts, all right? Tax cuts. Roe v. Wade.
I support also, I believe that the Affordable Care Act was a good idea.
Okay.
It didn't go far enough, but it was a good idea.
It should have went even further, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
There should have been a public option.
No doubt. Okay.
Okay, I'm going off the dome here, so let me see. Let me think again.
Yeah, go ahead.
There are other stuff for sure, but I'm gonna go with that for now. So let me know what you
All
disagree.
right. Do you support transgender boys being allowed to play football with the girls and stuff?
No.
Okay.
Gay marriage.
Do you support gay marriage?
I don't care. If somebody want to get married, it's up to them. As
Okay,
long as
do
it's
you
two
support
consenting
gay
adults.
marriage? Do you support gay marriage?
I support any kind of marriage. So yes.
So what about gay? Okay, gay marriage. Okay.
As long as it's two consenting adults, I don't care.
All right. He supports gay marriage. He supports the Affordable Care Act. He supports Roe v. Wade. And he's iffy on tax cuts. I'm gonna put a star.
I'm not
by that.
iffy. I'm not iffy. That's
I'm
the
gonna
wrong
put it.
statement.
I'm gonna put a star by that, bro. I'm sorry.
I'm against Republican tax cuts because it's always
Oh,
for
you're
the
not
wealthy.
iffy. Okay, so let me take that off the thing. Anyway, okay, cool. All right. All right. Roe v. Wade, Affordable Care Act, gay marriage. What else you got?
What do you mean?
Brown versus the Board of Education. I support Brown versus the Board of Education.
Yeah, I'm all for Brown versus.
I support. Yes, let me finish. I support the Loving case in the civil in the Supreme Court. The Loving case allowed marriage from any race. I support that. I support
Jed Scott. Do you support Jed Scott?
Dred Scott?
Yeah.
Dred Scott was the one with what was it? Dred Scott? I can't remember.
It was the integration in
the
the
slave
schools,
one,
right?
Dred Scott. The slave. I do not support that.
The what?
The Dred Scott. It was a slavery.
Dred Scott.
It was a slave across state line.
Yep.
Yes.
He was free in one state and then slave in another.
Yeah.
He was a slave who went
in
to
Indiana, I believe.
who went to a free state. He was a slave who went to a free state.
So
it was
he left Missouri and went to Illinois. No, he left Missouri and went to
He was
Illinois.
a slave who went to a free state. So state it right.
Yeah.
Okay, man. So far we got Roe v. Wade, Affordable Care, and gay marriage. What else you got? What about the gay
Brown
agenda?
versus the Board of Education.
Okay, let me ask. No, that ain't Democrat, bro.
The Civil Rights Act. I
What about
support
climate?
that.
What about climate change? You think we need to get rid of oil and gas?
No, I don't think we need to get rid of oil and gas. Eventually.
Okay, so you don't support that. Okay.
But I support climate change measures. Yeah.
So you do support. Okay, what are the climate change? 90% of it got something to do with oil and gas. What you talking about?
I'm not in favor of us getting rid of gas just like that. But
you want to build some wind farms and stuff like solar?
Phase it out.
You want to phase out oil and gas, right?
Eventually.
All right, cool. Yeah. So you down with climate change? Okay.
Israel, you support Israel as a functioning state?
Do you support Israel as a functioning state?
I support them as a state, but some of their actions I question.
All right.
I do not support I do not support the financial support of Israel.
Me either.
Okay.
I do not support the financial support of Israel.
We got all these homeless here. We're not supporting them.
No. I no support. I said I do not support. I support the financial support of Israel.
I'm sorry. No financial support. All right.
Right.
Bear arms.
I support the right to bear arms, but I do believe that there should be some more restrictions than what we currently have.
Do you believe that we need more justices on the bench at the Supreme Court?
Yes,
I believe that it should go up to the number 30.
We got nine. We got what?
At
nine
one time,
Republicans.
Let me answer. We have 9. I believe. Yeah, I support expanding it, and I also support term limits.
Yes, we need term limits.
Okay, expand SC, oldest. Okay.
Gambling,
yes, with restrictions.
If you want to lose your money, lose your money.
All right, gambling.
Prostitution.
Yes, with restrictions.
Weed. Do you support weed marijuana use?
Yeah, 100%.
No, I don't support marijuana use.
I do.
Says the Rasta. All right.
I do.
He's saying what?
What else we got?
I on a more broader sense, the unlimited dark money in politics, I believe that's also something that we should look at. Dark money, the super PACs and stuff.
Dark money. Okay, immigration. Let's do that. You support all these Mexicans coming over here?
Nah, we gotta get rid of that.
Listen, I'm an immigrant, so I have to support immigration.
No,
I believe there should be reform.
Do you support illegal immigration?
No, I'm not for that.
Illegal immigration.
Do you support illegal immigration?
Nobody supports illegal immigration. I don't support illegal immigration.
Do you support illegal immigration?
I answered that 3 times.
Let me answer that.
Other people talking. I can't hear you.
He said no. But my problem with it is that up until 100 years ago, half of America, or a third of America was Mexico. So to deny these people the birth home is to deny the Native Americans, is to deny people who was original to the land. If it's Mexicans, I don't have a problem with it.
Hey,
but if it's anybody, let me finish talking, please. Please let me finish talking.
Yes, sir.
But if it's anybody below the Mexicans, I have a problem with it. But if the Mexicans want to come back on the land where the grandmother and the great grandmother lived, are you saying that these people have no rights to the land that their great grandmother had?
Are you asking a question?
Yes.
Hold on, let me speak. It's a new world now, right? It's a new paradigm shift. And if you bring all these Mexicans in here, right? The job that African American hold.
You said no. You said no. Let me say my part now. If you do not support the Mexican coming back for the land, you cannot support reparation. If you do not support the Mexicans, you cannot support reparation. And I dare anybody, am I lying, Thunder? Thunder, if you do not support a Mexican coming back to California, you cannot support reparation. You have to use the same argument.
No. Because that land was they fought the white boys and they lost.
And we were enslaved to the white boys and we lost.
So
the
you
capital,
cannot.
no, because
No,
we're
no, no,
under a
no.
system. We're under
No, no,
a
no. You can't have it both ways. You can't have
no,
it
I
both.
can't have
Can
it
you
both
have it
Let
both
him
ways, Thunder?
finish.
First of all, we were under the yoke. We was enslaved, my dude. We was my dude. We was in slavery.
There's some logic to it.
Hold on. The Mexican was fighting these white boys, right? And they lost and it took their land. You know what I'm saying? We didn't fight these niggas. These white boys.
Right.
We didn't fight them. These white boys. You know what I'm saying? It's a whole different
if you as a black person have a problem with a Mexican, I'm not talking about a Colombian
I don't
now,
have a problem with
or a Panamanian, or a Costa Rican, or a Argentinian. I'm talking about a Mexican. If you have a problem of a Mexican coming across the border to go to Texas,
illegal way,
in Arizona, or San Francisco, you shut up your mouth when it comes to reparation.
No. First of all, my
Thunder, is my argument solid?
Stupid. What I'm saying is, first of all, I don't hate Mexican. My nephew is Mexican. But anyway, nah. If you lost a war, the people took the damn land. You did.
Hey, you sound like a white boy then. Talking about I got that one black friend.
Nah, but that's a different when it's blood. That's my damn nephew. The hell you talking about? Sound like the white boy. That don't make no guts.
Thunder.
I got two nephews that is mixed.
Thunder, do you understand what I'm saying,
Mexican.
Thunder?
No, and you don't either.
Do you disagree with me?
Yeah,
That you can? Are you saying that you can? Are you saying that you can support reparation for African American slaves and denial for Mexicans coming back to Arizona? Are you saying that?
I know the same thing.
They're the same thing because Texas, San Francisco, Arizona was Mexico.
Let me ask you a question. What was the battle
That
of
mean-
the Alamo?
that mean-
What was the battle
no,
of the Alamo?
The
Tell me what that was about.
The Battle of the Alamo is the Americans entrenching on Mexican land and decide that they are going to annex this land and call it a part of America. That was the Battle of the Alamo. No,
Did they
listen.
win or lose?
They lose. That means you do not support the Ukraine then, because Ukraine was a part of Russia. So if you do,
I don't care. I don't care about no Ukraine.
right. No. This argument is on many levels. And we're going back to Google Scholar thing. Is that some people want to be morally correct in some instances and immoral in other instances. The Mexican, when he comes across the Rio Grande, is still coming to a place that was Mexico.
No, stop that. Stupid. Stop that. When we say I'm not against illegal Mexican, I'm against illegal Mexican. I'm for legal Mexican to come in. Nothing wrong with doing the due process.
So you're saying that the people them can't come back to the land where the great grandmother was buried on?
It's no longer their land no more. They can't do that. It's no
Are
longer.
you saying that I cannot go back home to my land of my great grandmother?
No, they cannot.
But you want pay because you were taken away from the land of your great grandfather?
No, it ain't had nothing to do with that. That ain't
No.
My great grandmother was buried on this land.
Somebody asked the
that ain't
question,
reparations.
Thunder, are you for or against school choice?
I am for school choice. What black person? Are there black people that are not for school choice?
Brown versus
Just a question.
No, I thought that should be a regular thing. School choice is the only way, man. You think I want my school to go to Joe Clark School?
No, that's fine. But do you support like charter schools though?
Yes.
Why?
Do you support?
You want me to go to public
free
school and they
tuition?
gonna get shut up tomorrow?
Do you support free tuition?
Wrong.
Do you support
How about
tuition?
student loan forgiveness?
And student loan
No, I don't
About
support
student loan
anything free, bro.
Student loan forgiveness.
No.
Universal health care.
No.
You don't even like Obamacare, so.
But Thunder, how you don't support What you say school? Whatchamacallit?
Tuition-free education.
Yeah, how you ain't gonna support that?
What you mean how?
Yeah, I'm asking you why not?
Why would you, bro? You won't. I don't do the free stuff, man. I don't do handout stuff.
Dude, what if some of the most brilliant people can't afford to go? You want the most brilliant mind? You don't want these Donald Trump looking motherfuckers going, you know what I'm saying, who can afford and do it. You want some brilliant mind? Why not free tuition for the brightest, smartest motherfuckers?
No, if you're talking about a scholarship, yeah, scholarship, fine. But we're talking about tuition reimbursement and all that. Nothing wrong with that, bro.
Student loan forgiveness. What's wrong with that?
Loan forgiveness? Who paying
Student
that?
loan.
All right,
Student
let me ask you this.
loan.
Let's just say I'm a trucker, right? I dropped out of high school. Matter of fact, got locked up, dropped out of high school, got my life together, and I'm about to be, I just say, I'm going to be a trucker. I'm going to make $150,000 a year. But guess what? 40,000 of them are finna go to these people that went to college. How is that fair to me? I didn't go to college, but I gotta pay for these people who went to college. They made a decision to go to college. College is a choice you make. I got 2 degrees. Those were choices I made. Why should Savior or whoever else pay for a choice I made?
I totally agree with you. And it ain't even that we're asking.
So are you
because
wait.
Go ahead.
We gotta expand upon this. Get government assistance for corporations.
You for that, Thunder?
You support what?
Government assistance for
Bailout
corporations.
for corporations. Did you support the automobile bailout?
What you mean, bailout? No,
Yes.
no.
Do you support low interest rates, 0 interest rates for corporations?
Tax cuts.
Yeah.
That's for corporations.
You say you do?
100%. Yeah.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Let's just say.
They're job
I
creators.
think they say before Trump, right? It was the capital gains tax was like 40% something ridiculous. So in other words, the government is 41% owner of your business, and then when Trump comes in, he lowers it down to half it. I think it's 21 right now.
I know,
So
but
now
that's not entirely accurate.
That's not what?
Entirely accurate. The capital gains tax is not
Put whatever number you want to put on it, right? I just know it's lower. I don't care. So put whatever number you want to put on it. I'm not trying to be accurate. Put whatever number you want to put on it. Long is lower when he came in. So let's agree with that. So now with that money, right? So with that money that my company saves, now I can either pay my people more money, or I can invest in the business, or I can grow my business.
Well, you can put it in your pocket.
I can put it in my pocket.
Like everybody else, what they're doing is putting it in their pocket.
But let's look at this.
Yes, everybody.
You don't support. You don't support assistance for poor people, but you support it for corporations who are rich. So if you're going to have tax cuts.
No, you
doing
like
propaganda? Are you doing the CNN? Who said I ain't support? What you talking about?
No, but
we just ask you.
You just talking like that, big.
We just asked you. You said you don't support. You literally said you don't support nothing free. You said that. But if you're going to give tax cuts to corporations, isn't that free?
Hey, somebody echo it. If you're going to get tax cuts, what?
To corporations, to the big corporations.
Yes.
So you don't consider that as being free, right?
No, how is that free? Why y'all conflate those two?
Okay, so the thing is this.
Why do you conflate a tax cut with free stuff? Why do you do that?
Okay, you said you don't believe in anything free. So you don't support the welfare system, right?
I don't support the welfare system. For non-able-bodied people, for non-able-bodied people or let's just say anybody that's mentally or let's just say anybody mentally or physically able to work should work.
How about unemployment?
Unemployment is different. Yeah, unemployment. Yeah, if you lose your job, yeah, you should get your unemployment. But that's just regular stuff. But unemployment also states that at some point you were working. You know what I'm saying? So I'm cool with that. But when you got, and I'm dealing with this, man, when you got people who haven't worked, they just have babies and don't work at all.
Yeah.
In 15, 16 years, bro, I don't support that.
So do you support the lowering of the inheritance tax?
Any lower tax is great. I don't care. Put whatever number you want to put on it. This government has enough of our money, bro. Period.
Okay.
I think
So
when you look at the Tea Party, right, taxing up already. I really believe that. I believe that the cuts can come from between the military and social programs. I mean, the military and social program. We got enough money to pay 100 countries.
yes, I agree. But
Do you believe we taxing rich people too much?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to. Taxing the
Rich
rich.
people?
Yeah.
If that any tax that to an employer, I believe should be lower.
All right.
So you
Ooh.
so you believe in a flat tax rate
what
or
is
a
it?
progressive tax rate?
So what is it now?
What's what? Okay, let's see.
The tax rate.
30%.
Tax rate for
Which
for
one?
corporation for the corporation tax rate.
4%. Okay.
22% and rich people 30%.
No, you have to look up the effective tax rate because it's different. They have loopholes, so you have to look up the effective tax rate. You can't just look at the numbers on the book.
Sunder, would you defund the military? Would you cut the
You just
military
said
in
it.
half?
No, I will cut it back, man. It's ridiculous at this point. That's one thing I disagree with Trump on. That's probably the only thing I disagree.
Would you defund the police?
Hell no. We need 3 times more police than we got right now.
What?
Do you think we should invest
Sabio,
more?
where you live at? You live in St. Louis, right?
I live in
Let
the
me see
murder
how many
capital of the
murders in
world.
St. Louis right now.
It's probably the second or third highest.
Let me see how many murders in St.
It's
Louis
probably
right
the
now.
second or third highest.
No,
I don't think we need more
But
police.
I'm gonna say
crime,
number
crime,
one.
crime is not a police issue.
No, it
Police,
isn't.
crime is not a police issue.
No, it isn't.
More police and more cars on the street was never the solution for crime in any area.
And they're gonna hurt
That has never been it.
241 murders in St. Louis right now, as of September the 9th, as of Monday.
As of Monday, yeah.
Yeah, bro. Let's get more police.
No.
Oh, they got the places too. Let me see. This is
No, what we need
Can I
is
zoom in?
better. We need police reform.
oh, they need to be reformed. They the one need to be
So we
reformed.
don't need police reform. We need better social groups and social program within our communities. Police, police are every corner in a high crime neighborhood.
Yeah, but you
Criminality.
do need
So
police
let me
reforms
finish.
because I think
Let me finish, please. If you even have a police at every corner in a high crime neighborhood, people always find a way to circumvent that.
Ooh, Mount
Right?
Pleasant.
So therefore, it's
Mount
not
Pleasant, Dutch time.
police not going to stop crime.
yeah, but I do
LaSalle
think we
Park.
need policing reforms. That's a part of the process. I think. I don't think necessarily more police, but reforms and social programs.
And social programs, yeah.
You said social program will stop people from killing, huh?
Hey,
It will.
hey, Thunder.
Yeah.
Thunder.
More help in
What's
these
up?
communities where a lot of these things is happening. Yes, it will. A lot of things will start changing.
Hey,
Okay.
these rich people lucky they wasn't in 1935 because Roosevelt was taxing the shit out those motherfuckers.
Yeah, man. But you know what happened in 1935, right?
It was a
So
great
don't just
depression.
blame Roosevelt. No, you can't do that, bro. You gotta know history.
Yeah, I
So
know it's great.
so
I
you're
know,
saying that
I know it's the Great Depression, but I'm just saying.
No, I'm not talking about no depression.
Nigga, what was it then, nigga?
What happened?
The depression was before 1935.
You said before 1935?
yeah,
Yes.
it was the taxing was to get the economy back on track
Back
after
and
the depression.
stimulated.
After
Yeah.
what?
Roosevelt
After
saved
the
us.
Great Depression. After the
What
Great
happened?
Depression.
Yeah, that was around 32. But I was just
32
speaking
was
on.
the Great Depression. That's when Democrat won for the first
Oh, yeah, I
time.
made a mistake.
Yep.
Yeah, you're
Yep,
right.
that's when Democrats won for the first time, and that's
So,
what's
so,
part
so
of
when
the
you talk
switch.
about 1932, and act like I didn't know, as a result of the Depression, the political shift was changed to the
Oh, I
Democrat.
knew what you was talking about. I know
And
you
then,
do,
and then
Stoopies.
afterwards, now Roosevelt had to come in with a
Right,
New Deal,
right,
because
right,
without
right,
the New Deal where programs were put
Called
in
the
place.
Rich Act.
Actually,
right.
I disagree with both of y'all.
All right, Stoopies.
I believe we were getting our funds together for World War II.
No,
That's what
World
I
War
think.
II. Hitler wasn't in power in 35.
Wasn't in power.
No, okay. When
Nope.
was World War II?
That was
World War
40.
II was
38.
No,
I think it
it was.
started in
It
like
ended in
38.
45. So
40, yeah, and then 45. That's right.
yes, Hitler came to power in 38. So in 35, Hitler wasn't in power yet.
No.
Hitler, okay, so it wasn't about that. Europe wasn't making any much noise. Germany
Right,
was
right.
under control at that time.
That's true.
Yeah, you know.
they were a
Yeah. So
democracy
what
at that
about
time.
Italy? Yeah, I think we're gonna
Mussolini.
disagree. I don't
So
have a
what?
problem with that.
Thunder, look at the history, Thunder. Thunder.
No, you
Stoopies might
look at
talk
it.
a lot, you know, but
When
Stoopies
was
read a
World War
lot.
II?
World War II started in 1938 to 45.
Or 39 or something like that, somewhere around there.
Right.
40. Man,
38 to
it could have
45.
been 40.
And America never entered into World War II at the start.
To the
Nope.
40s.
Yep, to the
America
40s.
never entered until about 41, 42.
Yep. I think it was 41 when Pearl Harbor was attacked.
To be accurate, it was 1939 to 1945.
Right.
Yep.
And America didn't enter into the war. Look when Hitler came to power.
Let me ask you a question.
Hitler
When did we start preparing for World War II?
We started about 39, 40.
Say what?
39, 40, we started preparing for World War II. We did not enter the war. We did not enter the war till about 41. 42.
Yeah.
It wasn't until the attack on Pearl Harbor.
Pearl Harbor, right. And remember, when Hitler just came into power, he came in as democratically elected, so it wasn't a problem then.
It was a national socialist, National Association.
And his country was very prospering during it. It was like the best country at that time. He was even on Time Magazine, and I think it was Time Magazine as one of the, you know.
He got Man of the Year.
Man of the
He
Year.
got Man of the Year 37.
I said that for a reason, and y'all should have been Googling right there, right? If you're talking about 1935, just put in Italy 1935, man.
Mussolini was a joke. America wasn't even, nobody was looking at Mussolini.
America wasn't interested in Mussolini.
Matter of fact, Scholar and on Stoopies, y'all should definitely know this.
Mussolini attack on Ethiopia was before that, and guess what? He could barely beat a half-staff country.
That was the start of World War II. Now y'all
that
understand
wasn't the
what I'm
start
saying.
of World War II.
That was the start. All right, let me go to Google. Let me go to Wikipedia right quick.
But it had nothing to do with the taxes increase, my nigga.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion, bro. Ain't no big deal.
Yeah, the Great Depression was the reason
because you don't know. You ain't got no history book that show that. It's just my opinion.
No, Thunder.
No,
It was the invasion of Poland. It was the invasion of Poland.
Yep.
That started World War II. That's what
So
started
you
World
said,
War
okay,
II.
here we go. Pre-war events. Oh, the first one. Italian invasion of Ethiopia. Now, why would that be in a Wikipedia about World War II?
Those are pre-war events. That's not. What are you talking about?
He don't know what the hell he's talking about.
Look up what started World War II. It was when Hitler went into Poland.
When Germany went into Poland. No, what started? No.
I didn't say that started.
What started World War II was the assassination of the Kaiser of that prince, because at that time that was World War One. Sorry. World War II was invaded by Adolf Hitler. because he wanted to expand.
I'm not listening to
border.
none of y'all. Let me go to Google.
Yeah, he wanted to expand the border of Germany.
No, you was right with Poland. Poland is when it started. But
Yeah.
it was stuff that was happening way before Poland, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Hitler started militarizing. Hitler started militarizing.
I'm
When did
talking
Hitler
about
start?
Italy.
Italy wasn't a concern
It
to
was
nobody.
no concern. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Italy was not concerned.
Not to America.
Mussolini was not concerned because Mussolini wanted a piece of Africa to claim as his own. Because Italy didn't really have a piece of Africa. It wasn't considered any place of any high, we call it significant. So he wanted to show that Italy was in keeping with the rest of Europe. So he wanted a piece of Africa for himself.
All right, let's get back to this, what we were talking about, right? So we got Roe versus Wade, affordable care, gay marriage, climate change.
Brown versus the Board of Education.
That ain't no Democrat stuff. Expand SCOTUS.
Of course.
Support no financial support to Israel. All right. So what I support.
Oh, you forgot prostitution on that too.
Prostitution. All right, prostitution. All right. Well, I think I stated what I support, but I mean I can say it again. But do I need to?
I can ask you some questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
In terms of what you support, I know you support Trump, but were you in favor of the storming of the Capitol on January 6th?
I didn't even know that was news, bro. I still don't understand what is the big deal. Like it was one of those things that just whack his head. I don't get it.
So were you in favor or are you against it?
No, I mean I don't have an opinion about it. I don't even know what the hell it was. I don't even know what it was about.
It was about Donald Trump losing the election, and then his followers didn't believe that he should turn over the presidency to Joe Biden. So when they were certifying the result of the election, they stormed the Capitol in an attempt to stop the certification of the election.
What's that got to do with Trump?
I don't see how
What do you mean?
Going into the Capitol gonna stop this man from being president. I didn't get it.
So what's that got to do with Trump?
Hold on. What do you mean? What that got to do with him?
You saying what you saying is
Brown versus the Board of Education was Democrat also.
No. I asked him, did he support it? I didn't even mention that anything about this being Trump or not Trump.
So okay, never mind. I don't want that. Go ahead.
So the question is, do you support it? Because they clearly stormed the Capitol and at the approval of Donald Trump, I might add, to stop the certification of the election.
I knew that was gonna happen. See, the man, you had foresight. You had foresight. You knew he was gonna bring Donald Trump into it, right?
He proved
He had foresight. That was good.
He approved of it, yes.
Good job, bro.
So I noticed you're not answering the question whether you support it or not. Why is that?
I said it twice. I told you I don't even know what it was about. I have no clue.
Yes, but
what
that is not
about.
an answer to my question.
Yeah, he did.
You support it or
I think I answered it twice, bro. I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion about what those white people did, man.
Okay, that's it.
No, that's not a getaway. You have no opinion as to what the
Republicans do. All right, here we go, Stupides. All right, so if you're telling me that January the 6th was about stopping Donald Trump from being the president, I don't understand how January any date you could name, January 6th, 7th, 8th, 10th. How were they going to stop him from conceding power? What in the world were they going to do? That's why I don't understand. I don't understand why you're equating.
All right, let me explain it one more time.
Is that a bit?
January 6th. Okay. Yeah. January 6th was the date that election is supposed to be certified. That is when they elect who is the new. His support believed in that he did not lose the election, and so the certification of Joe Biden not happened. So when from the Capitol to stop the certification, that's the stop acting like you don't. You do know that happened.
I don't, man. I wouldn't lie to you. I don't think anybody would accuse me of being a liar.
Sunday, can I ask you a question? Do you think that the election was stolen?
Oh, everybody know it was, man. That ain't no question. Ain't nobody. Do you think 81 million people voted for Joe Biden, but like 70 million voted for? I mean,
Yes.
70 million voted for Obama. Is that what you really think?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's your opinion, bro.
Yeah, but
it's not an opinion; it's a fact.
So where did you believe that these votes came from?
Well,
where do you believe that these?
Georgia, we already got Georgia got about 2 or 3 cases right now. Fulton County.
No. Stop. No, you're wrong. Georgia has one case now, and that's prosecuting the people who are trying to overturn the
All right,
the
Google
election.
Scholar. Now you saying I'm wrong. If I show you you're wrong, would you?
I would accept it, but if I show you you're wrong, would you accept it? The case in Georgia now is they even subpoenaed Mr. Giuliani because he was supposed to testify in that probe because they were trying to overturn the Georgia results.
But Google Scholar, the damn vice president, Donald Trump, vice president, believed that they lost. You don't gotta go that far. His own vice president.
Yeah, he's the one that certified the election.
Yeah,
Right.
His own vice president.
Mike Pence was trying to talk him down. He told Mike Pence, "You are a
Listen, they know they lost.
P-U-S-S-Y."
They know they lost. They just want to tell themselves that.
He told Mike Pence he do not have the balls to do what it takes to be a vice president.
Georgia election.
Thunder, the vice president said he lost.
Relax, bro. Georgia election workers fired for allegedly shredding hundreds of voter registration forms. This was October 12th, 2021, Washington Post. Next.
No, you got to show an ongoing case. You said it's going on right now.
Next. This is October 11th, 2021. Secretary Raffensperger called on the Department of Justice to investigate allegations of Fulton County shredding applications. This is what you wanted right here.
No. No, I want an active case that's showing that's going on right now.
All of those were found unfounded, were investigated.
They were thrown out by judges that were appointed by Donald
Trump.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So show us one that is active, not the unfounded ones.
All right.
Everything that you're saying is unfounded.
There you go. All right. All right.
So you were chanting, "Stop the steal to thunder"? Stop the steal.
No, I don't care.
Well, Thunder looking up that Google Scholar, why you just like I came in real late. Why you don't like Donald Trump?
I never said that.
He never said that.
Okay, that's what I was asking. Is it the party or is it
him? No, my
all right.
My politics don't align.
Before you go, man. Fulton County election workers, our second lawsuit over fraud claim. This is December 24th, 2021. There are two lawsuits right now. Fulton County. I just told you this.
No, why are you talking about? You said December 2021. You know where we are now?
Yeah. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that those claims, okay, you think the lawsuit is over, right?
I'm sorry?
You think the lawsuit over with?
What lawsuit?
You think what I just said.
I don't know, Thunder. I said
if
show
I'm
me an
telling
active
you,
one.
I understand you don't know. I get that. No problem. But if I'm telling you, Fulton County election worker filed second lawsuit over fraud claims. If I'm telling you that's going on That was as of December 24th, 2021. Do you
Okay,
believe in September that those cases have been dropped or something?
No, I don't know if they've been dismissed because who filed that case?
Who?
Yeah.
All right.
Because I know the GOP filed a couple of suits in Georgia and they were dismissed. They didn't have any evidence.
So that was in Fulton County, Georgia.
Yeah, that's where all the
Atlanta is Fulton County.
Yeah,
so those 10 million votes came from Atlanta?
So how many delegates came from Fulton County?
What?
Say it again.
How many
electoral colleges in Georgia?
No, we're talking about something. We're not talking about no 10 million, bro. We're talking about the electoral college.
Yeah. So how many votes came? How many votes in Georgia electoral college? 8.
Hold on.
Georgia have I think about 16 votes now.
Is it 16? What?
I'm not sure.
16 electoral college vote. How much congressman Georgia have?
Hold on.
Each state have 2. Oh, congressman, you said no.
Yeah,
Georgia got 16, right? Georgia got 16.
16
votes.
So how many
electoral votes?
So how many did Trump lose by?
He lost Georgia by a narrow margin, so it
No.
wasn't.
How many electoral college votes did Trump lose by? So if Trump won Georgia, would he have won?
2020 electoral votes.
No, if he had won Georgia, it would have needed like Wisconsin or some other state. Georgia alone.
If he had won Georgia, he'd have still lost by 8 electoral college votes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
All right. So with George,
so let's give him Georgia. Give me another state.
Yeah,
give me another. Give me another state. Say he won Georgia.
Right.
Give me another state. That there's electoral irregularities. We're giving you Georgia. Arizona.
Yeah.
Where are the cases? Where are the cases in Arizona?
Maricopa. Maricopa County.
No, he's not playing.
No,
yeah, but how many votes in Maricopa? How many?
I think 11, 12.
How many he lose by, Thunder?
He lost by like 70.
All right, give Nevada to him. So what we got now? What's that total? You got 16 from Georgia, right? How many Nevada got?
Well, I got about
6.
6?
Yeah, 6.
All right, so we give you we give you 22. 22. Wait, we in room 222.
Yeah. So
he stole them, bro.
All right. So we give you Georgia. We give you Georgia. We give you Arizona. He still would have lost.
All right.
Give me another state.
So what else? Thunder, what else?
Wisconsin, I think. Wisconsin. No, Michigan.
Else,
Michigan.
Michigan got what, about 16 over there?
I'm not sure.
No, Michigan got 32, don't
16.
it?
No, they got 16.
16? So we give you an extra, what's that, 28, 38? That's 38 right there, boy. Keep going.
Still would have lost.
Yeah. No.
Don't forget about Wisconsin. Don't forget about Wisconsin.
How many Wisconsin
election night. I remember on election night, you needed to get Pennsylvania and one other.
So. Pennsylvania, yeah.
And Florida, right? It's supposed to be.
He got Florida.
He got Florida.
Yeah, he won Florida.
You needed to get Pennsylvania.
Ohio.
What is going to be this time, though?
I'm sorry?
What is going to be this time?
What you mean?
2024. What the score is going to be at that time?
He's losing. He's losing.
If you can't say that.
I hope he can run.
Yeah, well, Trump losing?
I hope he can run. With all that shit going on, he got cases out, cases on cases.
Don't he got case going on, Thunder?
So?
Yeah, right now, but we know that.
That don't mean nothing.
Yeah, what that mean?
Okay, I don't know. I don't really watch the news.
No. The thing is,
case, man. Ain't no case
there's
on him at all.
Hold on. Don't say you don't have.
There's laws. There's
no
laws
tax stuff.
that says that no person can run as president as long as they have cases going on. Look it up.
Try to put on. That's messed up.
There's
That-
No,
They
no,
doing it,
bro,
Look it up.
stop. Let
Look
me
it up.
educate you all on this one. He has a case going on, a battle with the
He
Department
got a
of
tax
Justice.
case in New York. That's about it, bro.
No, I'm trying to explain it. You're not even listening. He has a case with the government about classified material where if he's
That ain't
convicted.
no case.
What do you mean it's no case?
That's not a case.
Are you serious?
Yes, that's got something to do with that's
it's
all
in the
January the
court.
6th stuff,
Hey.
bro. That's January the 6th stuff. That ain't no case.
No.
the
Yeah.
documents that were found at Mar-a-Lago.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's a
Yes, the
serious case. That's the
Mar-a-Lago
most
stuff.
serious case he got.
That ain't no case, man.
Thunder.
That case is in reference to January the 6th.
Thunder, if I show you you're wrong, would you admit that you were wrong?
Yes.
Okay. So it has nothing to do with January the 6th. This is what happened.
All right.
He took some classified materials to his house in Mar-a-Lago.
Yes.
The Department of Justice went there, asked him for the documents. He gave some and said that's everything. They went to a judge, got a search warrant, and went back. And when they searched, they found more.
Like
So
100
now,
Okay, let
boxes.
me ask you a question.
wait,
it
before
fine.
let me finish the story. So now what happened is that a judge was appointed because he asked for a judge for a special master. So one judge appointed a special master to review the documents to make sure that there's no attorney-client privilege documents. And so after that review, the case is going to go to court. So he absolutely have a case.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Mhm.
Why is he not in jail?
Innocent until proven guilty, and plus he's an ex-president.
No. He's already guilty of having classified documents, right?
No, but he was the president, so he
Listen,
did.
he was already caught with classified documents in his possession at Mar-a-Lago. Why is he not in jail?
Because the case has not been adjudicated, Thunder. That's not how the law works.
Every law, if I catch you with some cocaine,
Hell
He
where
yeah.
you
was
going?
not caught with cocaine.
What?
He was
If I
caught with
catch you
classified
with,
He
documents.
broke the law.
He was the
right?
president.
If he
It
broke
has
the law,
not-
why
that
he ain't in jail?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Listen,
saying. I agree with you, Thunder.
y'all talking, but you're not listening. It has not been determined that he broke the law yet. You're making that up.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
So what
You
are you
don't
saying?
say.
I'm saying he has a case.
You
That's
don't have
different
a
from.
case.
You don't have a case. That's not a case, homie.
That's not a case, man.
They're
What are you talking
investigating
about?
him.
They're investigating.
It's an investigation, not a
Now,
case.
are you going to
In the
admit that you were
courts.
wrong?
It's in the courts.
Hey,
Man,
are you going to admit
It
you were wrong,
is in the
I
Google
courts.
wasn't
Scholar?
wrong. What are you talking about?
It
Yeah,
is in the
Scholar, does he
court.
have a case?
Yeah.
It's an investigation that is ongoing.
Google Scholar, does he
Yes.
have a case? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay,
no,
why is he
Google,
not in jail?
Google, don't do that, man.
No,
Just
because we're using different terminology. When you say
Why
you
is
have
he
a case,
not in jail?
listen to me. When you say he has a case, are you saying that he's been found guilty?
no. Has they put charges on his ass?
There you go.
They have not
Have they
charged him
arraigned
yet.
him?
Okay, so then he don't have a case.
He's under investigation. That's all.
All right. So are you gonna admit you was wrong, Google Scholar?
No, I wasn't wrong. I know.
All right. So
I know
now you know
everything
what?
that I
I'm not gonna
stated
do
is
it
a
either.
fact. Everything
You were
I
wrong.
stated was a fact.
You were wrong.
He's under
What
investigation.
was I wrong about?
You
That
doesn't
he
have
has
a
a
case.
case.
Hey,
It's under
hey,
investigation.
all right to be wrong.
A
If
case
he's-
has been opened.
Investigation.
If he's found guilty, that would disqualify him from being president
There had
again.
to be a case to be found guilty of, Google Scholar.
What are you
What is
talking
the
about?
charges? What are the
He's talking
charges?
about what's the charges, Google Scholar.
The charges have been laid out. I just don't remember them off the top of my head.
Hey,
Why are
Google
you
Scholar.
arguing with me and you obviously don't know about the case?
You got to be right, though.
Hey, Scholar. Hey,
Yes.
just admit you was wrong, man, and move
I
on.
wasn't wrong. The charges have
Nah,
been
you
laid
gotta
out.
admit- Google, you got to admit you was wrong, my dude.
I wasn't wrong.
Oh, man.
Who was it?
Come
No.
on, man.
What did I say that was wrong?
Xavier,
Does he
don't
have
do
a case against him? What's the charges?
Who's
It's
the
just
case
like-
against?
Who's the case against? That's your question?
Yes.
There was no case. Where's the case?
You
What are
asking
you?
me? You the one told me it was
The
the case.
president is currently under investigation. If Google Scholar is saying that, I'll agree with him. If
But
it's
Google, hey, stupid.
and
No, he didn't say that.
as part of
For
the
stealing,
investigation, hold on, let
for
me
still,
finish.
for
Hold on,
taking
hold on.
Hold on,
documents
hold
Yeah,
from the White
Stupid.
House to
yeah.
Mar-a-Lago.
Sabo,
So
yo, your boy is wrong. Google Scholar, just apologize, my dude.
I'm not
Damn.
apologizing. I said nothing that was wrong.
Google Scholar. Does he have a case against him?
Yes,
that
What
they're
is the charge?
investigating for
he
for
was not
stealing,
charged.
for taking federal documents from
Okay,
the
how
White
can
House.
you be charged? No, that's what he did. What are the charges?
The charges have been
No
laid out in
charges
the.
have been brought
Li-
forward as yet.
All right,
listen,
thank you, stupid.
stupid,
Thank you.
Thank you,
God,
Stupid. Was that
stupid,
so hard, man?
was that
stupid,
hard?
stupid, stupid.
Yes.
The case against him is that the Department of Justice is accusing that he took classified material from the White
Yeah.
House that he was not
No,
allowed
he's
to.
under investigation for taking classified information from the White House and stored it inappropriately or having it inappropriately at his house in Mar-a-Lago. That's the
That's
investigation.
the case against him.
No,
There's
the
no
case
damn
is
case.
There's
different.
no
So let me
case.
finish
No
talking, please.
damn case.
After an investigation, then now a case file. That's where the term case come from. You have an investigation first, then a case file is sent to the prosecutor, who decide whether or not to
They're gonna
To
submit
press.
its
press
case
charges.
or press charges in the court. We are now at the at the investigation leg
They got to
of the whole
decide if
matter.
we're gonna get a grand
So
jury.
so they
It's a
so they are
whole lot to
currently
it, man.
It's
investigating the
not a grand
president.
jury case.
It is
How
not a
you
grand
know that?
jury.
It's not a grand
It's
jury
being
case.
prosecuted by the Department of Justice.
Justice. It's
Right.
not a grand jury case.
Not a
So
grand.
so the Department of Justice is currently investigating it. And from their they got a search warrant based on the evidence that they know. And then know this what they're saying is that what Trump is using and his lawyers using is that you cannot use that evidence to decide whether or not I'm guilty of another crime. And that is why they get a special master. It's like somebody coming into your house and they're coming to your house for one thing, and then they're using the evidence that they find to try to charge you for something else. When that was not the original part of the investigation, when that was not one of the original reasons for getting a search warrant. Right? So that is what he's saying. That listen, you can investigate me on having documents, but you cannot use these documents to try and prove that I did something wrong pertaining to the document to overcharge me with something else. So now what they're saying is that, all right, we need to know if these documents were a matter of national security that we can properly charge you. That's why they got a retired judge to act as a master to purview these documents and decide what significance this document play and if they can be admissible in the court of law. Because they have different level of secret and classification. Every piece of
No,
document the presidency is secret and classified. Even if it
some were
means
top
the amount
secret.
of somewhat of secret. So they're saying that how secret is secret. Because the president going to go for breakfast tomorrow at McDonald's. The document that come through the system is going to mark secret and classified. But it's not a secret. Because the president is just going to breakfast. Right, so
Yeah,
therefore
but that,
somebody has to look at these documents. We do not know what these documents are, so do not say anything about the documents because
no,
you haven't seen them and
no,
I haven't
no,
seen them.
no, stupids. It has been. That's why I'm saying you guys not following because documents have already been filed in the court. Some of the documents that they took were marked top secret, the highest classification in the government.
But do we know what these documents were? Or
We
the
don't know
fact that they were
exactly what they're
marked?
saying. They're
So
obviously not going to disclose what was in it.
you have secret, higher
But
than top secret. You know that, right?
no, they're saying these were the highest
classification. Facts.
They're
I've seen
saying
that.
that some of these documents should only be handled in a skiff.
In a what?
As what they call a secured information
Location.
facility.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I don't know what they have, but they they have well, obviously, obviously to go to a judge and get a search warrant on the former president, you know they have to have something.
Hey, good scholar.
Mm.
Hey, whenever you get ready to admit you were wrong, bro, just let me know, all right?
Yeah, just admit you wrong. I had
Yeah,
admit
you can say that. I keep saying it because I'm not going to admit.
You
Because
see,
I
I've
just
been quiet. I've been
said,
quiet. I'm letting you talk it in
what was
good.
I wrong about? I dare you. Tell me what I
What
said that I
what
was.
is the case?
Has
What
has
have
a
I?
case
What have I
been
said?
filed in the court of law against President Trump?
Hey,
It has
Has a
been filed.
case, as a formal case with a case number, or is he under investigation?
No, QPs, you're not listening. A court has been filed. A judge has already ruled on it twice.
What they say?
What it say?
Well, if the judge ruled for a special master and it was approved.
In the investigation, not in the case.
So
Where
that's
the
a case.
investigator is.
That is a
That's
case.
not a case. That's an investigation.
It's in the courts. It's a case.
Okay,
Yo,
what's the case number?
What's the?
I don't know. Go look it up.
Nah,
All
you
right, let me look it
Google.
up. I'm gonna
Nigga,
look it
you
up right
It's
now.
in the
Google.
courts. Are you denying that it's in the courts?
Donald Trump case number.
You're not gonna find it like that. I can tell you.
How are we doing this, bro?
If you
There's a
find it
ca-
like that, that'll be hella funny.
Just pull up a news article and read it. You can see all
No,
disputing
a news
information, and you
article
don't.
is not going to say he has a case. He's under investigation.
It's
That's
gonna
all he
tell
is.
you that. Stupid.
Okay, this yesterday, New York Times, where six investigations into Donald Trump stands. New York Times, former Donald Trump has set up his office in Mar-a-Lago. All right. I'm looking for the cases.
So does he has a case in the Southern District of New York?
New York State.
The Southern. Yeah. Or in Georgia. How about in Georgia?
Oh man, you going all over the place.
He got them all over the place. He got cases all over the place.
Manhattan, no, he got allegations and investigations all over the place.
That's the case to me. So whatever.
Why y'all don't talk
That's not
about
a case. An
Yo.
investigation is not a case.
Why
It is
your
a case. It is a case to me. Once it's in the courts, it's a case to me.
No, the investigation is not even in the courts per se. It's the right to pursue, to peruse, to look at the documents in the court. That's what's in the court.
Is it in the courts or not, stupid?
It's the right to peruse the documents in the court.
Okay.
They don't have
Does
a
it-
case is under investigation. If a
Does it
police
say-
stop you and say, I suspect you of walking down the street on the wrong side of the street, is that a case or is that an investigation? And he's conducting his investigation now.
No, if a police stop you and say, I believe you have drugs in your house, that's not a case.
That's
But
an
if he went,
investigation.
listen, but if he went to the judge and convinced the judge to give him a search warrant for your home, that's a case.
No, that's still an investigation.
Not a case.
That's
All
still
right,
an
bro.
investigation.
I call it a case.
Until
I call it a case. So what?
But you can't call it a case.
No, you can't tell me what I can call it.
Yes,
Yes,
we
you can. Because that's pseudo.
All right,
Nigga,
tell,
we in
I'm
America,
pseudo.
majority rule. On this
I'm
panel,
pseudo.
shit over.
I'm pseudo.
You pseudo for the day.
We have
I'm
out all
still
these other
pseudo.
pseudos on the panel. It's all right.
Thunder just want to deflect from the information. That's all
No,
Thunder is doing.
but we don't need that. We don't need to continue the investigation. Donald Trump is the Teflon Don of New York, the new Teflon Don. None of this is
Stupid is a fool.
None of this is
I'm
going
not
to
saying that either. I'm not even saying it's gonna stick or he's gonna go to jail or
right?
whatever. I'm not
Donald
saying none
Trump
of
have
that.
a better chance of winning the election than Joe Biden. Joe Biden should have resigned this year early. and give it to
Man,
Kamala Harris.
all of them old people should resign it.
All of
The
them.
They should have
hell?
given it to Kamala Harris.
No,
But
We
that's
don't need
old
no
school love the power.
75-year-old man
I'm
running
not
the
listening to Stu
country.
Peace because Stu Peace now gone into madness.
we should not give it a no.
He should have given it to Kamala Harris.
And
He's
she
not strong enough
definitely
to
would,
run.
and then she definitely would have lost.
Nobody want Papa to run again. You don't
Nobody
want your
want
grandfather to run.
Kamala.
Papa don't have the strength to run.
Nobody
Yeah,
want.
Yeah,
but
we
even
sure don't
less
want Joe
but
Biden
even less
or
want
Donald
Kamala. So
Trump.
what are you gonna do about that?
That means Trump is going to win the next election. Hands
Yeah.
down.
I'm not.
I hope
I'm not
he
listening to
don't
you
even
because
run.
that's still 2
I
years
hope he
away.
don't get a chance to run.
I'm not listening to Stupids. That's still 2 years away. A lot can happen in 2 years.
The
Let's pray to
Republican
all
Party.
these.
The
Let's pray to
Republican
all
Party.
these.
Listen,
Are you
listen.
100% sure he's gonna win the Republican primary?
Yes, he is.
Yes,
No,
he
are
is.
you
Thunder,
100% sure?
Thunder. Will you be voting for Trump
No,
for the next?
you're not answering me. You're talking to Thunder.
I
Are you
say yes.
100% sure?
Because Thunder is a Republican. I can't talk to you as a Democrat. I have to talk to the Republican to
I'm
give me
not
the
a
views
Democrat.
of a Republican or as an independent. I have to talk
We
to a
all,
Republican.
we
Hey.
all, at the end of the show, we all have to sing and pray to Yahweh and all the rest of these gods. Primus St. Croix, that Donald Trump
this
does
is not a
not
good
win the
argument.
next election.
Why, listen. It is good that Donald Trump is going to win. I'm an anarch. What the word is? I can't pronounce it. I like to see things burn.
I'm
Because
not
this
saying
is
you.
going to
I'm
burn.
not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying I'm not 100% sure he's gonna win the nomination anyway.
Why
Me
not?
either.
Why not?
You lying to yourself, man.
All right, let's look at the
You gotta stop,
Republican
bro.
Party.
Ron
Thunder.
DeSantis. Ron DeSantis.
Ron DeSantis from where?
Florida.
Ron
From
DeSantis
your
from
state.
Florida?
From your state.
Florida currently now has 7% of the population of the United States.
Yes, but it's not about that.
Florida is now considered a super state. It has 7% of the United States population.
You said Florida?
Yes.
First of all, Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio are the three. What they call that shit? If you want to go to the
Yeah, but that's in the general. That's not in the primaries.
That's not in the primary.
Oh, in the
right?
primary. Okay.
Florida is a super state. It has like
Yeah.
31 electoral college vote. But the problem is that Ron DeSantis can barely hold on to Florida. If it wasn't for the large
is.
population of white people.
Go look at the polls.
Of
Go
course.
look at the polls.
Are you crazy?
Go look at the polls. It's
He
very
nearly
popular.
lost again. He nearly lost
Very
against
popular.
the
It's
black
very
guy.
popular.
What's the name of the
Still
gay black
peace.
guy who nearly lost again? I
Andrew
live in
Gillum, but
Florida. He
Andrew
nearly
Gillum.
lost against Andrew Gillum.
Who
Still
said that?
peace. Still peace.
Two people saying that. He
Still
nearly
peace.
lost against Andrew Gillum. Am I
That's
lying?
irrelevant, though. We're talking about the Republican primary. That has nothing to do with Andrew Gillum. I'm saying he's very popular in the Republican Party.
He is not going to win the
I'm
Republican
not saying
Party.
he's going to. I'm saying he's.
Doesn't mean
Look
he has
at the
a
polls.
chance.
Look at the polls.
No, look at the polls. To say,
Yes.
the Republican polls is never the Republican polls is never as good as when it comes to 1 month
You
into
lying to
the
yourself now,
primary.
man.
Donald
man,
Trump
y'all
is
gotta
going to
stop.
win that by
Hold on.
80%.
Is that the same poll that had Hillary Clinton about to win?
No. That's the same poll that had Donald Trump at 16. When it was 16 of them in the race. It had Donald Trump in almost last place. That's the same poll. When they were choosing who would run for the election. The Republicans love Donald Trump. But guess what? They don't publicly love him. No Republican, very few Republicans publicly love Donald Trump.
You are
Privately,
ridiculous.
but
You
privately,
ridiculous, man. You better
I'm
go
not
to.
listening to
I'm gonna
none of
invite you to
y'all.
one of these rallies, and I want you to see these 35, 40,000 people in there, and then you be
yeah.
like, "Oh, okay, my bad."
Yeah, but that is not the most of them. That's the tip of the iceberg. Most of them were in the workplace. Not in this Trump. But when election day come, Trump winning.
Hey,
Trump is going to blow everybody out the water.
Stupid. You know the sad thing is 90 hip hop love Donald Trump, my nigga. You know what I'm saying?
90s,
You had
2010.
you had
All
Method
hip hop
Man.
love.
Hold
They
on.
love Trump back in the 80s. What is you talking about?
Listen, hold on. Time out. I got listen on to Cal 2 on Method Man to Cal. his second album. Donald Trump was on the skit. Say,
Yeah.
we waiting for your next album. We waiting. That was Donald Trump.
They love Trump back in. They
Y'all
love
repo-
Trump in the 80s.
Trump
Yeah, but
represents success.
Nigga, are you stupid? I'm telling you, I'm
I know that. We
45.
know
Grew
because
up in the 80s. I know what I'm talking about.
hold
I
on.
listened
Trump
to it.
has
They was talking
always
about Trump
represented.
in the 80s.
Hey, hold on.
You're the youngest person in this group,
Hold
so
on.
everybody
Hold
know
on.
that.
Stupid. Listen, I'm 43 years old, my nigga.
You're the youngest.
Me
in
too.
here.
I'm
You're the youngest.
43 also. I'm 43 also. Actually, I'm
telling you,
44. Oops, my bad. I just turned 44 August.
So you're the youngest
What
in
I'm
here.
saying is, in the 90s, East Coast rapper Nas, Raekwon, the whole Wu-Tang was giving
Everybody
praise.
from New York worship Donald Trump because he's
Man,
successful.
They were giving praise. They
It's
were
based on
giving
his success.
Yo, stupid, I can't talk, man. They're giving praise to they were giving praise to Donald Trump. Method Man had him on his album. You know what I'm saying? Why he was, you know what I'm saying? So all of a sudden when he turned Republican, I ain't a Donald Trump nigga. But I'm just saying, where all these guys against Donald Trump, like they just hate this nigga.
well, let me say something because I had a problem with Trump when he made that statement against those boys up in New York. I can't remember their names. Those guys.
The Central Park Five.
Yeah, the Central Park Five. I had a problem with him from that moment on in 1987, 88, whenever that was. When I heard him say those young men should be locked up and whatever the hell he said, I was like, this dude is a problem.
Okay.
And he still stands by that.
And he stands by that till today.
But listen. Do you guys know Judge Joe Brown, right?
Yes.
In the 80s, late 70s, early 80s, he was a lawyer during that period of time. He was telling a story that he had three or four clients that dealt with Donald Trump, right? He said out of his own mouth that Donald Trump paid these three or four of his clients to go to school, right? Once they graduated, and years later they went back and tried to pay him off. He ripped that. He said, "Nah, as long as you finish your whatchamacallit, you good. You don't gotta pay me back." So this so-called racist man invests his own money into 3 or 4
Allegedly.
out of Judge Joe Brown, right? So hold on. If we can if we can read primary, hold on, time out. If we can read writers from 2,000 years ago, right? And we say, oh, this guy said, but we would believe that shit. But a judge saying this shit, oh, we don't believe it. Allegedly.
It's
But you ain't
alleged.
gonna say allegedly of that damn Mitchell Stiller. Allegedly, that shit was real, right? Allegedly, that shit. But you agree?
His
You agree that
reasoning
shit
is
real.
crazy.
You would
Hey,
say
we're
that
finna
shit
go, man.
real. You would
So
say
it's
that
not.
shit real.
So it's not alleged. It's facts then.
Then it's fact.
It's 12:22. I'm about to go.
Okay.
All right,
Let
Thunder.
me say something. Let me say something before you go.
Yeah, go ahead. Everybody close out.
Let me say something. Thunder. I didn't say this earlier, but I'm not apologizing because that no teeth, frozen head dreadlocks, boy. It really get me crazy. I had to step away. Because when I was listening to this dude, that is being used, that is being manipulated by a white dude to call himself Jesus. It got on top of my nerve. I had to step away. I couldn't do it. Because
Why are you mad at him though?
Because there's a movie that I watched. There's this movie about this, and I don't like side movies, but there's this movie where these black soldiers helped to liberate Europe in 1945.
I seen that movie.
And they were being praised and all of that. And the white boys pay one Negro to dress up like a monkey and dance. But they wanted the black soldiers to dress up like a monkey and dance. No, All of the other black soldiers were handling the situation with dignity. People were coming out and praising them and appreciating them for liberating the cities and the town. And this Negro, who dressed up like an ape, a monkey, and was dancing in the street, undermined the exemplary work of all the other black people. This Primus and Croix is that Negro who will dress up like a monkey and dance. And we need to get those Negroes out of our population. They're not useful to us. They will undermine you as a hardworking black man because they will take center stage. When you look at a dude walking around with his pants down, as a conservative, I know that you look at them and say these Negroes need to find a place by themselves.
I agree. They need to be on an island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Because they're undermining hardworking Negroes.
Yes.
And that is what Primus St. Croix is. He is, well, black, African American, black, anything we want. If we call him, I can't use Negro, but somebody can call me a nigger.
I'm just playing with you. I'm joking with you.
You've been calling people niggas the whole night.
Yeah, I know. I've been calling everybody niggas. You know.
And I can't officially call you Negro. Negro, please. Yeah, right. But this Primus and Christ dressed up like a monkey and dancing in front of people about his Jesus. So they're saying that the black man in St. Kitts or St. Nevis or St. Vincent is Jesus. You understand how undermining that is? We struggle too hard. We're not at the top of the mountain, but we struggle too hard for where we are now. For some people pulling you down. That's my problem with it.
Well, I look at it like they need a figure. Every religion needs a figurehead, bro, and they just pick him to be it. What's wrong with
that? So it's all right for a black man. You know.
All right, let me ask you the question: do you believe that Farrakhan is their figurehead? What's wrong with him?
He's a clown too.
He's a clown.
He's a clown.
But he's a different level of clown. At least he has some expression of dignity. He's a middleweight.
Y'all call it Farrakhan a clown.
I've been calling him a clown since I was like 14, 15 years old.
He is a clown. The man say that
we're the Asiatic black man.
Yeah, but you can't knock him for that. He's not the one that
brought that. Why he can't just be incorrect, man? Why he got to be a clown? Why y'all be talking about your own people?
He went
He's
after
too old.
No, nigga. He went after the nappy-headed people, my nigga. He say, we are cursed because we didn't have our eyebrows.
Here, look like our eyebrows.
Crinkly.
Yeah, our eyebrows.
Right.
Yeah.
So but that's Farrakhan though.
What if he was incorrect though? What if he apologized? You still a clown?
Nah, nigga, he got the same feeling you got against West African, nigga. The nigga hate Africans.
No, I would not say that. I would not say
don't hate Africans. Louis Farrakhan
has visited more African countries than any other black leader.
That don't mean anything because you've been to more African countries.
I would not.
Because you go visit a country don't mean you hate. You hate the country.
I would never.
First of all, you gotta hear.
I've been to a lot of states. I don't like the United States.
Sabio,
I live here.
Sabio, the man out of his own mouth say some very harsh shit about African people. All right, so don't say
I know.
So yeah, he could be a.
Yeah, but that was 40 years ago, man. You gonna hold
nigga?
He said that shit today.
He still say that shit, nigga. What the hell wrong with you?
I don't know about all
That's
that.
why they be permanent goddamn hair. Hey man, Al Sharpton. All those niggas be permanent. They don't want to be black, nigga. They want to have wavy hair, just like the white man, my nigga.
All right, man. Everybody else?
These Asiatic, Abrahamic faiths.
Right.
Look what they done to us.
Burning our scalp. Damn. Now that's it.
We don't want to be African. We want to be Asiatic, Hebrews, Moors. We want to be Rastafaris, where Primus St. Croix is our Jesus. We want to be anything but Central and West Africans.
Amen.
But good show, Thunder. Good show.
Yeah, man.
good show.
I think it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I think I talked like
I
3
enjoyed
days worth
y'all,
of
man. Y'all
talking
great.
today alone.
Don't
I'm done.
bring back that dude on the show. We need to
Please
get
don't.
Peter one side and put him in place. Peter is
No, man, you need to listen to him. Listen,
No.
regardless of where y'all at, where we agree or disagree, man. I don't think nobody should be silenced. No.
Peter have
All
a
right.
black man dressing up like a monkey and playing the organ grinder.
Well, I mean, maybe you disagree, but I don't believe he would have that same opinion of what he's doing that you do.
All right. If you had the opportunity to shoot the monkey or the organ grinder, who would you shoot?
What?
If no, I'm just using an analogy here. You have the monkey and you have the organ grinder. And you have the opportunity to shoot the monkey or the organ grinder. Who would you shoot?
The organ grinder.
The organ
You shoot the organ grinder.
All right,
Who would
so
you shoot?
bro, listen, man.
Yeah.
Back in
I
the
would
day, they
shoot
would
the
have
monkey.
a guy would
And
play
after
an
we shoot
organ,
enough
little
monkey,
thing,
nobody
and
would
turn the little
volunteer to
thing,
be the monkey.
and the monkey would go and play with the people.
Yeah.
Right. So he's saying, in other words, he's a puppet master with the monkey. So he's saying, which one would you shoot? The puppet master or the puppet?
The puppet master. Right?
Yeah, that's
right.
right. That's right.
That's right. So Primus and Croix is the monkey. And Peter is the organ grinder.
All right, with that being said, man, peace. That's inflammatory, and I'm not gonna allow y'all to do that. Call that man a monkey. We about to end the show. We love y'all, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow. And hope you all. I think we definitely got a lot off our chest, and it was a good conversation, man.